ITV.
Certainly the best.
Salutable journal this evening, the program Udota means Heart of the Matter, and with the original from Independent Television. How are they? Well, my name is Matt Mololo, and with the original this evening, we will discuss issues we see happen for Voodoo, Nigeria. Well, the court already sentenced our brother, Nnamdi Kanu, and so many done another discussion for another day. But today, we could look at what did happen for the one they call Wadata House, PDP Secretariat. I deal with a comrade Ima Ubidi for inside building. Ima Ubidi, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
How you doing?
My brother, Mark Ololo.
The comrade himself.
And my people for us now, good evening. I greet you.
Okay, joining us from Abuja, first of all, we have a member of the PDP, Anthony Hillebo. Yes, one of our very own. He joined us via Zoom this evening. He gets short time for this program, so we'll talk to him very shortly. Anthony, good evening.
How you doing?
I'm fine, though. Yes, I know. I know. Say you're not ready, so don't worry. We'll give you time. Then we'll quickly enter my brother and our correspondent for ITV Abuja, who day for Wadata House. When all of these things happened, Joseph Kadiri. Joseph, good evening.
Ima Kololo, how are you?
How you doing?
Good evening, Ima. How are you?
Okay, all right. We will not waste time this evening because of the time. Anthony, they come back to you. Okay, Joseph, good evening.
Good evening, Ima. How are you?
How is everything?
We thank God. How is Benin? You looking good?
Okay, all right. We will just quick ask you some few questions. We will meet at 10. Tell us what happened for PDP House a few days ago.
Well, I would like to ask which particular day. You know, things have been happening in PDP. Let us happened on Tuesday. You know, Tuesday, the new national chairman of the party, Kamilu Turaki SAN, and the faction of Wike led by Abdurrahman Mohammed, they clashed in the both of them claim that they are the authentic leaders of what we speak now. And that's the reason why we saw that AT Turaki was escorted by two governors, Bala Mohammed and Sheyi Makinde, to the National Secretariat. And at the same time, while Bala Mohammed, Sheyi, and Kamilu Turaki finished their meeting and they were about to leave, at that particular time was when Wike was trying to come in. And the governors said, you cannot come in because you have been expelled by the party during the national convention in Ibadan. As a result, you are no longer a member of the political party. So that was on for a couple of minutes. And you know that before the Kamilu Turaki led.
God, now the local people, now you won't hear this matter when they talk. So it's a grassroots program, so I better speak pidgin.
Okay, so apologies. Let me come down to the level of local people.
Yes.
Before that day, the national chairman don't go police, go report saying they go in office on Tuesday and that make police come protect her. And at the same time, the VK people don't tell police that they are also going to the PDP Secretariat, make police protect them. So when two of them come go clash, I talk about the Wike and the Bala Mohammed group, when they come go clash for there, it was the tug of war. And the talk came from entry on the police come shoot tear gas, plenty tear gas. As we tear gas down, Bala Mohammed, Makinde, and the national chairman able to track all of them, don't enter their cars. Wike also don't enter his own car. In that process, the gate was now forced open and Wike could try enter inside. As you enter inside and tell Wike say, no, come outside. If you come outside, that we don't pass. Wike remain inside his car for some long time before he now came out and then entered the secretariat. And as he police continue to shoot tear gas to burn people from coming. So when they say PDP get two conference call. So two of them come go pick their meeting after their meeting.
Okay, make we go to Anthony. Anthony, good evening, sir.
I call it out now. Good evening.
As a member of the People's Democratic Party, irrespective of the, I don't know whether faction be, but now feel let us know whether faction they. This thing will happen for what happen for our data house. How you could describe them? How you feel when you see the so-called big family will come be like this?
Well, you know when you get big family, other plans, and they think bigger than the family. They say them big past the family, they don't go there under the family. Now waiting you see. The truth about them, they say they don't express this person. You dey work for APC government. Why you dey try to force yourself to enter PDP secretariat? The party don't tell you say they don't want you again. You don't do everything, you know, do convention. Convention when they don't notify INEC, say they will do. You begin they go court, everybody waste and they go court. The people who won't do convention go court too. Court tell them say make them do convention. They do convention, they expel you. You dey force yourself come the secretariat. What do you want from me? Nobody trusts for the party. You tell them say don't make sense with you. They go meet you. You tell them say they don't present candidates. That's not the only reason where you go. You know go fight them. Hey, so I'm not going to fight now. Because to save Nigerian democracy, we must fight for him. You don't show, say this man, na person with the cause katakata everywhere. Don't forget, say, that this same man just last week, then one small soldier come tell and say, he no be fool, no be fool, say get integrity. You know what you mean when they tell the man, say you don't get integrity, then I get integrity. You don't good now. You don't make person way big like that, they do agree everywhere. Not be so now. You do for street, you fight soldier. Next thing you enter your political party, you won't fight again. Now only you waka come. My brother, this matter I did very clear as sunlight, and everybody Christian. You dey work for government. You truncate, even for this our Edo way we dey. No be still be the same person. We come chook hand inside our election. Not be so now. And you dey talk say you wan dey the party. Meanwhile, everybody knows say you dey work against the party. Nobody trusts you. Nobody wants you near them. See all the problem wey dey cause. Person wey truly like the party, he go come to 10 problems. You can't remember me of that story of Solomon, where them bring baby, where one person will not get the baby, say make them divide the baby into two. Now what did they do? Now I want to divide the baby into two now. But you know go allow him, and you know say God big passer. And as you see, this matter to come be like saying that David and Goliath. Him myself, he will understand what they happen. My brother, I beg you, I not get too long to stay because I hear our former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan birthday. I just say make I come follow you talk small, make you hear my own side of the story. What did they happen for our secretariat? Okay.
But before you come on, may I just ask you the last one? The last convention, the last PDP convention we do for Ibadan, a lot of people get concerned with them because they say now 3 court ruling. Now it come, and at the end of the day, PDP still go ahead for the convention. How you tell you that matter before you come out?
I probably make I tell you something. PDP no go just wake up begin to do convention when they don't do am well. If you remember, the last court wey dey Ibadan come do that convention. And as they don't proceed to am, the things where you go check, people they say whether INEC monitor, they know, but that no be. If you look the electoral acts, 82 someone, he say The mandatory thing to do there na to send the statutory notice. And the party get letter wey both Sam Dadi, Samuel Ayawo, and Iliya Damani sign as chairman and secretary to notify INEC say dem dey do convention. And once that term has been met, nobody else can stop a convention. No, don't forget that our courts have held summary that no court has the power to go and stop a primary or stop a convention. So all this one na initial gra unless as our judges now don dey sing on your mandate, they can't go sing another mandate on top wetin we know say na the right law. The right law na say if party don notify you, you no get business to go dey stop wetin party dey do. Party dey regulate their own affairs, and as they regulate their affairs, they have expelled the man. And the man is just as far as you are concerned, na agent wey dey work. You know, only no one make the party get presidential. They just one whole party wey go take putting people for different positions because maybe they no go get space for APC, and that one no be so. Now you no go dey chop for Sokoto, they go chop again for Kaduna. It don't make sense now. How you check am out?
Okay, all right. Anthony, as we dey let you dey go, your principal help us reach am because we also want to reach am for inside this matter. Tell us say people wan hear from am.
No problem, we go here.
Okay, so after this program now I'll call you, but just to excuse you, make you forgo jolly meeting with our former president, His Excellency. Good luck, Ebede. All right, thank you very much, Anthony Hilebo. We'll see you again.
Thank you very much.
Anthony, sorry, Comrade Obidi. First of all, you have been following everything when they happen since. Where we want to start from? Is it from the convention? I mean, the one happened yesterday. Which one will start from?
Okay, you know, we go start from the very foundation. You know, say for we when they view all of these things from outside as major stakeholder in the affairs of this country, Nigeria, we will tell you say the fact that democracy still remain the best form of government anywhere in the world. But we go also look on the other hand say any democracy without a vibrant, viable, and virile opposition becomes the worst form of government anywhere, or kind of governance anywhere in the world. So as a major stakeholder in the Nigeria's affair, we must continue to dey push to ensure that there is viable opposition in our democracy. It's very unfortunate that for the time when we did, so it can't be like say political opposition they fail. Political opposition is receiving, you know, serious hate, either to extinct them or whatsoever. But even if political opposition fail, the people's opposition for where we stand no go like fail. So if any government think say a time will come when be say nobody go dey talk, or nobody go dey criticize them, or nobody go dey observe them, wetin dem dey do, na very big lie be that, because the people will oppose them even if they keep political opposition. But however, in a democratic system where they're supposed to get healthy political development, so that if ruling party they do their own, you go also allow opposition sef they do their own. But some people go argue say politics no be so. Then we go agree on that line say why anybody will be tempted to say this government at the national level is doing very badly in terms of governance, but in terms of politics is doing very well. Because any government when come in power today, the first thing when they think of not be how to improve the lives of the people or the policies when they meet. The very first agenda when they get for mind na to dismantle opposition or to scatter wetin.
But why e be like that?
Because
e be like that for other countries.
No, you know, not be so big for other countries. But our own day, because of the kind of politicians when we get for this side of the world. Because one, they know say they don't want anybody when go fit stand for their way. Because wetin dey their mind, immediately they enter office today, the next thing when dey their mind na second tenure. Are you getting it? So they go want dismantle all other forces when be say go fit wrestle power with them. And na that sickness now you dey see inside the PDP wey be major opposition today, and you go come ask us say why the thing come be like this. Two things I go tell you, my brother. One, we when they look for outside go ask ourselves the question, where the leaders of the PDP dey when e be say they come allow one person begin dey crack the party, dey crack am, dey crack am, dey crack am, almost say e don almost level everything finish. Come be like say na now their eye clear, say omo na go we dey o. So even the governors wey be dey in back before when they support am before, when they gather join, they crack everywhere. They come discover say if this house fall, they no get anywhere. Some of them no get who go even sign their form for second tenure. Now they come dey realize say make we save this thing. Not be so we talk o, we say make we quarrel, we not say make we bring down house. They no know say the guy man, the tough man when they their midst na house he wan bring come down. You go come ask yourself, how does an opposition leader till they become minister for another government, and yet you still be member, not be just member, ranking member, BOT or NEC member, how they talk for their palace, member of opposition, and at the same time you too na serving minister for the government of the day. Then some of us come dey look, we come dey look am well well, dey look am well well, we come see say, you know say during election that time when the president dey say dey gaff, e no dey fit talk well, he wan shout APC, he go call here PD APC. Yeah. Now they come dey tell us now say PD APC na be the weak you no understand. Na the factor na be that. So the man was not just talking that time, he know say he go bring somebody from inside the opposition till they destroy opposition. But for people wey get integrity, they go tell us say you cannot be everywhere, you no be Holy Spirit, you no fit put one leg for here, you put one leg for here. If you are a man of integrity, your loyalty must dey somewhere. You must get who you dey loyal to. You no understand. Like Bible talk, and you say you cannot serve two masters. It's either you are with God or you are with the devil. You know, they not get center line. You no understand. So you not be saying for public forum, you don't talk say this current president must return in 2027. Then at the same time you dey party when you say na opposition when one bring presidential candidate. So how you want to explain that one? Where is integrity? Where is the aspect of accountability and loyalty to your belief? Yes, you don't say they turn and say they talk from two sides. They talk from two sides of the mouth. You don't understand that kind of character. Yes. Now we call the C for some leaders of the PDP. But if you ask me, as somebody when they view them from outside, I go say they have not done well. It don almost dey late before people rise up to say if not die, then we die, but this party may we save am. But it's never too late to save the party. Make dem no ever think say anybody go give them their freedom and their justice at the platter of gold. Never, e no go happen o. Dem must fight. If dem believe say their party na party wey be say e go stand, dem must fight to save am. And as dem dey fight to save am, dem must get am for mind say people dey wey believe say the party no get use again, and those ones must fight to kill am. So at the end, the forces wey be say e strong pass na im go prevail. So it's a very welcome development when we see say at least the PDP come fit do convention inside katakata. That convention is a sign or a sign of relief to democratic tenets and hope of opposition in the country. Since they fit do convention, according to the principles that guides party, that convention is the highest decision-making body. Yes. If you do convention, whether court say do am, court say not do am, at the end Supreme Court go always rule that any matter wey concern those kind thing na party issues. It will still go back to that table because they go ask question, what level of internal mechanism you try to take resolve this matter before you rush come court. You know, you understand? We don't dey follow am since 1999. We know as this thing dey end. At the end, whether INEC observe that their convention,
or not,
it does not make it authentic. No, that INEC did not observe the internal party events, just like wetin happen for Labour, Julius Abure, when they say he rush do convention, INEC was there, abi INEC was not there. It does not matter. What matters is that did you notify? Did you have the 21 days window to notify INEC say I wan do this o? Whether INEC come o or they not come o, it does not stop the authenticity or whether it reduce the decision when the party make for their convention, because na internal matter. So if party can't come out and they make decision, they say they suspend XYZ persons. For any politician when get integrity, go say, okay, you say you don't want me again. Either one, you go to court to challenge your suspension, or you go say fine, if una no want me again, party ABC dey, including the one when you for currently that they pay you now, where you dey do job for them, whether na legal or illegal job you dey do for them. You go either move go that one, or you move go where you dey relevant. But you know, politicians go wan fight, because na that fight wey dem dey fight sometimes na dey determine their relevance. If you no sabi cause trouble for Nigeria politics, you fit not get relevant. It's either you sabi dey cause trouble or you sabi dey do the other one wey dem dey do for election day. They go easily dey give you relevance for the kind politics wey dem dey play for Nigeria now. So it is my sincere recommendation to the opposition family, say make dem look inward. The rain wey dem dey draw to themselves, many a times e go come back, e go beat everybody. Very soon, if this same opposition like the Wike people, if he continue like this, he is going to lose his political relevance. Because wetin dey make you get political relevance na when you get house.
Yeah.
When you hold.
When you get house.
Na that same PDP na the Wike take negotiate with the president of today.
And at the same
wetin e call so the same Wike na im dem dey use according to the other fashion take dey destroy the house wey im take negotiate. So you go look am from these two angles, you go see am say, man, all of them need to use their sense.
All of them need to use their sense. Well, they are the matter we dey talk today. Udwata. Udwata means heart of the matter. And make I no hide that away. E be like say some people never know about. They call them ITV as that time. Be like say my brother do this if never know. As that time na raffle draw. And background rice no cheap. 500 naira. Some people they win 50,000. Some they win 100,000. Some they win 150. Some they win 200. Almost 2 days that would say do raffle draw, and that money, if you win, it will go a long way. All you need to do to join that ITV as a time, before we go our break, maybe you join that *347 *732 hash. Try it. *347 *732 hash. Just try it. It will just give you step by step on how you will take join ITV as a time. It dey work o, and a lot of people dey smile go out, don't buy Christmas rice, don't buy shoes, don't buy so many things. If you be the next person. Our brother Emma will be the day house, and our brother Joseph Kadiri and Hilebo, our brother they say he won't go party, so that will not come out. But we see there here on the matter. The matter we say where will they go for PDP? The only opposition when we say viable or rather viable opposition waiting for Obodo Nigeria as politics of today concern. Yes, we know say some other ones, but now the viable one when we say really get network, but unfortunately they just crash like pack of cars. All right, we go one short break. When we come back, the program with water will continue.
ITV, certainly the best.
program Udota means Heart of the Matter, and with the original from Independent Television. We dey always come here every Thursday 4:30 to discuss issue. A day for example with Comrade Emmanuel Ogbidi, and we dey look at what happened for Wadata House for a few days ago and what happened for Ibadan, and all of these things are now be wetin we dey look at. A lot of decisions some say they don't take, but the other thing be say as they suspend the Wike and the other one, in group come out, they can say they suspend the other people.
You see, for where you know, for the political system when we get today, some of us are tempted to say our politicians not get shame. You know, understand? They not get shame because ordinarily illegality is not supposed to just dey try freely like this. If they suspend you for your party and you believe in the rule of law, you believe in the constitution of your party, okay, you no go fit come bring illegality take dey challenge the original position of your party as it were, because time, as they dey talk and say, time does not run against the state. If your party hold convention and that convention you no attend, you dey see am so you were not in attendance of that convention, which ordinarily number one, you does not have the local standing to challenge the decision
when they take
for that meeting or that convention when you no attend. So all you just need to do as an honourable man is to either go to court for court to interpret the decision, or you decide to abide by the decision of your party. Say you can't go small meeting or you can't gather your own group of people, you take the challenge decision when the highest decision making organ or gathering of your party do, you can't dey counter am, not be good development to the opposition leaders for the state. And we know say all of these things na politics of playing the game or playing the doing the job you have been hired to do. So if you come out and say I suspend you, suspension not just dey hold water. The question wey you go ask, who hold the meetings, where they for hold them, and wetin be the strength and the powers of those people when take that decision. So if
inside the system,
inside the system, exactly. So if you marry this one and this one together, even any common man go look and say, which one me go follow for here? So ordinarily, to the eyes of the people, they know we are correct. But let me tell you, the fact is that the other people must continue to play the spoilers, because their own na to make sure say this opposition, as far they not play dance to their tune, they no go see the light of the day.
But another thing we happen for Ibadan, way some people also dey comfortable with the governor of Adamawa State.
Yes.
I think Fitri.
Yes.
In the middle of the game, he withdraw. You see that one?
You know, say they say
that
this.
That will not get anything to do with the outcome of this particular convention.
You know, say the truth is that they say in democracy, majority go get their way, but minority go get their say. Now, I think that development when you say it happen for that convention, the position of the Adamawa governor, it actually in a way credits, in my view, it credits the convention. It give a positive credit. It give an authentic coloration. How? And ask me why.
How?
My brother, if you get gathering where everybody they think the same way, oga run comot for there, that mean say something not dey correct. You know say so. But if you get gathering of 10, you go see am say maybe 8 dey see am like this, then maybe 2 dey see am the other way, then another 2 dey see am from another angle. So even in that convention, it means say everybody come with their mind and their belief for the party. Why some see certain decisions to be okay, some also see and say maybe we for do one like this, which means they get diversities. But at the end, remember say they go always put to votes any decision when they take, including the principal officers when emerge from that convention na by vote, and a majority na their voice na they count for any democratic system. Okay, so some people come talk say they're not supposed to just suspend them or they're not supposed to just expel them. Remember that governor, he get somebody wey also come out from inside when be wan also contest for the chairmanship position, when come out from that in own state abi in own region, when e be say by one way or the other be also politicking dynamics, that one they not fit contest. And some people do also argue say that one na the interest of another big man when dey the party before na himself dey try to protect, you know say. So people wey take those decisions, e be like a cleaning effect. They wan clean the party to ensure say anybody wey emerge na people wey be say their loyalty no dey divided, their loyalty dey the party, so that the party go fit stand, or so that they go fit stand from where they dey.
For inside our data house yesterday, we see, I don't know my brother whether you go see the video, we see Turaki rather, yes, SCN, the new chairman of the party.
Yes.
They appeal to Donald Trump to make us save democracy for Nigeria. What will be the implication of that kind of appeal wey you make? Okay,
I would say maybe because when I see the man, two things, out of being overwhelmed by the Iki Aka when surround that event that day, so he was like somebody that is drowning and he needed to cry for help wherever the help can come from. And not forget say part of the things when they top burner for discussions, including social media and conventional media, was the statement of Donald Trump when he concerned genocide of Christians in Nigeria very recently. Why some people call, they say Donald Trump make you come, Donald Trump make you not come. Meanwhile, the issue of Donald Trump making a statement was regarding the insecurity and insurgency in Nigeria. So maybe the new chairman, they see the things when they happen for PDP as political insurgency and political insecurity. So he just used that one maybe as a way of crying for ultimate help in his own way. So, but there is no way Donald Trump can come to begin to intervene on issue that concerns opposition parties and ruling parties in Nigeria. No, that one not possible, because that one is purely political matter. It's different from the issue of terrorism and insecurity. Anything wey concern terrorism anywhere in the world can concern America, but anything wey concern political manipulation and dynamics, that one no go ever concern Trump, because Trump too dey play in politics, both local and international politics. But wetin that one mean also is that things no dey work well. Okay, system and institutions no dey give relevant opposition the enabling environment to do their activity. E be like a political suppression.
Okay, political suppression. Do you see now in all of this now, you dey for television now as a civil society activist. Do you see, number one, Voice of Jacob and Body of Esau? When I mean by that now, number one, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu supposed to get any role supposed to play for this matter, or a lot of people they talk for win-win, we say na him dey do am like this. Which of them you follow? This crisis now, a lot of them they say na the ruling party through President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, na most of this thing that happen. Is Voice of Jacob, Body of Esau.
You know, say I start like this when we start today. I say the president or the government of Ahmed Bola Tinubu, in my opinion, is doing very, very badly in terms of governance. in this country today because the common man not dey feel am. But in terms of politics, he's doing very well.
Okay.
So if you understand what I dey talk, in terms of the politicking
Yes.
in the country today, he's doing well politically,
Politically.
but he's doing very badly in terms of governance.
Yes.
That one na one way when I take dey answer your question. The second way now be say you get soldier for house when they work for you, okay, and the soldier when they work for you enter the next community, e go dey destroy the whole community, and you no call am come back say, hey young man, come back home, what are you doing, stop what you are doing. Wetin that one mean? E mean say the thing wey the guy dey do, either na you send am or the thing dey benefit you. And if we do mathematical calculation, the fact is that destroying any opposition or crumbling any opposition or giving any opposition problem is part of politicking.
Part of politicking.
It's part of politicking. And na that way na then they use currently. But the only problem wey we get with am, you can do your politicking, don't use institutions of states vis-a-vis courts, for example court, security agencies. You no fit use am take dey suppress democratic institutions and bodies that give life to democracy. Now let that one na im dem dey do when e be say e no correct, because we go tell opposition say put your house
In order.
in order. So if you allow the man infiltrate all of una, as dem dey call am for wetin e call football, dem say if you allow dem give you leg over, dem enter your defence scatter am, na una fault. Are you getting it now? So we no fit talk say the man hand no dey, and we no fit talk say the man hand dey, but if you look the whole situation wey dey inside, my brother, him whole foot soldiers and his whole army, people wey dey loyal to am, okay, dem dey inside the crisis. So na the thing just be.
Okay, look at again. Now I just bring you back, take you back memory lane. The ruling, the party again. That time, wetin be if you say they no gree sell for Sule Lamido, the former governor of Jigawa State, because that one too, he go court and the whole court so say make dem no do the convention, because you talk say just as say anything wey court talk at the end of the day, Supreme Court don already talk as say that, but the court come rule for Sule Lamido.
Now the question wey you go first ask yourself, why be say all the court wey dem dey go, the one when decision they make na make dem no do the convention. E no come get court when go come look this matter, go court us say let me also have freedom of fair hearing, or by way of involving the other party, whether you call am ex parte order or whether you call am whatever order wey you go take from court. Any order wey you go seek to suspend the convention, court go grant am. This one go stop convention, court go grant am. But the truth is that,
But the Ibadan own,
yes,
you
you see now, you see why we dey talk about our democratic institutions.
Yes.
Say now when we come begin dey allow dem dey use our democratic institutions take dey mango the politics of allowing our democracy to survive. Now that one not good for inside. How courts of either coordinate jurisdiction,
yes,
or whatever reason, different courts.
e happen well
matter
well
when be say
e happen well for Buhari time, my brother.
My brother, so
same court.
Adamawa
court don go
talk this one. This one now go talk in your own.
Zamfara go talk.
Then when you ask them, they go say according to the matters before me, or according to the issues as presented before me. At this point in time, my brother, our court system or our judicial system don supposed to get a central platform.
Yes.
When it be say if any judge issue an order, either an ex parte order or an order of mandamus or whatsoever they put out for their legal perspective, immediately go reflect for the platform. So if any judge wants sit on similar matter, he go look, immediately he enter system, before he take decision, he go look and see the history of wetin don dey happen. Because this one taking you for Abuja, this one taking you for Adamawa, this one taking you for Oyo. The judge go say, we no know wetin that one talk, or we no hear wetin that one talk. This one as e dey before me. So when you go come look am like that, at the end, everybody dey do the one wey correct for their eyes.
Everybody do the one wey correct for the eye. The program Our Daughter, and with the original from Independent Television. Not forget, like I tell you before when we start this program, we get our own raffle draw for here. Bag of rice now 55,000, 50,000, you don dey drop. And once you play that at a time, 500 naira, you can win 55,000. You can win 100,000. You can win 150. You can win 200,000. What you need to do, and now every 2 days, now we tell you do that raffle draw. All you need to do is just do dial *347 *732#. Dial that number, and they will give you step by step on how you go take play as a time. Once you play, something go enter as a. Now, so my brother Don Jera tell talk, and so all of us they talk about it. The program Our Daughter with original from Independent Television. So ordinarily, yes, at this point we were supposed to just begin to take on a calls, but due to some technical issues, we never fit take on a call today. But Mark, come to you, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Ima. Waiting number one. You no believe say, or not say you believe. The way we dey go, so we dey drift to one party state already.
E no go fit happen. You know why? Because the system itself we always bounce back. Because we dey talk and say when you pursue goats reach war, later you see say the goat go turn. You go face where danger dey come. Say wetin wan happen may happen. Na there na the PDP dey now. Wetin wan happen make e happen. Then not forget say we get oppositions also like Labour. Na so this say Labour kurukere they don get like more than like 3 chairman. You understand? Na so we come later the year SDP. But let me tell you, the crisis for one opposition is an opportunity for another opposition to spring up. Na so play we e get opposition party wey we no dey hear before. Suddenly boom, the crisis for one side produce voice for that small party wey nobody dey talk. You know say for election time we dey hear say major political parties. E get some wey we no dey refer to major political parties before. Suddenly they don jack up their platform. They now saw the platform to be relevant. Now make me dey tell you say there is no strong party, there is no major political party. All political parties dey get the ability and capacity to rise up. Now when opportunity come for them to manifest, just as opportunity dey come for Labour that time, Labour is supposed to be one of the major political oppositions today. But the people when utilize the benefit of that movement of Labour Party, all of them, they don't have political ideology and sincerity.
Comrade Emmanuel Ogbidi, time not dey again as you dey see am. But before you come out here,
yes,
what will be the implication of all of this for democracy for Nigeria?
The implication be say our democracy dey evolve.
To the right side, or to the left, or
yes,
the back, go like
this? You see, now we go determine where it go go.
Who be the we?
Because the we now the Nigeria people. Okay? Remember, say politicians or the active or career politicians na 2% of our population. Wetin we need to do now to build political consciousness on the entire Nigerians, so that not be the party where you belong go determine who win election. Now the person when he be say he perform and please Nigerians, na him go dey win election. Not be the person when they control security and INEC and judiciary, not be he go win election. Now the person when Nigerians stand for him back. So all of these things when they happen now, na part of the evolutions. You understand? Remember, I get the time when we say onions and pepper, now they win election. Later, wrapper and rice, come they win election. Now, money, buying of votes, now they win election. Now, where will they go down now to destroy the camp of your enemy and all of that, all the oppositions? So at a time, we will get to a point when we say, when they go do election, opposition go get almost 50, or it go get 48%. Ruling party go get 52. There will be healthy and competitive democratic system. Okay. Now that time you can say the democracy go balance. We will not just they get rubber stamp House of Assembly. We go they get ideas when you go fit say to anybody and lobby their conscience before you can pass through decisions.
Again, comrade Emmanuel Ogbidi.
I greet you, sir.
I salute for the time with you, Jonas.
I greet you specially. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll take wrap up the program today. We salute all the members of the technical crew who make this production possible. Our brother Anthony Hillebo, we thank you. All the from Bojo. Joseph Kadiri, he did for Wadata House all through when all those tech guys they show. He did there, but at the end of the day, at least we were able to talk to him, even with his tight schedule. All right, we'll do it again next week. Don't forget to ITV at that time. Now, *347 *732 hash. *347 *732 hash. Try them, you're not going to regret. We'll do it again next week, Thursday. God bless Nigeria. My name is Mark Ololo. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
A very beautiful evening to you, and thank you for joining us on the ITV News for tonight. I am Lawrence Osifo. Protesting residents of Iyowa community in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State have blocked the Benin-Akure Express Road in the early hours of today, calling on the government and security agencies to rescue them from kidnappers who, according to them, invaded the community daily, abducting innocent citizens and demanding ransom and killing others. Pius Nsogo reports that the situation left many travelers stranded as motorists was not allowed to move through the expressway.
Residents of Iyowa, apparently disturbed by the turn of events in their community, took over the road and barricaded it at strategic points, thereby preventing free flow of traffic. According to them, kidnappers now raid the community on a daily basis, carrying off their victims, demanding huge ransoms, and killing others on the spot.
Even the incident that happened yesterday, the Kiadolo Division Area Command was here, taking the cops that were killed the previous day, and another kidnapping was going on in the same hour.
We have faced so many problems here, and I will beg the governor and the police and the army to come to our aid and help us to take care of these insurgents that we can be free.
Narrating his ordeal, a young man whose wife was abducted a few hours earlier pleaded with the government to come to his aid.
I don't get to pay 50 million. I been never 50 or 70. I want to 50 million come out. I don't get anybody who will help me. I beg, go, beg, help me. I beg. I beg. We need your attention. We need your attention. I beg, go.
We are begging the governor. We are begging the police. We are begging the military. We are begging everybody. It should be a joint effort. These people, they are coming with impunity. They don't hurry. They take their time. 3 hours. 3 good hours. No disturbance. They were at peace, as if they are doing a legal operation.
The Kiadolo division tried to persuade the protesters to leave the road, but to no avail. Soon, the Edo State Commissioner of Police, Monday Ogbonika, arrived at the scene.
Coming to this place, I'm happy that I have seen many youths who are energetic. This energy you have, you are wasting it blocking the road. Let us use it to fight the kidnappers.
At the time of this report, the Edo State Police boss was still making efforts to pacify the protesters and convince them to reopen the road. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Kano Command has arrested 230 suspects and recovered large quantities of illicit drugs and weapons during a coordinated 30-day operation across the state. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim has the details.
The commander of the Strategic Command, Abubakar Ahmad, said the sustained operations targeted notorious drug hoops across Kano in collaboration with other security agencies. Speaking on the impact of the exercise, the NDLEA commander highlighted the positive results recorded so far.
This operation led to the arrest of 230 suspects involved in various drug-related offenses and the recovery of significant quantities of illicit substances and weapons. The raids were strategically targeted at notorious drug hotspots across the state, including Oforua, Tasharami, Rijel Lemo, Kurna, Miltara, Zage, Lorei.
He noted that the crackdown has drastically reduced drug abuse and related crimes, including forgery and phone snatching, thereby restoring confidence among the residents in the affected communities. The NDLEA says the operations will continue as part of its renewed commitment to rid Kano states of illicit drug and ensure a safer and more secure environment for social and economic activity. Dol Ibrahim, ITV News Kano.
Family, friends, and well-wishers gathered to celebrate the life and legacy of late Deacon Benjamin Ehigbai, a devoted Christian and a man of integrity. Management of ITVN Radio, led by the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, attended the social dance held in honor of the deceased, who is the father of Mrs. Oluiji Uihokai, a staff of the station. The report by Shalom Onwara is presented by Jolade Ojo.
The funeral commenced with a service of songs marked by praise, worship and prayers for the deceased.
He was a pillar of strength, wisdom and encouragement.
Deacon Ehigbai is someone who was known to be very humane.
Very humble, is a peaceful man, and he served God until he had that grave.
The body was later conveyed from Igbinesian Hospital mortuary to his residence in a solemn procession filled with emotions and memories. The funeral service brought together family members, church members, and friends to bid farewell to a man who served God diligently and humanity faithfully. The Thanksgiving service was held at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Sunshine Province, Edo 4. It was a celebration of gratitude, marking the peaceful transition of Deacon Ehigbai. The The reception was graced by the Managing Director, Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, the Executive Director of Operations, Chief Elder Ogbede Nwonse, and Deputy General Manager, Program Division, Dr. Soniju Kokosum. At the reception, guests were entertained while family members expressed appreciation to everyone who stood by them throughout the period of grief.
My dad was an educationist. He was a disciplinarian. He loved God to the later. I miss him dearly.
I appreciate everyone for their support and those who were there during the burial.
A kind-hearted man, put everybody before himself. He was selfless.
We that he has left behind, that will be able to follow his good legacy.
My dad was a very hardworking person. He was humble to the core.
Oluije's father is happy where he is right now because of the array of dignitaries, friends, family members, well-wishers that have come to celebrate with them.
They've lost a great person.
From Benin, Jola Diljo, ITV News.
Regular engagement in sports and exercise has been described as an effective way to maintaining fit and promoting healthy living. The Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Professor Mrs. Idia Nibokun Izeyamu, stated this during the opening ceremony of the 9th edition of the CMD Football Cup tournament held at the UBTH Sports Complex. Usemudia Meusagi brings the report.
In keeping with its tradition of promoting healthy living through sports, the CMD of UBTH, Professor Idia Nibokun Izeyamu, unveiled the trophy for the 9th edition of the CMD Cup. Professor Izeyamu described the tournament as a vital platform for promoting teamwork, fitness and mental well-being among participants.
I want to encourage you that this is a good opportunity for you to stay healthy. Sporting activities gives you the capacity to exercise, to socialize, to just take a break from the very hectic things that you do on a day-to-day basis.
Chairman Organizing Committee of the CMD Cup, Dr. Philip Ogodi, said the tournament celebrates excellence and discipline and assured that the competition will be keenly contested.
The CMD Cup has become one of UBTH's most cherished sporting traditions. Beyond football, this event represents unity, represents awareness, teamwork, and the shared commitment and defines our institution.
Professor Izeyamu later performed the ceremonial kickoff before the opening match, which saw UBTH FC begin their campaign with a thrilling 3-0 victory over Physiotherapy FC.
And it's a picture now for...
Some of the players reacted to the outcome of the opening encounter.
It was a nice game. We played like 5 times, so it's only one they've won us. So I was expecting the winning so far.
I want to thank the CMD of UBTH for creating this platform so that we'll have this connectivity.
In the final match of the day, defending champions Nast Wheelers FC were held to a goalless draw by Golden Age FC. The 9th edition of the CMD Cup will feature 16 teams. From Benin, Osemudiame Osage, ITV News.
Fulkar 7 House, also known as the Yellow House, has lifted the trophy as the overall winner of the 37th annual Inter-House Sports Competition of the Air Force Primary School in Benin City. Pius Nsogo reports that the colorful sporting event attracted parents and dignitaries from all walks of life, including the Commander 107 Air Maritime Group, Air Commodore Izzy Victor Ono, the MD, ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, amongst others.
The champions, Fulkar 7 Yellow House, were celebrated by all after being announced as the overall winners. Red House came second, while Green House placed third. The 4 houses, yellow, red, blue, and green, from both the nursery and primary sections, competed keenly in various sporting events, such as dressing up early for school, relay race, filling the basket, and the 100 meters race. Parents, teachers, and old students also participated in the 100 meters race, in both male and female categories. In a remark, the Commander 107 Maritime Group, Air Commodore Eze Victor Onu, represented by Group Captain Anthony Owonikoko, commended the school management for their efforts in nurturing the pupils in sports and academics.
We have witnessed not just competition,
that the true spirit of sportsmanship, courage, teamwork, discipline, and respect.
Earlier, the head teacher of school, Dr. Caroline Izilen, said the sporting event is meant to instill a sense of competition, fair play, and sportsmanship in the pupils. She thanked parents and sponsors of the events.
We believe also in contributing to the society by catching them young at their formative age.
In an interview, the MD, ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, represented by Director Radio, Dr. Dan Omosusi, and the Chairman, Edo State Football Association, Fred Newton Ironse, described the event as an avenue for discovering young talents.
The importance of extracurricular activities, especially sports, cannot be overemphasized because sports promote healthy living.
The chairman of the occasion was Honorable Efe Izevizua. Also in attendance was the executive director, Edo State Sports Commission, while the police band was on ground to entertain the audience. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Edo State Police Command has announced the arrest and the prosecution of a 24-year-old social media content creator, popularly known as Madam Oil Rice, for circulating a fabricated claim of being kidnapped along the Upper Sokomba Road in Benin City. In a statement issued on Saturday, the commander explained that the suspect, identified as Usarobu Omoyeme, had published a video alleging that she was kidnapped, released by police operatives, and subsequently detained at the Akbata police station, where she claimed she was forced to pay 10,000 naira as bail. The police clarified that upon receiving the report, an investigation was immediately initiated and findings confirmed that the entire story was false, deliberate, and staged. The suspect reportedly confessed during interrogation that she created the video solely to attract followers to her TikTok page. The Edo State Police Commander stated that the suspect was arrested and will be charged to court, on Thursday, 20th November 2025. The need for President Bola Tinubu and the entire political class to form a common front in tackling insecurity in the country has been emphasized by panelists on an audience participation program, Politics Today. Efusa Wangwe reports that the guests expressed sadness over the kidnapping of school children and teachers by bandits in Niger State.
The past few weeks in Nigeria have been troubling as bandits continue to carry out attacks unchecked, beginning with the abduction of 38 Christian worshippers in Kwara, the killing of several others, and the kidnapping of school children in Kebbi and Niger states, among other incidents yet to be confirmed. A university lecturer, Professor Tony Ejewere, a legal practitioner, Greg Yayi, and a public affairs analyst, Danisi Etota, who joined the program virtually from Abuja, called on President Tinubu to address insecurity from its roots. They noted that some individuals believed to be linked to the formation of terrorism groups are still within the system, adding that anyone with such affiliation must be filtered out if the government is serious about ending insecurity.
There's an internal problem, so the Nigerian within the Nigerian army. So they couldn't do much. If you are desperate for power and you want to get power, even at the expense of your own country, this is the kind of thing that you get from it.
If we are sincere in tackling this situation, this insecurity situation, we should come up and examine or interrogate basic issues.
Political analyst Etiosa Igebo and a strong supporter of President Bola Tinubu, Chief Daniel Matthew, who also joined the program virtually from the United Kingdom, agreed that the issue has political undertones. However, Chief Daniel stressed that the president must demonstrate the political will to confront the scourge head-on.
I think it's political. This whole adoption reminds us very vividly of the Chibok girls, it's all in the name of to discredit the government.
Until we come to grip that this so-called Nigeria needs to be re-examined and reimagined
Listeners on radio and viewers on television also contributed to the discussion through phone calls. Politics Today is an audience participation program aired simultaneously on ITV and radio every Saturday from 10:30 to 11:30 in the morning. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
This is our package on the news for tonight. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. From everyone here, do have a beautiful and a pleasant night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits,
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So today on Viewpoint, let's talk about the insecurity that has been affecting Nigeria as a country and how it affects our economy, our agricultural sector, and most importantly, our means of livelihood.
Security is the most important element if you are talking about whether state development or national development. No investment can thrive when there is no guaranteed security. And I don't think any economy can grow. I don't think any country can do well if the security architecture of that country is not such that it's able to arrest things that will make investors scared to put their investments in that very environment. And then on the issue of Donald Trump, some people say it's threatening Nigeria, but I don't think it's threatening Nigeria. The issues raised that led to Donald Trump and the Secretary of War of the United States wanting to come to Nigeria, those issues, are they real? Those are the questions to ask. The killings, are they real? Is there massacre people, whether Christians or non-Christians. I don't believe that the people that are doing it, that they are Muslims, because I do know that Islam does not encourage killings. So for them to think that they are on some mission for God in quotes, and nobody has been able to stop them. We have a country where the security agencies have not been able to curb these things for so many years. 8 years of Buhari is gone. We are post 2 years now into Tinubu administration. That's 10 years. And in a country like Nigeria, you still see where they will show you on video where people are being killed and buried. The question when some people talk, the question I always ask them is it because those that are affected are not directly related to it? So I think that the American government, coming out to say that if Nigeria cannot solve it, they want to come and solve it. I think it's a wake-up call on one, the president who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is the chief security officer of Nigeria, to either do the needful and let every Nigerian feel protected within our country.
As of today, obviously insecurity has become a thing of concern for every Nigerian. And primarily from our own research, I personally have realized that the insecurity is given birth to by Nigerians themselves, in line with the high rate of corruption in the system. Insecurity can only reduce when the corruption level is reduced. The primary cause of insecurity in our society is lack of consequences to crime. So if there are consequences, as we all know, the Nigerians are very good in abiding to laws when there is consequences to the crime they commit. So the Nigerians are very good in taking advantage of loopholes when there is no consequences to their crime. If you pay attention to Nigerians that are in diaspora today, you realize that 80% of them are very law-abiding over there. The primary reason for that is because in the Western world, the consequences to crime is not negotiable. So, but coming back home today, we all have seen it, taking a negative toll on our society, and we all are, affected by it in one way or the other. Talking about foreign intervention to Nigeria, we all, I wouldn't say we all know, but for me, it is obviously clear that this was expected at a point. It's in two ways. One way is because of the applications of the current federal government, the steps they are taking to boycott American. The country we are living in right now is a one-party system. And obviously, it's not healthy for the country. We see governors, everybody moving to APC today. So Nigeria is in the state of in the state of surgery. So we need a surgery at this point, because a society that does not have a competitor is as good as doomed.
What Abai will say right now is concerning the herdsmen that come to our community here. Those are real cow. They normally come with their cow to eat people cross here in my community here. They used to come with their cow. Instead of them to move along the road so that their cow will not eat grass from the road, they will take those cows to the people's farm in community. They will be eating their cross. Some will have cassava, some will have yam. Those cows will not destroy those cross in their farm. Many occasions, those people, they will come to me, started explaining what is going on in their farm concerning the herdsmen with their cow. We don't want such a thing from the community. The way they are damaging people crossing here in community is very bad. Also, in our secondary school in Umtekon here is very bad. There is no window in those school, no door. There are some iron shed that those children are using to sit in the school. Some boys, we don't know them, they will go there, destroy those shed, pack those iron and bend it, fold it and take it to somewhere they will go and sell those iron. It's the iron that they are taking from the shed. They will remove the wool that the children will use supposed to write in school. Then we remove those one away from the shed. Then we fold the iron, take it away to go and sell it to wherever they want to sell it. We doesn't want such a thing in community. We are still pleading, we are begging so that they can also support us. It's supposed the school is well available for us. The school is well built. Those windows have been fixed. Those doors have been fixed. By the time those door or window are being locked, I believe that they can never go there and be stealing those iron share in school.
First and foremost, let me start with how it affects our livelihood. You will discover that when farmers can no longer access their farms, they can no longer cultivate crops, you find out that there is food shortage and there is food insecurity. People will be hungry and the few crops or agricultural products, the price will skyrocket, which will result in inflation. And if the prices of foodstuff increase, every other thing will increase to catch up with the prices of foodstuff. You'll find out that when there is insecurity, people can no longer travel. You find out that you see situations where buses are stopped and everybody is kidnapped. How will people do interstate and intercity economic matters or businesses? You find out that everyone is holed up in his own state or in his own city without being able to do cross-country businesses. And again, you find out that foreign investments run away from countries or places where there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity or fear of the unknown, money flies away. People start taking out their finances, their investment, and running away from that country. That is the problem Nigeria is facing, and it is not good for our economic development. And if need be, what stops us from asking for help? If your house is on fire and only you cannot quench the fire, will you not call in neighbors to help? I have spoken against his rhetoric before, but we should look beyond how he speaks. We all know Donald Trump, he will always be Trump. But we must look beyond that and see how we can be helped. Now, Donald Trump seems to have the list of people who are behind this mess that we are in. And so everyone is jittery. But Nigeria needs help. And if help is coming, we should accept it so that these bandits, these headsmen can be driven away. We must not play politics with our security. If we need help, we should accept help.
Insecurity in Nigeria ranges between banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, and of course, these ethnic clashes. We cannot rule that one out. Also, the farmer headers herdsmen clashes, we can also rule it out. And the fact remains that this has been so predominant in the north and southeast of Nigeria. And I think of recent, we started experiencing kidnapping in the south. Before now, at the advent of the democratic system in this era, there was this militants in the south. But I think at the moment, what we are experiencing now, one can only say that there is other hidden agenda which is not visible to the understanding of the natural man, because we discovered that in the north, a lot of religious crisis, so to say, because we see the Christians are being killed almost on daily basis, churches are burnt, and of recent, the United States of America alerted us that there is, of course, genocide, the massacre of the Christians in Nigeria, of which we are not ignorant of that fact, because it has been always on the news. In Benue, in Plateau, of course, Nasarawa, Borno, Adamawa, where the Christian Association of Nigeria chairman of that state was also killed. I think as it stands, the effect is so devastating. For example, you are going to discover that, especially in the northern region, there's going to be restriction of movements, transportation. Of course, also in the south, because you cannot move so freely, because fear of being kidnapped is there, and this herdsmen issue, because like in our community of recent, we saw some of these people also creating some problem, resulting in killings, and of course, those things are likely to have adverse effects on our economy, and of course, in the movement of citizens.
Insecurity is affecting our culture, is affecting food production, short of food, short of yams. At the same time, years back, we see yams everywhere, plantains everywhere, and all that. So, if I may say, but Nigeria is a nation, country, and we also have a stake. But since our government are proving the otherwise, what do you expect us to do? Everywhere insecurity. Benin City, where we are, those the security, Fulani X-Men everywhere, Tiala and all those terrorist group and all that. Not until they browned these bandits as terrorists, I think they won't do anything about it. And to a large extent, they're being funded by powers on high. At this point, Nigerians are helpless, and that's the gospel truth. We're helpless. The nation is on the standstill, nothing is working. Nothing at all is working. And so, if now our president is beginning to wake up and ask for assembly, it's the right call towards the right direction. They should wake up and do something. Because for too long, I think some persons are making profit out of this banditry and whatever is going on, this so-called Boko Haram and all that. How can you have in a nation, in a country that we are Nigeria, our nation, we have no other country, whether we travel to America, wherever, we're still Nigerians. Just imagine, in this same nation, we have Sharia law. Does it make any sense? I will say we want Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if we are Nigerians anymore. I don't know the right word to say. And I think the Northerners, it's high time they wake up to know we are Nigerians. We are one Nigeria, one nation. Nigeria is not for me alone, it's not for the North, it's not for the Igbos, it's not for the Yoruba, it's not for the Edos, it's not for the Shekiri or Jaws or whatever. It's for everybody. And when we wake up to that responsibility, I think and I believe Nigeria will go forward.
The security of life and property and the welfare of the citizenry is the primary obligation, the duty of the government as enshrined in our Constitution, particularly under Chapter 2, precisely Section 14, Subsection 2B, where it says that the government's primary responsibility shall be to provide welfare of the citizens and security of lives and property. And that, be that as it may, it seems that our security issue has lingered for such a long time, that it beginning to give some inferences, that people are beginning to infer that there's more to it. There are people who are cashing out on this, our insecurity, which shows that it's being politicized. There's more to it. Because in my own honest view, I think that whatever challenge you have in this insecurity can squarely be handled and tackled by the government, except that they are having some cold feet probably because of some of their interests or inordinate benefits they are getting from it. Otherwise, if you are set to tackle insecurity, who are these insurgents that you cannot suppress? But because there are political motives, there are selfish, objective. There are people who are making it here and there. I mean, insecurity or kidnapping and banditry have come in the realms of billions now. They now ask people for ransom in billions, in hundreds of millions. So it has become very profitable to indulge in. So people have been encouraged to get into it because government has provided a veritable ground for it to fester. So now I think that since Nigeria is a sovereign nation, foreign intervention cannot happen. America cannot invade Nigeria without incurring the wrath of the international community. But as a sovereign nation, your internal affairs are to be managed and handled by you and not to another nation. But America being the number one world police of all the nations, you don't expect them to fold their hands and watch the gory scenes that are flowing out from from Nigeria every day, where people are being beheaded recklessly and ruthlessly, where people's lives have been turned upside down, people have been maimed and brutalized, people have been chased away from their ancestral homes, and nothing is being done, despite the amount of budget, huge, humongous money they've been budgeted for fighting insecurity. It ends up in private courts. And the kind of, when you fight a war that those who are fighting it are part of it, it becomes difficult to win. But most of the people fighting insurgency and insecurity are part of the problem. So that's why it becomes a problem. So I don't think that it is impossible for America to invade Nigeria. It has happened in the past.
Now we blame the federal government and the state government, not only Edo State. It's no more news. We are aware how the bandit came into Nigeria. I would not want to dwell on it too much. It affects the community, even the rural area. Farmers that are even farming on their own inside my farm. I have almost 50 laborers. Do you know if I didn't employ security people, that village would not have been going to farm at all. And yet we are not feeling the impact of either the state government or the federal government. This place is a bit fair. What of Benue and Plateau? The government should wake up.
For a very long time now, the issue of our insecurity, has been quite alarming. Yes, as a nation that is suffering insecurity, the economy of such a country is going to be stagnated. As a country is also seeking to grow our economy, it is also very important that investors from around the world are attracted to invest into the economy. And then let's also look at our citizens. If there's unrest regarding, if the liberty of the people is being threatened, there's no how people can go about their daily endeavors. Right now, it's also the present issue that farmers no longer go to their farms at will because of the issue of banditry, kidnapping, and all of that, which is a major problem in our current society. It is also to that effect that we as human rights activists within our own capacity are trying out to the government to ensure that the right security apparatus is being employed, and then that the government of the day is trying to focus more their energy is being channeled to address the issues of insecurity as the ultimate unrest in our nation. With no reasons to dispute that Nigeria currently is going through insecurity, like you rightly said. But then as a president of a country which we believe should also be inclined to international law, we see it as a disrespect, to Nigeria as a sovereign state. Yes, before we engage, there are rules of engagement. If Nigeria as a sovereign nation is in one way or the other having a bilateral agreement or a diplomatic agreement with the U.S., inviting the U.S. government to intervene in an issue, then it would be a different case. And then the reasons why I, as a person, which I'm also entitled to my opinion, will not support that effort is because the United States, when it comes to military intervention, has a very poor record, because we've seen instances of countries where they intervene and such countries were left in ruin, and Libya is a forceful example in Africa.
Amid insecurity that is currently affecting Nigeria as a country and its citizens, with different reactions from our respondents, who also called on the federal government to do the needful to boost the security of lives and properties of citizens. They also reacted and made reference to the intervention statement made by the United States of America's President Donald Trump, calling it a welcome development, and it should also be something that should be welcomed by the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
Great to have you join us on Politics today as we begin with two major developments shaping Nigeria's national conversation. First, the escalating wave of insecurity once again grips the nation. Another disturbing incident which emerged from Niger State, where a Catholic school suffered yet another abduction, raising urgent questions about our security strategy, the safety of our educational institutions, and of course the broader implications for communities living under constant threat. Well, we will be examining the factors behind this troubling trend and what resolutions might look like. And later on the show, we will turn our gaze on the controversy surrounding Nnamdi Kanu, whose life sentence ruling has sparked intense political, legal, and of course social debate. What does this decision mean? Troubling decision, you may say, for national cohesion, the rule of law, and of course the road ahead for Nigeria. We'll also explore how this moment could shape the country's political landscape in the months to come. Of course, we have a panel of analysts standing by to break down these issues from every angle. And stay with me, my name is Philip Omogyupon, never will I forget that. And don't forget that as we progress on the show, listeners on independent radio and of course viewers on independent television will be allowed to join. Via the course, you will be pouring in others for free. And of course, I will be urging you to be civil in your presentation. And of course, quickly hitting the ground, running on what we have today, starting with my guests in the studio. At my extreme left, I have a professor from Novena University, Professor Tony Joweri. Big thanks for coming.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
And next, just at the extreme, is a politician, and here is Honorable Etiosa Igebo. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Good morning, viewers. Thank you.
And of course, I have a reverend with me, also a legal practitioner, Barrister Greg Iyayi. Big thanks for taking time to be here.
Good morning, Philip, and good morning, viewers and listeners on radio.
Well, we'll be extending the discussion to virtually to a global analyst joining us via Zoom from the United Kingdom, and it is Chief Daniel Akwemokan Matthews. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, my brother? And to my esteemed
awesome, amazing,
and the professor, I agree to good morning.
Thank you, Chief. Also joining us via Zoom, as you can see, from the FCT Abuja, is another fine legal practitioner, Damisa Itote. Good morning, Damisa.
Good morning, Mr. Philip. Good morning, panelists. Pleasant morning to you, Nigerians, and of course the listeners on radio.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you.
Big thanks. All right. So let's quickly assess and unpack these issues. You know, I'm starting with you, Honorable Etiosa Igebo. We've been having troubling issues, and of course, we've seen recurring decima from one administration to another. Well, we have the 2027 big election here, and looking at what we have in our hands, which started with the schoolgirls at Kebbi, and of course, just 4 days later, we heard about that out Niger State with St. Mary's Catholic School. Now, troubling issues as this. Some say it could be politically motivated, and others say, well, we seem not to have a wherewithal at government level to tackle this issue of insecurity. I don't know if you see it as politically motivated or lack of political will on the part of the president.
Well, I think it's politically motivated, and before I dabble more into that, I think I want to remind our people that I wouldn't necessarily think it is a lack of goodwill or willingness from the government, because there are actually military personnel involved, and in most cases we lose some of them in the point of contact. So this is about a nation, people putting in the effort to be at the battlefront, in some cases losing personnel who has loved ones. And I don't think we should trivialize it to say that government would, you know what I mean, ignore that sacrifice.
Or lacks political will to do the needful.
So I think it's political, because this whole adoption reminds us very vividly of the Chibok girls. Whenever there's an election coming, or maybe they feel that there's a particular president they don't like, elements within the space politically. I'm a politician too. I believe very strongly that they start using certain militia that they keep somewhere to attack soft targets, all in the name of to discredit the government. You know, that is the closest I would think of if I have to be very sincere with my conversation. However, that doesn't mean that there are no challenges logistically or tactically on the part of the military. Because remember, before this whole incident came up again now, that has become a talking point across the nation and all over the world, even when President Trump is mentioning a country of particular concern because Christians are being killed in any way or form. There are periods and times before now when the country enjoyed some level of security. Like for instance, I spoke to people in Sabah, Kaduna, who lived there, who used to suffer insecurity. And in the last year and a half, into the 2 years since the president have come on board, they can literally go everywhere in Kaduna. Why all of a sudden, this whole thing has started again. So I think Nigerians should really wake up and make a choice to whether they're going to defend their country against those fifth columnists in this country who feels they're involved in politics or they're in the military system or they're in the intelligence system or whichever ways that maybe they've got enough money that they've siphoned from systems even before the subsidy was removed, and they can use that to distort what is right and what is wrong, to constantly get us to smack our heads together and not even know who are the true indigenous of this land, who is fighting for this peace to return, or those who are fueling it. So I think it's about time we should take a step back and really reflect deeply and support the government of this country in order to get real intelligence. And because these people, we know, from fact, I've spoken to people in high places, they do know where they are and who they are about.
Exactly where I was going.
And then I think our people should reclaim their country back.
All right.
Support the government and get rid of these people.
All right, thank you. Now, we're about looking at issues surrounding how to close the gaps. Obviously, we know that Nigeria has been a hotbed for insecurity, and of course, how to tackle this headlong has been an issue that we've been dealing with for decades now. I don't know your thoughts on this, Professor Tony Jewere.
Well, I think to solve a problem, you have to look at the genesis, the background of the problem. When you talk about insecurity in Nigeria, we don't have to politicize it. The whole thing really started from Buhari's regime. We have to delete Buhari's regime. We have to be honest with ourselves. We remember when he said if he doesn't win that election, in that year, that blood will flow like Babu. And in the process, for God's sake, he invited these militias, these fighters from neighboring countries, okay? And they were stationed in different parts of the country, just in case he did not win that election. And at the end of the day, Jonathan being a peaceful man, the former President Jonathan being a peaceful man, he now gave up and said, hey, now congratulated him in advance. Oh, you won the election, congratulations. So these mercenaries that were invited into the country had no job to do. So in the process, they approached El-Rufai and of course Buhari, who invited them. What do we do? Pay us our dues. When you pay us our dues, we go. And those ones say, hey, gentlemen, there's no job to be done again because, a new government is in place. There's nothing like fight and all that again. And so, for the sake of survival, they started doing all sorts of things, went to the trenches, started kidnapping, and doing all sorts of, so new groups started emerging in the process because they now discovered that there's money in the business, and the president at that time could not do much because he knows that he is the root cause of the whole thing, and that is why you see the moment they are even arrested, within a short time they are let go, and so the thing continues. And when these other groups discover that, oh, there's money in this business, more groups started emerging. And what happened? Then this sentiment of Niger Delta thing, amnesty program. But I said, okay, in view of all what do we do? The same people who were beneficiaries now suggested, oh, let's also give them amnesty. Are you getting it? Yeah. Let's also they now give the amnesty. They were treated as the beautiful bride. Give the uniform, fed them, put them in good hotels and all that and all that. Then the interesting thing, let me shock you, they now integrated them into Nigerian army. Okay, and when that happens, what do you expect? Of course, they started giving information back to their colleagues, in the trenches, in the trenches. And in view of that, when Nigerian army now goes for genuine operations, to attack these people, they will give them information. Then that's why you start having landmines planted in strategic places and all that. And any operation Nigerian army wants to, they will also give the information. Yeah. So it's like there's an internal problem,
so the Nigerian army,
within the Nigerian army.
Sabotaged.
So they couldn't do much at the end of the day. And it's unfortunate that Tinubu inherited that type of system, insecurity. And so there's little or nothing he can really do, except the army sanitized, and all these people are discovered, and separated, filtered. That's the word I was looking for. Filtered away from the Nigerian army. Okay. If that is not done, the problem continues.
Okay, we have a very delicate situation on our hands, most especially as we have different figures being peddled, as per the students that have been abducted in Niger State. We're still looking for the others at Kebbi, and we have various numbers being peddled, which is quite alarming. I don't know how you want this to be fixed, because most especially when we look at situations where year in, year out, every 4 years, we have elections coming up. And of course, they keep giving us promises, but there's this need for us to be proactive in governance. How do you see the lapses being closed under the present administration of President Tinubu?
What the man sows, he will reap. We should look at some of the people in power today. How did they come to power? It was by sowing and encouraging insecurity and making insecurity a campaign slogan. And we all know it. Then we can't run away from it. What you sow, you will reap. What we might be reaping today is what was sown, and the people who sowed it, we know them. Kabiru Sokoto, who went to a church, and then with his men, about 25 people were killed, the Catholic Church. DSS was looking for him. Other security agencies were looking for him. Eventually, they tracked him to the guest house of a governor in the administration at that time. And because it was a government house, the president has to waive immunity for them to attack. And they did. And they found him there. He was sitting on the table of a very sumptuous breakfast.
Yes.
A very sumptuous breakfast. And he was arrested. That government official is a top government official in this present administration. That will tell you the root of the insecurity. It was meant to spy Jonathan, to discredit him, and then to oust him from power. And the people who did that, they're in this administration. So eventually, what they sowed is what they are reaping. Just like the prof has analyzed. They couldn't pay them. They couldn't compensate them. So those people have to find things for themselves. You see, if you are desperate for power, and you want to get power, even at the expense of your own country, this is the kind of thing that you get from it.
Well, it's quite challenging, most especially where the president had to, suspend at the point his foreign trip, and of course over the Kebbi schoolgirls abduction. And again, another one happened. We don't know what the president will do in this time. If he will suspend the forthcoming trip again.
I'm sorry to cut you short. Okay. You see, one has even just happened again now. I was looking at the media just now. In Nasarawa.
In Nasarawa.
Okay, I saw that yesterday.
Okay, well, escalating issues like this, let's join you, Damisa Itoti from Abuja. Now, we have challenges where even the president said that the Minister of Defense should shift base to Kebbi. Now, it happened another one happened in Niger State. We don't know if the minister will again shift base to Niger State. Or just like what we just hearing now about Nasarawa. Now, what exactly can be done in all of this? Do you see the president as having challenges of lacking political will in this? Damisa Itoti, can you hear me, please? I asked, what are your thoughts
hear me
about
now?
how to tackle this issue headlong? Because the president did say that the Minister of Defense should shift base to Kebbi, but another one happened at Niger, and of course we're just hearing reports at Nasarawa. What do you see as ways in which this dreaded monster of insecurity can be tackled headlong?
Okay, well, thank you for having me once again. For me, I sincerely express my sympathies, over this kidnap and the endless bloodbath across the country, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria. I sincerely pray and hope that the little girls who are, schooling, who are receiving formal education, be brought back to their family, will be reunited with their family, alongside everyone that has been, taken into captivity by this dreaded monster. It's painful, and I feel for the families and, of course, the little ones that are currently away from the classrooms where they ought to be if we were in a sane, society. Mr. Philip, back to your question.
Well, I don't know. Well, we still apologize for
In
the
it,
break
that
in
case we are
transmission. Second
treating
by
it.
technical hitch. Well, I believe as we're able to restore that, we'll be getting back to Damisa Itote. Damisa Itote, are you there? Can you continue from where you left off, please?
You can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes,
We
I
can
don't
hear
know
you. Go ahead, please.
where it stopped, but I was okay. I said I was empathizing with the little, children, pupils, and other people who were, of course, taken into captivity. And for me, we've traced the issue. Your very robust panelists have, traced the issues. The question is that what is the way forward? One thing I really want to dwell on is that we are over concentrating our effort on 2027 that we are not even yet guaranteed of. We seem to be playing politics other than governance. See defection of sitting governors, defection here and here, all geared towards 2027. While re-governance has taken the back seat. I think that is the problem, basically. If we are sincere in tackling this situation, this insecurity situation, we should come up and examine or interrogate basic issues. What are those issues? One, personnel training. Well-equipped personnel training. Re-establishment of a broader curriculum in our security institutions, where modernized way of confronting wars, quote and unquote, war, asymmetric wars that are currently going on, and that should be tackled. But we discover that we are not doing that. Monies are voted for security, but you see schools being built in the villages of service chiefs, houses being built by service chiefs, military service chiefs, conference halls springing up across the nation. Is that the commandate of our military personnel or of the military to be building primary schools, and building conference centers and everything with money that were earmarked for security or for security purposes? Basically, these are the issues we should be interrogating. That we should be interrogating them, the professionalism of our military. Then the homeland security, the disjointed nature. So the homeland security, the architectural security of our internal, the internal security within the country is heavily disjointed. We now react to issue. We are very reactive to issue instead of being preventive. Instead of integration, there is a total disjointment of the security architecture. So these are the issues. The DSS report directly to the president. The other security agencies like the immigration, NSCDC, they are under the administrative power of the Ministry of Interior. The police, it reports to the Ministry of Police Affairs, and so many other disjointed security apparatus. So how do we expect to have results? We cannot have results. So my suggestion or my recommendation is this. We should have a unified internal security mechanism or internal security framework that aligns with global best practices under the single leadership of a civilian-led administrator. So that all these other, sisters agencies, in fact, customs, which controls borders, report to the Ministry of Finance. That is not logical. Custom controls, but they report to Ministry of Finance. They are in another different ministry. So you see that the chain of command is not unified. So if DSS will give reports or give a security report, police will be very reluctant in taking it or enacting on it. NSCDC will take because they receive instruction from other agencies and all of that. So that is where the problem is. Our security architecture is disjointed. It is disintegrated. So it we must involve ways by which we should have one single homeland security architecture under the headship of a civilian-led administrator, so that there can be a chain of command that will be followed directly down, to the lowest echelon. I think that is my position. If we fail to do that, then we are not there yet, or we are not even ready to take.
Thank you, Damisha. Let's shift our guest to Chief Daniel Akwemokan Matthews. Well, we've been on this road, though, and it's quite difficult to really unpack this, most especially where over 200, as Punch newspaper reported, about 215 students, that are declared abducted at the Niger, school, a Catholic school. And of course, we still have the numbers of Kebbi. Now, there were issues surrounding the President of America, what he said concerning Nigeria of particular concerns. And of course, that sparked political debate, social debate across the world. But what do you see as ways to close this gap? And of course, how to tackle this issue of lack of political will that you may think exists, or lack of, intelligence gathering or tactics that could help to salvage this issue. Chief Daniel.
Thank you very much. A nation full of religious and tribal bigots. And to be honest, it's also full of political cowardice with handicapped military that is not really interested in the defense of the people, but rather than road checks, collecting coins from motorists. And it's obvious now that no one can say that we don't have a genocide going on in Nigeria. From what is happening in Kwara, Niger, and all across. That genocide now is so obvious that over 200 girls or more, or thereabout, are kidnapped in the Catholic school in Niger State. So for me, until we come to grip that this so-called Nigeria needs to be re-examined and reimagined, then people like El Rufai, who we know is a terrorist sponsorer, and also with the late evil Buhari, who we know is the father of the bloodshed going on in Nigeria, and confronts them, then we will never be able to address the issue, no matter what strategic purpose we have. Because it's obviously clear that some people are behind this who are powerful in the government. And until we address that, there's nothing. Even if the whole America, Europe, and the whole world were to come, what happened in Somalia will happen. Will be fractionized, will be destroyed, and will never be able to be put together until we deal with one single thing, that we have politicians who are not cowards. We have traditional leaders who actually lead their people, who are not bought off. We have local people who value other people's life just as much as theirs, who start speaking up and start defending one another. So what the fine gentleman in Abuja just illustrated is a strategic thinking of somebody with critical mind. But majority of our politicians are just political opportunists. They are not interested in governing. They're only interested in the next election. They're already spending money for the next election rather than governing to prove themselves of capability to be re-elected. So until we address that and start focusing on that, calling out those political opportunists, low IQ politicians. All our problem can be politically solved. Our problem is not a military problem. It's not a religious problem. It's not even a tribal problem. It's a political problem, a political will. And I call the president, indirectly the president. I believe in him. I'm going to support him. I'm campaigning already for him for 2027. But if the president is not a coward, if he's a man of integrity and value, who value life above politics, who value a little child, regardless the religion that has been kidnapped, he needs to show his braveness in this matter. Into the armed forces should be all those who served 8 years underneath the evil Buhari and did nothing should be purged out immediately. Those are just basic two things they can start with, and immediately give the military a full total backing to go after anybody, in not just the terrorists, but anybody aiding, supporting, sponsoring the terrorists, and alienate them. That is an easy demand or request of somebody who's not a coward. I remember when an Hausa lady said before the election, spoke to the president and asked the president, what do you have for us in the north? The president said nothing, because if I do, they will kill me. I do not want the coward as a president. In Nigeria, there's nobody above the president. The president to show his bravery, his audacity to be president, the audacity to say, Miloko, it's my turn. And in his turn, he needs to turn this around and jettison the evil of Buhari, jettison the evil of El Rufai. We have to be a nation that is not a nation of religious bigotry, political cowardice, and handicap military for us to really address this issue. And it's only through politics, not military intervention, not foreign intervention, not any foreign aid will do that. It's only through politics. And politics, not a politics of cowardness, we can fix this. And I believe we have some good politicians who are more capable and credible to do this. One of them is the president, but he needs to rise to the occasion. One of them is the president that needs to rise to the occasion, and rise the most, because the nation demands that he does this and fix this problem, and don't live as a coward, because this will ruin his legacy forever. No matter economic policy, no matter development policy that he may have achieved to date, this insecurity that he failed or cowardly not addressing fully.
Thank you, Chief Daniel. Thank you, Chief Daniel. I know you are quite agitated, but we will come back to you. But let's quickly acknowledge what you said. Basically, your bold statements made in that direction. Even though you said that you were campaigning for the president come 2027, but you need him not to be a coward, but to sit back and make sure that he drives the figures in order to tackle insecurity. But where our panelists made just some solutions that could be seen as long-term. But again, there is an immediate need to get these children out of being abducted. We have hundreds of them now, as reports have it. And how can they be released? Should we go about the ransom payment as a way to release them just now? So we're looking at a very, very short-term solution. But that will come after this short break. Do stay. But just as we are having issues surrounding insecurity that's quite escalating, again, we're also having issues surrounding, the life sentencing given to Nnamdi Kanu, and of course, what spills this could be having, politically, and of course, security-wise. We have the IPOB, and of course, the sit-at-home order, and of course, all that happens to deal with, regional issues. Now, let's come to you, Honorable Etiosa. What do you see as a short-term plan in order to get these children released, the students released? Of course, the staff are also involved. And of course, we also have the challenge where even in Katsina, where ransom payment has taken a high toll to the point where even, bandits, terrorists are moving freely in the society. Now, should we go this way?
Yeah, I think with the reduction of manpower and the cost of security operations in Nigeria due to over 15 years of insecurity problems, a lot of money has been pushed in there. It is almost impossible to have every sort of gadgets or the manpower that we need to secure everywhere. Most of these places where these things are happening are very remote areas. You can almost, if you go there, you can almost think that this is not even Nigeria.
So,
but then again,
what's the short-term plan? Ransom payment?
I mean, I don't necessarily think ransom payments. The people in the locals and the bandits that interfaces for whatever they are doing understands that this may be the group that came to do X, Y, Z. If they give the right information to the personnel, and they're able to negotiate with them, or maybe go in and try and release those kids, whichever way. I think they should also seek for more technological support in terms of using drones and bringing in more advanced countries' contribution. Because we've had bilateral relationship with a lot of these European countries and Americans, so that they can have some sort of deterrence. As much as these kids have been kidnapped is bad, but this is the same model with Chibok girls. And for like
and we still have some numbers that have not been.
Some of my brothers has been saying.
Yes, that have not been.
The people that are here, the big shots that are here, that are supporting this cause, needs to be tackled. And these problems also goes back to the Western countries, because a lot of the support they get comes from the West as well. So if the West, if they can negotiate with the Western countries more to stop the support, because a price of an AK-47 is over 7 million naira. Talk less of having a surface to air missile, machine gun. So when these aspects are stopped, then negotiation or paying ransom can become a thing of the past. So you can negotiate whether you pay ransom or you get them out through kinetic way. Tomorrow they may do another one in a self-targeted area. There are mines
I'm giving you about just 2 minutes each to finalize this as regards the short-term plan. I don't believe you are looking forward to ransom payments.
No, I think it's more than just looking at short-term plan. We have to also look at the root cause of this problem.
Which we can deal with the root cause. But how do we solve it?
Yes, how do we solve it? Is to remove all these Boko Haram people in the army, filter them out.
That's a long-term plan.
Yes.
I'm talking about the children that are languishing as we speak right now.
Yes.
How can they be rescued?
What do you expect? Ransom now? No, not a ransom. Because in Katsina State, a few months ago, if government can start negotiating with terrorists, they even came with their ammunitions, everything and all that. I would expect that the Air Force will go there, bomb nonsense out of those baggers.
But that would be difficult to do now.
No,
that would be difficult to do now.
Because the children at the end of the day, it's still going to end up with a ransom. That's the point I'm making. But it will not solve the problem. It will not solve the problem. It's only a temporary solution. It will not. So it's like you have typhoid and you are taking paracetamol.
Okay. Do you agree to that, Barrister Greg? Do you agree to that? That there should be ransom payments since we don't have any other way to go about it?
No, there are other ways.
Or there can be a drastic action that can be taken by the army.
Very drastic action. You see, you don't negotiate with terrorists.
Exactly.
And it has been proved over and over that when you negotiate with terrorists, you are only arming them. Obama did that to Iran, 100 billion, and Iran became the bully of the Middle East. But Trump subdued them. It took only 36 hours, and the planes went there, bombed the hell out of them, and they humbled Iran. And there's some reasonable peace in the Middle East.
All right.
So I think the government should do the needful. They can collaborate. Britain pays £9 billion to Israel for intelligence gathering. 9 billion pounds to Israel every year.
Wow.
No, because Britain knows the limitation of their intelligence units, and then they also know, the global stretch of Israel's own. They pay them to do it.
But by the time you mention this bogus amount, and you expect the government of Nigeria to do same, the big problem will be, will these funds not be misappropriated?
When they have prevented.
But will the funds not be misappropriated?
That's another.
Are we not going to go the way of borrowing?
Yeah.
That's
another issue. What I'm saying, with global collaboration, this problem of terrorism, the immediate one will be taken care of, and then future ones will be forestalled.
Okay, pour your calls at us. The number will be displayed on the screen right about now. And of course, for listeners on Independent Radio, we verbalize it so that you can be part of it. And quickly, let's get your contributions, listeners, and of course, viewers on Independent Television. Let's quickly go to you, Damisa. As we round off on this first topic, what do you see as the short-term plan in order to get these children rescued?
Okay, for me, the honest truth is that Nigeria's internal weakness makes external narrative very easy. We must control our narrative. And in the interim, do whatever you need to do to get every kidnapped Nigerian out of the bush or wherever they are kept. I have children, I have nephews, I have cousins, I have nieces. So I can practically share in the pains of parents and family members of those whose children, whose brothers, whose sisters have been kidnapped. So do whatever you need to do as a government. Where you fail to use the monies available to you to secure Nigerians, use those monies wherever you want to use it, technologically or otherwise. Bring those kids back to their respective homes. Any means possible. Any means possible, I repeat. Get these kids out, please.
You know you are a fine legal practitioner. When you say any means possible, you are trying to dodge the aspect of even if it means paying ransom. Why don't you just say it critically? All right, let's get to you, Chief Daniel. Do you subscribe to what has been said about ransom payment as the short-term plan?
Absolutely not. And it would be a foolish errand. And basically, we're giving them more money to do what they are doing and doing it more. Good example, when American citizens were kidnapped in the north, America came all the way from America, flew in, go into the Zambezi or wherever they are, rescue their own people without a single peep. And they were able to do it and successfully left the country without a single peep. If they can, we can get their assistance. And secondly, we need to be realistic. When we talk of global cooperation, there are 5 people deported from Dubai because in Dubai, they are Muslims. The Dubai government deemed them to be terrorist financier, deported back to Nigeria, and nothing was heard of them. Short-time fix. If we don't know where the terrorists are, the Nigerian government, allegedly, Gome knows. Gome goes and speak and dine with them. Gome was rejected from entering Saudi Arabia, the most holy land for Muslims. He wasn't allowed to come and pray to the God he served because they deemed him to be an evil terrorist. Gome walked freely and advocated for the terrorist, not the victim. Arrest Gome, put Gome in jail, arrest those people who are defending, explaining, and rationalizing them. Gome goes to the camp. If Gome is not taking the army to the camp, since the army allegedly cannot find them, then Gome should take us to the camp. And finally, yes, we should go in with all the might of Nigerian government and Nigerian military. We should go in and bomb them to hell. If some of the children were to be lost in the process, so be it. If my child was among it, I'll say yes, so be it as well. So that they do not have the audacity to do it again or again and again. They will keep doing it if we keep having this further approach. A terrorist is a terrorist, and a terrorist who is a fundamentalist, you cannot change the fundamentalist perception. They believe in Takia. Takia means the art of deception. And they will continue to lie to you.
Chief Daniel, I always enjoy when you speak, most especially when you make some bold statements and sacrifices that we must make as Nigerians going forward. You made mention of the fact that even if your children or any of your child is involved, you don't mind, that you should bomb them
even if the children are involved in it. But that's a very hard saying. Well, let's look at the second topic, which is mind-boggling. And again, we need to keep Nigeria united. And some have said that with the life sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu, that brings a whole challenge again concerning the restiveness we have in the eastern region, and of course, how would that gravitate into more insecurity? So, do we seek a political solution? I'll give you 1 minute to react on that, Honorable Etiosa.
Well, to me, I kept asking the questions all the time why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when he was in London broadcasting on Biafra radio, why he wouldn't use his position to nominate people to run in a particular political party and direct his people, since they listen to him, to vote for that particular person as governors of the southeastern states, House of Rep members, senators, and then on that nucleus of being the leader, bring out different appointees from the southeast and work with them to develop their state, rather than turning into getting people, making threats to the Nigerian state, calling it a zoo, and then put himself in a tight corner. And at the end of the day, two wrongs don't make a right. I strongly believe that what happened to Nnamdi Kanu was not the right way to go, but he caused himself that problem. However, if terrorists and bandits are captured, prosecuted, and released back to the community in the Northeast, I also believe that he from the Southeast should be treated the same. Not to say that the things that he did was right, because even a blind man can see. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is that he should have known better to understand this peculiar region and how things are done, that things are not balanced.
But I think irrespective of that, for national reconciliation,
yeah, but
there should be a political solution
I also believe
to release him from jail.
I also believe that the process is ongoing. By the time it goes to appeal and Supreme, whatever decisions that they make,
I just want to hit the point.
The president is in a position to also find a political solution. But then again, that move and way that he followed was not right. That is why he's going through what he's going through now.
Well, for national reconciliation, I don't know what the thoughts are. Let's get the thoughts, listeners, and of course viewers on independent television. Good morning. Tell us your name, where you're calling from, and let's get your response. Your name quickly.
Okay, Raf.
Your name is Raf? Did you say Raf?
Raf, the Oracle. What do you say?
Okay. Make your contribution quickly.
I think the president is the chief commander of the armed forces. That is very conspicuous of the Constitution, section 130, subsection 2. He is coming as a Milocom, renew hope, so on and so forth. Subsidy is gone. Tax reform fee. Is that how it's going to follow the nation? Money, 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 money. The military, they taught them to be guarding a plot of land, rather than to be defending the country. For you to be protecting the country, they are no more. Backing the military and the soldiers all for themselves. I think the president needs to resign. By now, all the Donald Trump who said he wants to go to Nigeria, he should come and help us. Because their aim and objective is money, money. Many private jets, really have these married women, leaving the people who they swear at us to over, to live in the apple of blood.
Buhari's government was
Thank you so much, Raf. Well, I think that's a very challenging one. The president has got a very risky, delicate situation on his hand, most especially as this issue of kidnapping, abduction, really the masses are bearing the brunt. We don't hear about the political class, much of that happening from that angle. But let's look at the case of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes, when you look at the case of Nnamdi Kanu, I think it's a case of agitation, which he has a right, but the methodology has a problem, because if you look at the terrorist act, of 2013, it's clear that an individual should not, go into this agitation against his nation.
So he broke that?
Yes, so he violated that. And don't forget that his case involved about 5 different judges until eventually it was on 6 accounts, and at the end of the day, was found wanting.
So you mean the judgment was fair?
Yes, on those 6 accounts.
Yeah.
We're looking at the case on its face value right now, on 6 accounts. And what he was hammering on, that's why you need legal aid. What he was hammering on was this section 4, of the Evidence Act, that says, hey, once a case starts with an old law, that old law remains. You can't say the new law have to be administered.
Okay, but are you saying for the sake of national reconciliation, it shouldn't be released?
Yes. Because that's what he was hammering on. That's why I said Omotosho does not know the law. That's why he was hammering, but it was wrong because the Constitution does not say that. So having done that, I think the best thing that has happened. Let me shock you.
What best has happened? Let's look at a way of healing the country.
Yes.
For national reconciliation, what
good. Yeah, but the law.
Should we leave it on what it is now?
Wait, now the law have to take its course first. If later in the future, like President Tinubu eventually get amnesty,
maybe 10 years
to something where I don't know. But let the law take its course first. Then after that, the president may do the needful.
All right, let's get a thought on that, Barrister Greg. But before that, let's quickly take your call. Good morning, caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling from quickly.
This is my name. I'm calling from GRA.
We didn't get the name. Repeat it again, please.
Edos.
Edos, okay. Go ahead, Edos.
Hello, good morning. If you recall, my dear brother who is listening, World War II, this matter started when Wan Yusuf started this war against government of Obasanjo around 1994, our President Obasanjo. But in addition, the other one that started again, at the time that one Supreme said they should operate on Sharia in North. What I'm trying to say in nutshell, that they said they don't want foreign education.
Okay, go straight to the point, Mr. Edos. Go straight to the point quickly, please. You have just 10 seconds.
Okay, now, the country is giving us a headache, both the South and the North. Why can't we do this? The Christians should join hands together and discuss what to do next. We cannot continue to remain like this.
Okay. All right.
That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Edos. Okay, over to you there.
Hassan Katsina, Gowon, and some other military officers from the north once said that Nigeria should be broken into pieces. What happened to them? Hassan Katsina later became the chief of army staff. Gowon became the head of state. What of Sunday Igboho? Did Sunday Igboho not call for Odua Republic? Is he in prison? Has he been tried? Has he been sentenced?
Okay.
Why Kanu Nnamdi? Jonathan was told that he should go after Kanu Nnamdi. When he listed Nigeria's problem, he said Kanu Nnamdi's own is the list of all of them. So let him face governance. And then what is somebody, going with flag and saying Biafra Republic, and that even Jonathan is not the president, he said, does that remove him from Aso Rock?
So for national reconciliation, you seek a political solution for Israelis?
What of the judgment that was given by the appeal courts?
Okay.
That struck down.
You are talking about judicial precedent?
Yes, all the charges. What happened?
So what does this amount to? I want you to make very bold
My
statements
own
here.
is this. Kanu Nnamdi should be allowed to go home. Should be allowed to go home. Yes, it's a political agitation, and which he has a right to do. If it is not tenable, then let him go home. What of the invasion of his home by the Nigerian army? Was that not against the law? Was any officer punished for it? Was even an unknown soldier punished for it?
This is quite passionate, very, very emotional, most especially coming from a very.
But at the same time, we also are aware there was a video evidence that also showed how he was giving instructions for soldiers, police to be killed and all that, police stations to be burnt and all that. Let's not just look at
why are Boko Haram, Boko Haram who have killed, who have destroyed, and then they were not even trying.
That is why there's no balance.
They just said that they have repented, and they are even absorbed into the Nigerian army.
When you realize that you're from a region where certain things is not balanced yet, and you're smart, you should apply the right methodology.
Thank you.
Not go the wrong way where you trap yourself.
Let's not rob Barrister Damisa and of course Chief Daniel time to react to this. Let's get to you, Damisa. React to this in 1 minute, please, over the life sentencing of Nnamdi Kanu. And what implications could this be? What could we do politically to solve this?
They will resolve it.
Okay. For me, I will not speak of the legal gymnastics that preceded the judgment of a few days ago of Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court Abuja Division. The crux of Kanu's agitation was that the law which it was used to charge him no longer exists.
Exactly.
But sadly, he failed to know that in every amendment of an enabling law, of an act, there are usually clauses that are called saving clause. And this was without exception.
Exactly.
That is the plain truth. And after opportunity was given to him, to defend himself, which the elected led to.
So how do we solve this? Are you saying that it should remain in that, or should there be a political solution?
No, certainly there's going to be a political solution clearly. The right to self-determination. I mean, look at our international conventions, treaties, and all those things. You have a right to self-determine. For self-determination, it is your fundamental right as a state.
Thank you. Chief Daniels, quickly, you have 1 minute. React to this. Chief Daniels.
In our constitution, as well as the West stated, right of self-determination is an inalienable right. So for me, although my fine gentlemen say there's a video evidence where Kanu were instructing people to burn the police station down. Well, if you're from the East, I'm a purebred Asa man. I have no able blood in me, although my chieftaincy title, Chief DKD Ahoma, is from Abia State. I did not even live in the East, but I traveled around the East a lot. And I come to realize that it's the most militarized zone in Nigeria. Most of those military people are committing heinous crime against them.
Okay, quickly hit your point in 10 seconds.
The only solution is a political solution. President Tinubu must interject immediately and commute Kanu's sentence to the time served and give him a conditional bail. That's it.
Thank you so much, Daniel.
President Tinubu will be the last president.
I believe we'll have much time again in explode to look into this critically. A big thanks, Chief Daniel, of course, Barrister Damisa Itote, of course, Honorable Chose Gebo, and Professor Tony Jewari, and of course, Reverend Barrister Greg Iyayi. This is what you can take, and big thanks to you, Ralph Edos, and all those that joined us on Independent Television, Independent Radio. I am Philip Omo Gupon. We'll do the same time next week. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
evening and welcome to Voices of Freedom. I am Stephanie Notoriwa. Tonight we confront a topic that pierced the heart of our humanity: child molestation. It is a crime often buried under silence, disguised by culture and protected by shame. But behind every silence lies a story, a child's cry unheard, a wound unseen, a life forever changed. One of those stories belonged to a little girl from Benue State, a girl named Ochanya Elizabeth Ogbanje. Her name has become a haunting reminder of what happens when a society looks away. At just 13 years old, Ochanya's life ended, not because of illness or accident, but because of years of sexual abuse at the hands of those she trusted most: her uncle, a lecturer, his son, a student, 2 men, 1 child, a horror hidden in plain sight. And while Ochanya's story broke headlines years ago, her voice still cries out for justice and for all the children who continue to suffer in silence. Tonight, we tell our story, and through it, the stories of thousands like her. We ask, how did we get here? Why does it continue to happen? And what must be done to stop it? Because silence is not protection. Silence is complexity. As we begin tonight's story, I ask you not just to listen, but to feel, to imagine, to remember that every statistic has a name, a face, and a childhood stolen from its times. Stay with us as we revisit the story of Ochanya, a name that must never fade. In a quiet village in Benue State lived a girl named Ochanya Elizabeth Ogbanje, bright-eyed, curious, and full of life. Her parents, like many Nigerian families, dreamed of a better life for her, so they sent her to live with relatives in Makurdi, where she could attend a good school. It was supposed to be an act of love. Instead, it became the beginning of a nightmare. Inside that home, a secret grew, one too heavy for a child to carry. For years, Ochanya was sexually abused by her uncle, Andrew Ogbuja, and his son, Victor. She kept quiet, not because she didn't know it was wrong, but because she was afraid of not being believed, afraid of bringing shame, afraid of being blamed.
2013, when I was 5 years old, I went to my mother's sister's house to school because there was no school in my village. So when I went there, when I was 8, the son started sleeping with me. Then when the sister caught him, the sister then reported him to the father. Then the father scolded at him, and that was when the father started. So September, when I went to school, I was not feeling fine, so I came back home. I went to Federal Medical Center in Makurdi here. I spent 2 months and 5 days there, so they discharged us. When I now came home, then that was when I told my mother that when I was in my uncle's house, my uncle and his son, they were sleeping with me.
Like many victims, she was trapped by fear and silence. The abuse continued until her body could no longer bear the pain. She developed vesicovaginal fistula, a tear caused by severe trauma that left her inconsistent, sick, and in agony. When she was finally taken to the hospital, doctors discovered the truth. She told them everything. For the first time, she found her voice. But it was too late. On October 7, 2018, Ochanya died. She died, but her voice lived on. Nigerians took to the streets and to social media demanding justice. The hashtag Justice for Ochanya became a national outcry. Activists, lawyers, and citizens united, not just for Ochanya, but for every child who had been hurt and silenced. But justice in Nigeria moved slowly. Our alleged abusers faced trial. The son fled. The father was acquitted. The woman who failed to protect her was jailed for only few months. months. 5 months for 5 years of suffering, a sentence that marked the meaning of justice. And so, once again, silence began to return.
We understand from what we heard, this child has been molested since she was 9, but the case never got to us until she was very, very sick. But even then, the wife of the state governor, Dr. Mrs. Eunice Otom, through her pet project, Eunice Spring of Life, took over the medical bills. She took over everything concerning the bills in the hospital. But then, when she died, His Excellency was on 10 days vacation in China. But when he heard, he insisted that government be represented at the burial, and I was the person that represented the government, and I passed on the governor's message to the people, and one of which was that the school, the primary school, which happened to be very close to where Ochanya was buried, in fact directly opposite to the house where she was buried, the government directed that the school, that she be immortalized and the school be named after her, and that the school will be upgraded to such a standard that it will be more functional than it is now, and also directed that the Ministry of Justice, the Attorney General of the state, take over the case and to make sure that justice is administered.
The rape or defilement of minors in our society, it's becoming so rampant and on the increase now. So my advice to parents is that parents should be careful pursuing money and leaving the first assignment they're giving to as parents to nurture these young ones they brought to the world. You know, mother and father cannot be rushing out early in the morning and coming back very late, all in the name of pursuing money and the detriment or at the detriment of their children. If you make the whole money in this world and you don't have anybody that will take after you or live after you, that the world people can say, yes, that is the daughter or the son of so and so person, you have achieved nothing on this end. The parents have a lot of, or the family have a lot of a part to play, because most of the evidence are with them. They are the ones to say, yes, our daughter has been raped, and we have evidence to say, especially if we don't get to know about it on time. So sometimes you find out that in between the whole thing, the family disappears. And when they disappear with the evidence they're supposed to give, what do? You know, so sometimes we lose out in that manner when we cannot continue the case again. We have some of them on hand now that you call and call and call. The family members are not ready to cooperate with FIDA so that we can get to the end of those such matters.
Then when children report, now I'll tell you a scenario using the FCT situation where the Child Rights Act and Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act are currently justiciable. Do you know that if a child gets raped in Abuja today, the child is expected to foot the child's transportation to go to police and open a file, which is usually, on the average, cost 2,000 naira. Then the same child will go to the hospital to take medicals to ascertain a baseline to know exactly what happened, how the condition of the child, you know, if it corroborates with the story. The child will pay for that. Then the child is expected to pay for the medicals of the rapist or the rapists of the child. Then the same child is supposed to pay for police to go and invite whoever is doing all of this, and then pay for everything that has to do with investigation of the case. Then should the matter be minuted to legal to proceed to court, the child is expected to pay for appearance of the police prosecutor every time the police prosecutor turns up in court. This is terrible. Then should the court choose to remand whoever the alleged person is in prison, do you know that the child is expected to figure out how to get money and pay the prison officials who usually have their vehicles on the premises at least 5,000 naira to take the people, you know, to prison? Now, in practice, in theory, we have wonderful laws that exist. But in practice, we don't implement these laws, And we don't have support structures to support people who report. They say people don't report. It's a big lie. People have been reported and the systems are not there.
Until recently, when Nigerians reignited the core to reopen a case to demand that the story not end where corruption, demand that the story will not end where corruption neglects left it. Ochaya's story is not an isolated tragedy. Across Nigeria, thousands of children suffer sexual abuse every year, often by relatives, teachers, or people they trust. Yet, most cases never reach the police. Families hide the shame, communities stay silent, institutions fail to act, and the children, the innocents, are left carrying scars that never fade. The trauma of child molestation go beyond the physical. It destroys confidence, it plants fear, it breeds depression, it creates adults who struggle to love, to trust, to feel safe again. And in societies where silence is mistaken for dignity, predators thrive in darkness. But there is hope. Every time we tell these stories, we chip away that silence. We make it harder for predators to hide. We remind victims that they are not alone, because justice begins with awareness and freedom begins with truth.
1 in every 4 girls and 1 in every 10 boys will face some form of sexual violence before they turn 18 in Nigeria, and our government isn't doing anything to prevent that. When we build a nation as a broken children, they don't have anything to give to our nation anymore. I did not need to die. A government that does not monitor the welfare of its children is a government that is not building a future of its nation. And we must demand accountability of our government and justice for Ochaya and every child that has become a victim of sexual violence in Nigeria. We're demanding for justice. We're also demanding for greater social welfare accountability from our government. How can a child be born and until a child dies, you have no account of how the child is treated by society?
Until deterrents are available, there will be so many Ochayas, more and more in our society. So we need to do something about it. And the right way is to have the political will, pass laws that are stringent, and enforce those laws.
We want justice for Ochaya. Whoever stand or whoever is the will in the clog of progress in delivering justice for Ochaya is an injury to everybody alive. It's an injury to every girl child. The girl child must have right to education. The girl child must be protected. The girl child has dreams. She must be supported.
Most of us here are old students of the Federal Government Girls College, Boko, the school where the late Ochaya attended before her demise. We want justice, to let the Ministry of Justice know that we want justice for one of us.
You've heard that story, the story of a girl who trusted, who suffered, and who never saw justice. But Ochaya's story must not end with sorrows. It must become a call to protect, to educate, to act. Parents, speak to your children. Schools, teach boundaries and concepts. Communities, stop protecting predators. Justice must be louder than shame. Ochaya's name is more than a hashtag. It is a symbol of what happens when silence wins, and of what can happen when courage speaks. As long as we continue to tell our story, she will never be forgotten. This has been Voices of Freedom. I am Stephanie Notoriwa, and tonight we say protect the child, end the silence, demand justice. Until next time, stay blessed.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ladies and gentlemen, it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and it's my pleasure to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Yes, I'm talking that city where the king is truly king. Now, I know there are persons that are joining us for the first time. Flipside is a unique show that tends to put a balance to issues by looking at them from different perspectives. You know, they say variety is the spice of life, right? You know, sometimes when you focus too much on one perspective to an issue, it becomes boring, you know. So the idea of Flipside is to take a look at topical issues from different angles, and that way we are able to strike a balance. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join me on this lovely episode of the show. Now today we're discussing something that has to do with minors, basically. Okay, a whole lot of you know, they say children are the leaders of tomorrow, so it's very important that we examine issues that affect them. The topic of today's discourse is violence among school-aged children. Violence among school-aged children. Now, if you are an instructor or a teacher, I'm sure you must have noticed that certain kinds of children exhibit certain traits of violence. Okay, it's not as serious as the type that adults exhibit. Okay, of course you know they are kids. Okay, but it's still very much serious because some children are more violent than others. Some children are naturally calm. They are naturally you know, easygoing, less troublesome, less aggressive, and all. But there are some who just have this natural tendency to, you know, stir up trouble. It's not that they are bad. Let's get that straight first of all. Okay, because the fact that your child is violent or aggressive, I think that's a more passive word. Doesn't mean that the child is bad. It just means that the child is wired that way, perhaps as a result of certain circumstances, and those are the circumstances we intend to take a cursory look at on the show today. Now, I've got two powerful, two strong women in the house with me. They are not new faces. They happen to be teen coaches. Okay, they are women who are passionate about young people, especially teenagers. Okay, one of them deals strictly with teenagers, while the other deals with I think children maybe below the ages of say 15, 14 or thereabout. Now to my far left is someone who goes by the name of Mercy Onyo, and just like I said earlier, she is a teen coach. It's good to have you in the house, Mercy.
Thank you, Harry, for having me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and it's great to have you on the show. And of course, seated next to her is another teen coach who goes by the name of Abigail Airobahi. Welcome on board, Abigail.
Thank you, Mr. Harry. Good afternoon, viewers.
Yes, good afternoon. And it is indeed an amazing feeling to be seated with two powerful women. I'm glad to be in your midst. Okay, so let's set the ball rolling. It's a very important topic that we're taking a look at. What are the most common forms of violence experienced by school-aged children? In what ways does violence manifest among school-aged children? Who would like to take the first shot? Abigail or Mercy?
Okay. All right. When we look at violence among school-aged children, you know, generally violence is understood as kind of intentional and aggressive behavior that
intentional.
Yes, is intentional. That is designed to cause harm or disrupt the learning environment and make others feel unsafe. Now, when we look at violence among school-aged children, it's talking about any form of aggressive behavior that occurs within the school environment, or maybe around the school environment. Even it may be when the children are in class, in the classroom, in the playground,
okay,
or maybe on their way home. And the types of violence within the school encompasses a range of, let's say, physical, psychological, and even sexual acts that is perpetrated by peers in and around the school environment. When we look at physical violence, it has to do with when children inflict physical pain
on other children?
On other children, like pushing, eating, slapping. And sometimes you can, if you're an educator, you realize that there are times that this behavior is common amongst children. So it now falls on teachers to educate. There should be rules and regulations in the classroom. For instance, you can tell the younger children, you can tell them, keep your hands to yourself. You don't use your hands to communicate, because there are some people, their hands is kind of faster than their mouth. So it now falls on, at home we have the parents talking to the children. Then in schools you have the teachers. So that's the duty of teachers to ensure that the environment, the learning environment is safe for the children. Then we also have psychological violence. When we talk about,
look at violence is psychological too.
Psychological violence, it has to do with cases that borders on abuse, verbal abuse, insulting someone, body shaming them, or kind of, it can also involve social exclusion or excluding someone from a gathering or from playing,
circle.
Yes, in a particular, being friends with a particular group. Then we also have bullying. Bullying is also a form of violence, because you cannot talk about violence without talking about bullying. Because when we look at bullying, it's like an unwanted, like an aggressive behavior that occurs, a pattern of behavior that is carried out against the victim, and kind of is intentional. Is like something that occurs repeatedly. For you to say for you to classify an action as bullying, it has to be something that has, like, the perpetrator, the aggressor, keeps on doing that particular thing over time. So one thing about bullies is that they pick their victim. They usually go for children, children that they perceive as kind of weaker than them. So we have cyber bullying, that's kind of bullying that takes place on the internet, sharing of jokes, rude jokes about your classmates or about your friend, posting their pictures without their consent and stuff like that. Cyberbullying is also there. So these are some examples of violence that takes place within the school environment.
It's quite interesting to note that violence is way beyond physical. It could also be verbal, from what you've said so far. Okay, Mercy, I would like to know, how does exposure to violence, influence children's behavior in school?
Okay, I'll take it from, let me take it from the home front. Let me share this story of a boy called Shinedu. Very amazing boy. But from the house he comes from rather, the father and mother, they are always fighting. They are always quarreling, they are always at edge at each other. So the boy now pictures them. Children and human generally, we mirror what we see.
True.
Yeah. So that's foundation already. He sees the parents always at loggerhead at each other, shouting, even the silent treatment.
Even if the parents teach him otherwise?
Yes. Even if the parents are telling you are not supposed to be behaving like this, but what they are telling, they don't do it. Because, some people express their frustrations differently. So when this child sees these things, and when you leave children to themselves like that, you don't process it with them like, sorry, I was, I and daddy, we had issues. This is the reason.
Or better still, don't even quarrel in their presence in the first place.
Beautiful. Yeah. So you see, I've seen it firsthand, physically. I've seen it. I've come in contact with parents who go at each other in the presence of their children. And you see those children, they internalize those things. And before you know what is happening, when they go to school, that fear from the house is already there. They are not themselves. So when they get to school, you see them quiet. Any little thing, they want to respond. They respond aggressively. They respond shouting. They respond, because of where they are coming from. They feel that is the right way to respond.
So they're already used to that lifestyle.
Yeah.
Okay, Abigail, you have anything to add to that, or you want to hold this in line?
The exposure, the home factor plays a huge role in child upbringing. Okay. Like child psychologists will tell you that they favor nurture more than nature. So I don't think that there's any child that is born to be problematic or that is born with that aggressive nature. man at birth is a tabula rasa. Man is a clean slate. Most of the things most of our behavior, though we have our temperament, our personality, which is innate, but most of our behavior is something we learn from those around us. So a child that is growing in, let's say, a chaotic home environment, or a child that is growing up in a home where he or she is exposed to domestic violence or domestic abuse. Now, that child may not be the direct recipient of that abuse, in the sense that the child may not be the recipient. It may just be maybe the mother, the father is physically abusive towards the mother. That child is learning. Because children learn by what they see the adults around them do. So that child will go to school with that same behavior. So the child is learning that for you to solve a conflict, there are different ways of managing conflict. They will feel that for you to solve a problem or to solve a conflict, you need to be aggressive. So that even little things can aggravate them, can trigger them. Okay, you took my pencil, you threw my book on the floor. Before you know, they will just raise them, because that's what they see. So a child that is growing up in a violent home environment or a conflict-driven home, most times will be given to aggressiveness.
So does that mean that children who are given to or who are used to dialogue as a means of solving problems are naturally going to move in that direction?
That's it. You can't give what you don't have.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to ask this too. To what extent does social media and online communities contribute to violent behavior among young people? Abigail.
Okay. Social media has lots of contribution. A lot of young people, and in fact the media in general, the media is a tool to communicate, is a tool to teach values. The media can be used as a tool to uphold or to reduce standards, that's moral values in the society. So there are things you can learn from the media, social media, television, music videos, both positive and negative, and children are not left out. Now, one of the ways children can be exposed is that when children children are exposed to negative content online, maybe content that promotes ideologies that kind of promotes violence,
toxic ideologies.
Yes, toxic ideology, toxic masculinity, and stuff like that.
Femininity.
Yes.
Let's not forget that.
Exactly, forget that. Oh God. So things like that, it can kind of bring about negative behavior in children. Now, studies have also established that children who are exposed to on-screen violence, like maybe the kind of movies they watch, the video games, most especially the kind of games they watch.
Because some games are violent in nature.
Yes, some games are violent in nature. You will see some children at home, they're always kind of physically abusive towards their siblings. You will see any little thing, sometimes as a result of the media content that they consume. So children who are exposed to violent media content, either from social media or from television, video games or cartoon, most times they are prone to being aggressive. So I think parents also have a lot of role to play in kind of curbing or limiting the media content their children watch. Yes. Okay, there was one, there's this news, I think some months back, I saw this news on Facebook about a 12-year-old boy that used a baseball bat to hit his mom on the head because the mom told him to put his phone away, to stop playing on his phone. Now, the mom died, the woman died, she lost her life. There are two things I can deduce from that unfortunate, because it's an unfortunate incident, because I can't really imagine a child, a 12-year-old, in fact, a child at any age, you will raise your hands on your mother or on your parents. I cannot imagine that. Now, the first thing I would take from that is that it's possible that the parents, they enable that child. They don't limit screen time. In fact, in as much as we want our children to learn, we want them to be as active, we want them to you understand, to be knowledgeable, to be experienced in life, and we hand them phones, okay? There are even times that parents are like, they are the architect of their own problem. There are times that parents give their children, underage children, phone as if the phone is a pacifier.
Yeah.
You want to go and cook, your baby is crying, you will hand over phone.
And some of those kids are literally addicted to this.
They are now
devices.
addicted.
Yeah.
They are not kind of, they can't even do without any little thing. The child is crying, you give the child a phone to watch movies. And before you know it, that child is always on the phone. So in the case of that boy, it's possible that the mother doesn't limit screen time. He has the phone all to himself. And now you are not telling him, you have enabled him, and now you are not telling him to put the phone away. Like the message, the information is conflicting.
Contradictory.
It's conflicting. You have not been doing this, but maybe the mother heard from somewhere that, okay, this is how to raise the child, and she wants, fine, change is the only constant thing in life. But now the boy is used to this normal way.
Yeah.
Even at 10 p.m., 11 is on his phone. Even when it's bedtime, the boy is on the phone and you don't do anything about it. You just kind of, some parents are like, they enable their children too much. They give them free and to do things. Now you are not trying to tell the boy, put the phone away. In fact, I think that's the only thing that can give the boy that morale to do something like that, because you have been permitting me. So why can't you permit me? Another thing that I can deduce from that incident is that it's possible that boy is exposed to violent media content.
Okay.
So some of the things, in fact, there was a time that some games children play on social media. They will tell them, go and do this, like kind of a truth and dare, something like that, and go and something like that. Slap somebody, eat your mother, slap, and something. There was a time that we had on social media, there were instances like that where children did something because a social media page or an influencer or a particular person they were following online told them to do it. So children that are exposed to toxic media content or violent media content most times are prone to being violent in nature.
All right, thank you so much, Abigail. Children that are exposed to violent materials are prone to violent behavior. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and today we're discussing violence among school-aged children. We shall be going on this break now, and when we return, the program continues. Please stay tuned. Alright, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing violence among school-aged children. Now, right before we went on that break, Abigail was trying to explain how this violence manifests among young people. So, take it from there, Abigail.
Okay. Now, violence can manifest in various forms. The school, which used to be a safe place for learning,
A safe haven.
Yes, for learning and growth, is gradually becoming a place of violence and fear. In fact, in recent times, we've heard cases of children, even on their uniforms. You will see a student or a group of children bullying another student, and they will video it and upload the clip on the internet. There are even some cases of parents. Some parents are even scared these days of sending their children to school because they don't want their children to become casualties. Sometimes when you hear some things happening...
Oh, it has gotten to that point.
It has gotten to that point. Sometimes when we team coaches, team mentors, we talk about these things, they will say we are blowing it out of proportion. Some days back, I think there was a disturbing news, though not in Nigeria, I think in the West, in the developed abroad, that a particular bullying incident where a child was killed. And while I was commenting on that post on social media, somebody made a comment and said that these things don't happen in Nigeria. It may be true that we don't have maybe cases like gun gun violence and knife crimes might not be prevalent here the way it is in the UK and the US, in the West, the way it is in the West. But the thing is that if we don't curb this issue of bullying, subtle acts of bullying, violence, one day it will lead to what we think doesn't happen here. Because the fact that it doesn't happen here today doesn't mean it won't happen tomorrow. So we just have to be proactive.
And even over there in the West, it started like this.
Yes, it started like this because a child will do something. You will hear the parents say, leave him alone now, he's just a small boy. That's how it starts. You cannot caution your child. I've seen some children, they will eat an adult and the parent will be there, the mother will be there, or the father will be there. Especially mothers. I know we mothers, sometimes we do this. They'll say, it's just a baby now. Or they'll say, that's how boys behave. Boys will be boys. You start to caution them from when they are little that their end is not a tool for them to speak, that they can actually verbalize what they want to say. It's not that they will not slap somebody first or eat their pets first before they pass across
a message.
The message or the information that they want to pass across, or for them to be heard. Some children do that a lot. So, no, this issue of violence in schools is becoming a pandemic, and all hands needs to be on deck, the school, parents, even the government, so that this issue will be kind of reduced to be brought down to kind of the barest minimum.
Thank you so much, Abigail, and that was a brilliant analysis. Yes, please do.
Yes, you know, you mentioned something happened in the West. It's happening here in Benin.
Yes.
I know.
It's just that it's not in the same, magnitude in which it's happening there.
Yes. There is this issue. I think some time ago, this mother, she reached out to us and she was crying. She said they had to relocate the son out of Benin City, out of Edo State, not just Benin City, because the child, he got to an estate that this particular student, there was a day in school, he hid inside ceiling so that those bullies will not see him to that extent. So, and when he got to, he couldn't tell the parents because they've already threatened him. If you talk, when he gets to school, they take his money, they take his food, his valuable every day. So that fear made him to be hiding away from those bullies. So he got to the notice of, I think, one of the teachers and drew the attention of the parents. So they were scared and they told him they are going to kill him. They had to whisk him out of Edo State. So schools and parents need to pay attention to their children. Because when your child comes back home and the child is not the way he used to, a child that is, playful, that is outspoken, a child that is, when you see that child, you know that this child is okay, but suddenly the child is becoming withdrawn. He's acting strange. Then you know that something is underneath. So we really need to pay attention to this.
Menace. It's indeed a menace because just like Abigail said earlier, if it's not curbed early enough, it's going to become a monster that we're all going to be running helter-skelter from. Now let's examine the role that early childhood traumas play in shaping the minds of children, as regards going violence. So what's your thought on that?
Yes, that's a very, very serious and critical aspect we should look at. Parents, it all boils down to parenting, the home front. I tell parents that you can put away your pride and sacrifice. Let the house be peaceful. Let the home be peaceful for the sake of your children. Fine, they should already ask to come. When you keep on, fighting each other, the husband is beating the wife is beating the husband. There's a case of a child.
Wives beat husbands too.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
There is a case of this child that went to school and they asked them to write about their families. After that, the parents were not even aware. By the time the child, they sent for the parents, they sent a letter to the parents that come to the school.
Okay.
When they came to the school, and the teacher was telling them, the reason why I sent for you guys is, look at what your son wrote here. Write an essay. And your son just wrote, in my family, my mommy beats my daddy. Yes. And so that thing, it has traumatized the child that he could not express, there is nothing he can say about his family. So that's a very huge...
That was a child speaking from experience.
Yes. So please, parents, let's pay attention to the way we behave. Let's pay attention to the way we care for each other at home. I tell parents, the greatest gift you can give to your children is your love for one another. Let your children see that you, the man, you love your wife, and you, the wife, you love, you honor, you respect your husband. When children grow up in such an environment, they are confident, they are loving, they treat people with empathy. They don't do things anyhow. They name their emotions.
Okay.
They name their emotions. You see that they are healthy. So the home front is is critical.
All right.
Very critical in raising children who are sound and not traumatized.
Okay. The greatest force on earth is love. Yeah. Isn't that how you put it? Yeah. I'm just paraphrasing. Words on marble. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. We shall be going on this last break, and when we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing violence among school-aged children. Now, Abigail, does gender dynamics have anything to do with the way children express themselves violently?
Okay. When we talk about gender dynamics, or we can look at it from the aspect of gender norms, which kind of defines what behavior, what the society expects of
both
boys,
gender.
yes, of boys and girls,
Okay.
how boys should behave. These are behaviors that are acceptable for boys, and these are the behaviors that are acceptable for girls. You know, gender dynamics, gender norms have a role to play in when it comes to this issue of violence, both for a child that is predisposed to being violent and the victim, the recipient of violence.
Okay.
For instance, in the society, there is this belief that boys are supposed to be strong. Boys are not supposed to show weakness. They are supposed to be dominant. And sometimes this can encourage violence in boys.
But aren't boys strong?
Yes.
Naturally.
Boys are, but they are always exception. You know, there's a book by James Dobson,
Okay.
Bringing Up Boys, that talks about the characteristics of a boy. That I will encourage all parents with male children to read that book. He also has one that for the girls, Bringing Up Girls.
Yes.
He said something in that book. He said that boys, the way boys, because of the genetic makeup of boys, I don't want to go into much explanation
details,
because of time.
Yeah.
That you see that boys, they play a lot, they are strong. Biologically, boys are different from girls. The way boys, the way they want to dominate, you see them when they are young, they want to climb, they are always doing things that will even make them sustain injuries.
Yeah.
He said it's normal for boys, but there are always exceptions. He said that while his son was growing up, that there was a particular child, his son's best friend, that doesn't fit into that category. He was more reserved, more calm. You know, sometimes society frown at boys that are like that, but the truth of the matter is that in as much as boys is typical, there are some behavior that are typical of boys.
Yeah.
But there are some that doesn't fit into that definition. It doesn't make them less
of boys.
Yes, it doesn't make them less of being a man or they are not, you understand? But we shouldn't give them or label them. So some people are
I guess these are just societal stereotypes.
Yes, they are societal stereotypes.
Yeah.
So now, how these gender stereotypes or gender norms can influence the behavior is that there are times boys, they will be taught to, the society can teach them to normalize violence. Then on the other hand, on the other side, girls may be more socialized. Yes, that's the word I was trying to look for. Girls may be more socialized to condone or to be passive or to be submissive. There are times whereby a boy will do a certain thing. People will tell you, leave him now, he's a boy child. Then when a girl do that same thing, they'll tell you, you are a girl, don't you know? Now, it's fine for us to teach our children how they should behave, but that doesn't mean that we should encourage violent behavior. in our children, either boys or girls.
Okay.
Then for boys, another downside in the sense that though society may encourage boys to be dominant, to
and
be
expressive,
assertive, to express themselves, to express their masculinity, then sometimes it can also be a disadvantage to them, because boys sometimes when they are victims of violence or bullying,
and they cry out,
most
nobody
times
listens to them.
they don't even speak out, because if you speak out, society will say that you are too weak.
Weakling.
So even when they are victims, boys may not want. In fact, girls are more likely to speak up against abuse compared to boys.
Okay.
Because society will say, even sometimes maybe it's a girl that's kind of bullied or kind of beats up that boy. Sometimes they will ask you, now again, I beat you. Even the parents, sometimes the parents will say, okay, go and show me that boy. You are a man, you have to, some parents make some of these statements. So sometimes boys will not internalize these statements. So when they are victims of either physical abuse or sexual abuse, they will not want to speak up because the society will see them as weak.
That's weak, okay.
So we have to correct some of these things.
Yes, I actually do hope we're able to correct some of these things, because somehow they are shaping our, views and perspectives to life. All right, let's examine this particular one. What are the warning signs that a student may be at risk of engaging in violent behavior? Mercy.
Okay.
Are there any warning signs?
Part of the signs is when a child who is naturally outgoing, a child is withdrawn, a child that normally participates in class activities, and suddenly the child is not interested again anymore in her.
Loses
interest in things. The child like being alone. The child is just expressing himself or herself, in anger over little issues. You know that something
is wrong somewhere.
Underlying that kind of behavior. And another thing we must always look at, any behavior, any negative behavior we see in children, there's a why. There is a why. I think teachers should be very, very, intentional
observant,
in understanding their students. Last week I was in a school, I do school outreaches, and I was in the proprietor's office, and one of the teachers came and he was like, this particular boy, he was just venting, this particular boy. I looked at him, I kept quiet. Fortunately, myself and the teacher, we went to that class to do something, and the boy came in. And when that boy came in, I look at the boy, naturally he's a very calm boy. I was quiet, and the next thing, the teacher was aggressive, It was just like, this school, is either you leave this school or I will leave this school. So I said, calm down. Calm down. I look at the boy. I said, calm down, sir. That's the part of the teacher anyway, that don't pay attention to him. You never can tell what this child is going through. Never can tell if you can just be patient and meet him later, because after the teacher left this class, I went to meet the boy and I spoke with him. So there are some people that are really going through stuff. You don't understand. You just want to pick on them. Maybe they didn't answer you. Maybe there's something you expect of them and they didn't, do that thing. You just feel that they are stubborn. No, there is a why behind every action. So a lot of children are going through a lot. They're going through a lot. I met somebody that told me something that the parents didn't know at all. I was like, please help me, I need help. So you see them reacting or overreacting or not acting at all. It's not normal. Something is behind it. So when you see children who normally do things, maybe their school, their academic work, they are no longer meeting up.
Naturally given to.
Yes, they don't do their assignments. They write tests. They used to get 50 over 50. Now they have 25. You know that something is wrong. So if the teachers and parents can, pay attention to the students, you know that you are not just teaching for money. You are shaping destinies.
Yeah.
You are shaping destiny. You are imparting the next generation. You should be able to calm down and look at these children. When you notice anything, get them to talk to you, get them to know what they are going through. I believe, yes, it's going to help the children.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that will lead me to the next question. And I'm also glad you are in the field of teaching and instructing, right? Now, what training do you think teachers should receive to be able to identify and respond to violent tendencies in children?
Wow, that's very good take, yes. Teachers really need to be trained. I was telling Abigail behind the scene that there is a school that invited me to talk to their teachers. And teacher-student relationship. Teachers really, and unfortunately, schools don't pay attention to these things. they feel is nothing. And we have few people who have this passion for this younger generation. They are very few. So I think school owners, the government, they should please, I'm begging, they should train their teachers on emotional intelligence.
Emotional
very
intelligence.
Very important, yes.
Okay.
Emotional intelligence, to be able to know how to react, how to act.
How to identify first.
Beautiful, thank you.
Okay.
How to identify what you see. Another thing they should also train teachers on is conflict resolution. Some teachers don't know how to handle issues when issues are brought to them. So conflict is a whole lot, of course.
Okay.
Yes. Teach your teachers, train them, bring resource persons to train them on, conflict resolution.
Okay.
So those two aspects are
Yes.
very, very critical in raising, Another thing they should also teach teachers is the awareness.
Okay.
Yes, they should create that awareness that things like this happen.
Okay.
So they should be, proactive. They should be ready with that, with that mindset, with that, that
Consciousness.
Consciousness, yes, that consciousness. They know that, when they see a particular student, they know that no, something is not right. Why? Because they've been trained.
Okay.
There's an adage that says if you don't train them, don't blame them. So a lot of teachers, they are not functioning where they are not doing their jobs where they just feel it's just to teach because they are not trained. Teachers need to be trained holistically in this aspect so that they'll be able to help the next generation in this particular issue of violence.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mercy. Yes, I was going to ask you a question. In fact, just before you say what you have in mind, okay? She made mention of emotional intelligence and conflict resolution. Now, do you think it's realistic to incorporate that into our curriculum?
Yes, that's even what I wanted to say in addition. When we talk about training for teachers, teachers should be trained with the essential techniques that is needed for them to be able to identify and respond to violent tendencies within the school environment. As teachers, it's not just about teaching, like she said, it's not just about teaching your subject. You might be a guru. You might be good in your subject area. In fact, you might be able to give them all the knowledge they deserve. But aside from that, one thing that teachers should know is that you are not just teaching the subject content, but you are influencing their life positively. So teachers should be trained on effective classroom management. No, one of the ways to curb violence, because there are times violence can take place in the classroom. I have seen a video. I think it was even this week I saw that video of some student. The boy was resting his head on the table, on the desk. And some of his classmates, they started putting some things, writing some notes on his back. They placed it on the back. So the teacher walked in and saw that. There's a way the teacher was able to kind of de-escalate, bring that issue. And she was able to talk to them. And I believe that in fact, the words of wisdom that she shared with that classroom, that I believe that their lives will be forever changed.
So you mean she didn't flog, she didn't spank?
She didn't flog them, she just used dialogue. She was able to appeal to their reasoning. And many of them, they started feeling remorseful about their action. So teachers should be trained on essential life skills. In fact, the schools, like you said, should introduce social emotional learning, SEL, childhood educators will call it SEL, social emotional learning. And it should be integrated into the curriculum. Now, this social emotional learning teaches children about empathy, resilience, critical thinking skills, emotional regulation skills, conflict management. So it should be introduced, as a matter of fact, into the curriculum. So teachers should be trained on how to respond in cases of violence. There are some teachers that don't know how to manage conflict within the school environment. Some of them have a favorite student, or you understand, they want to support.
Personal favorites.
Yes, even while I was in the educational sector, I have seen teachers that would deliberately say, I will not enter a particular class to teach because I don't like those students.
Wow.
I have seen teachers do that. I have seen teachers that they keep malice. In fact, it's not when we talk about this issue of bullying, it's not only students or peers. There are teachers that bully children. And that should also be addressed. There are some teachers that are bullies. They will pick on a child. I remember when I was growing up, there was this, I think it was cultural dance or something. A particular teacher said that I will never participate. I don't know why she picked on me, why she didn't want me to participate. So a senior student now called me and said, okay, you do this dance, can you do it? I said, I can do it. She said that, you dance well, so why doesn't she want you to include you? Understand? There are some teachers that they just pick on a student. I don't know the reason, the personal reason they have against that student. So these are teachers needs to be trained. It's not as a teacher, you are a guardian. You are not just a teacher, you are a counselor. In fact, you are like a therapist to the children in your class. You should be able to spot when they are having emotional issues. There are some issues they will be having at home. You as a teacher should be able to spot those issues and know how to come in or how to bring the management into it. I remember while I was still in the educational sector, I've seen some students that cannot walk up to their parents to tell them some challenges they were having. There was a student that I was able to help. She was having a particular health challenge, something very personal. So when she brought that issue to me, I was able to solve it. And even till this day, she's always grateful for that particular experience. It was an health challenge. She couldn't speak to her parents about it. I told her, okay, these are the process we are going to, since it's something that has to do with the females. I told her I would not want to relay this to myself alone, because tomorrow something might happen and people will ask me, who did you take consent from before you took this girl for checkup? So I had to involve the principal, who was a female, and she gave me the go ahead and say, okay, do this. At the end of the day, our mother got to know about what we did, and she was even thanking me that, thank you for taking the bold steps. So as a teacher, you should be able to spot some issues, emotional or psychological issues, that the children in your class are going through.
I totally agree with you, because I, for one, believe that not everyone belongs in the teaching circle. You understand? I feel like some persons are just in the teaching sector because of the need to make ends meet, right? So
because there's no job.
There are no jobs, you understand? But I feel like if you don't have a passion for children, then you have absolutely no business teaching.
And that's why they should be trained.
Yes, training is very important.
Yes,
and when you talk of training, the first thing that comes to my mind is, the teacher training.
No, not the teacher training.
Okay.
Training them on these aspects, this, therapeutic aspect that she said, that all teachers should be therapists.
Well, isn't it possible to incorporate it into the teacher training college and stuff?
Very well, and I think it's one of the things they do. They must be teaching them those stuff, but it should be re-emphasized. It should be repeated, because this is a real life. This is a normal thing you meet every day. So this particular aspect of relationship between teachers and students, should be re-emphasized. At least every time they should do it twice.
Okay.
To keep the teachers on their toes, to know that, yes, you don't just maltreat students. You don't just follow students the way you see them. Things are happening.
Is it possible to have disciplinary boards that monitor teachers and ensure that they are able to, live up to expectation in this regard? Especially as regards, practicing what they learned in their teacher training, colleges. Is it possible to set up such,
I think that most schools have that in place. There is a way they checkmate the teachers. Like when I was still in the educational sector, there's something they do at every second term. They will tell the student to write about the teacher. Now, when the student assesses that teacher, it's not just about your teaching. It's about your character, the things you say, your dressing,
and the way
everything.
You relate to them, true.
The stories you even share. It was even sometimes when you read some of them, because I was opportunity to be part of the disciplinary committee at a certain point. There are some things that you will even hear, and you'll be surprised that a teacher said this. There are some things that some teachers will say to a student that even a teacher is not even supposed to say that thing to a child. I have seen teachers that go to class, they won't teach the subject area, they'll begin to talk about their life. They will tell stories, what they did when they were, in fact, some of them will even talk about their activities with their spouse in the classroom. So I believe that all schools have a way they checkmate. If at any school that is not willing to do that, that means they don't want to grow. So schools should have a way, as you are assessing the work, the academic work of the children, you should be able to assess the work of the teachers, not just about what they teach, also in terms of their character, in terms of their moral upbringing. So I know a particular school that said that if you want to teach in that school, you must be someone with a kind of you must have a kind of
high IQ, moral compass. Okay.
Because sometimes there are some teachers that can mislead the younger ones. So there are some schools that do that. They checkmate the teachers.
All right, Mercy, is there any correlation between substance abuse and violence amongst young people?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely, when you take alcohol or you take drugs, it alters your system. Yes, alcohol and drugs is not just a coping mechanism, because I met a youngster who told me that, I asked him, why are you taking drugs? He said, that's my coping mechanism. One other guy was telling me that when things are going wrong, he just wants he doesn't want to think about anything.
He wants to clear his mind.
Yes, say it will just be calm. Why some, you know, when you take, this thing has capacity. When you take the one that is beyond your strength, your capacity, you now start
begin to
misbehaving.
react.
A young guy carried bottle and was destroying everything. One even stabbed the mom to death because of substance
abuse.
So definitely there's a strong relationship between substance abuse and
Yes, Abigail, this happens to be your jurisdiction. I'm sure you'll agree with me. So have you experienced in real time how substance abuse influences young people to indulge in violent behavior?
Okay. I would say, like, for somebody, it's not just about maybe my work with teenagers. Like, when I was growing up, I grew up in, like, the ghetto, like...
The hood?
The environment where I grew up in, like, these things were normal.
Yeah.
Cultism, gangsterism...
Alcoholism, substance abuse and
like
stuff.
That.
Yeah.
So, I've seen firsthand what drugs, effects of drugs can do. I remember there was this this one is even a girl. She took drugs. I think that was the first time that she took those drugs, and she started misbehaving. They had to bring her to the church. She was even the one that told them that my church is not far from this place. Please take me to my church. She was on the effects of the drugs. In fact, the way that girl was displaying, there were so many things that she said then. In fact, when you see a person that is under the influence of drugs, they can do something, and they can even enjoy themselves. They won't feel the pain. That they can even kill things that normally
their bodies are literally numb
yes,
to pain.
Things that they cannot do normally, they will begin to do those things. So when somebody is in that mood, they can take a life. So even when they do it, they won't even know that this is what they have done because they are under the influence of. So these are things that is not something. It's not a feeble. It's not a yesterday. They happen all the time. There are girls that have been molested, that have been abused as a result of drugs. They took drugs. Some of them didn't even know. It was when they woke up they realized that something has happened.
Okay.
So we should always discourage the younger ones. Aside from them taking to violence, something can be done to them while they are on the effect of that drugs, and they won't even know.
Okay.
There are young people that have been poisoned through drugs. They will just inject that thing into their drugs, and the thing will just destroy their system. And before you know it, they'll begin to have health issues, or they will just lose their life as a result. So there's a relationship between drug abuse and...
Amazing. Now, how does academic pressure, contribute to the rate at which young people express themselves? You understand? For example, there are children who just emotionally explode sometimes, perhaps as a result of the pressure, the academic pressure that their parents are mounting on them, right? So how does this manifest, in practical?
Okay, I think it has to do with some children, they lack emotional regulation skills. They find it difficult to manage their emotions, especially when they are stressed, especially when they are going through tough times. So because of that, even we adults, sometimes it happens to us. You came back from work, you are really tired, you just want to rest, or maybe your boss, something happened in the workplace, and at that moment your child will just come and begin to tell. In fact, is that most times children are like that. When you're having a bad day, sometimes that's when they want you to come and play with them, and there are times you will just flare up. Like she said, there's a need for you to apologize. I'm just saying in the case of an adult.
Yeah.
So there are times you just explode. Please leave me alone. Can't you see I'm tired? The child doesn't understand. They want you understand. But the same way we adults have burnout, we are tired, we are frustrated.
That's how children
can also occur to children. So that's why, as we are teaching our children, we want them to be the best in their academics. We should also teach them emotional regulation skills, how to regulate or manage their emotions, especially when they are stressed out. In fact, it takes a whole lot of kind of anybody that can do that when you are stressed and you can still maintain your sanity, you can still maintain your tone, the way you talk, the way you relate. Because there are times, there are some people that are not prone to anger, they are not prone to being aggressive or violent. But when they are stressed out, they are frustrated, maybe they're having issues in their academics, they will just flare out. There are I've seen some children that are not given to anger. Even in the educational system, there are some things that the child will do. You as the teacher will say, I know this child. This behavior is not typical of this child. That's what I normally tell educators. When it comes to this issue of bullying or violence within the school, one thing that I will always tell teachers not to do, don't pacify the victim. Some teachers do that. They will say, maybe a child came to report you and say, John slapped me, John threw my book away, or this one did this, and you say, sorry now, sorry, don't you know? Don't do that. Teachers should never do that. What you should do, you call the perpetrator. No, it's not just about you telling the victim. Now, when you do that, you are passing a wrong information to both the aggressor and the victim. Yeah. Because that way, just imagine, if I keep on reporting something to you as a teacher, and you don't do anything, you are forcing me to take the law into my hands. Because one day I will retaliate, and my comeback might not be palatable. Okay. That's why I always tell children, teenagers, when I work with it, I tell them that you should be careful in life so that you will not become the villain in a situation where you are supposed to be the victim. Okay. For me personally, I don't want my child to be the villain or the victim. Okay. But being the villain is worse. Because just imagine now, somebody pushed you, or somebody did something, somebody slapped you, and you decide to retaliate. Then you now push that person, and the person fails, and there's a sharp object there. Or the person is having an health challenge, and the person was not too fine that day, and they are the one that came to look for your trouble. Then you now push that person, the person fail. At the end of the day, you are not a murderer. Yeah. You are not the villain. And that person was the one, because there's something called, psychologists call it reactive rage or reactive abuse. Somebody will do something, then you react. People will not see what that person did. They will see your own, what you did, because your comeback is far greater than what that person did to you. So you should be very careful, especially educators.
Thank you so much, Abigail. Yes, please do. As we begin to wrap up.
Pressure. Yeah. The pressure, academic pressure on the children. Parents, it also boils down to the home. Parents should stop equating success to position, class position. Okay, academic excellence. Beautiful. Okay. They shouldn't do that. You know, recently, this last jam that took place, a girl took her life. A girl, this last jam, she took her life because of the results.
Perhaps the pressure of the parents.
And she knew what she's going to meet at home. She knew the reaction of the parents. Parents do this kind of, are you not seeing your mates? Yeah. Are you not seeing this always taking favor? Excuse me. Success cannot be equated to position. There are lots of people who didn't go to school per se. Yeah. And they are doing very, very well. So we should be able to recognize our children's strengths and weaknesses. And you know, but the children, they understand through different means. You should be able to understand your child's learning style and, you know, encourage them. Stop pressuring them with position. That child might be good in mathematics and is not good in English. Yeah. Do you understand? Do you get it? Okay. So please, parents, the family, the home front is very important. You pay attention. Fuel your children's strengths and try to help their weaknesses. Don't compel them. Don't put them under pressure. Not use positioning. If you don't take first, if you don't take second, I'll deal with you. Look at your brother. Look at your sister. No, stop it. You can do better. So the home front is very important in this issue.
We can do better, and I really do hope we do better, because, you know, I often say that talk is cheap. It's one thing to talk, it's another thing to put it to practice. And I'm hoping that the parents and teachers out there watching us are taking notes and getting ready to implement everything that my awesome guests have said so far on the show. Well, it's been Flipside on Independent Television, and we've been taking a look at violence among school-aged children. It's been such an amazing time on the show today, and I have my guests in the house to thank for it. I'm talking Mercy Onya, who happens to be a teens coach or a teen coach. And of course, thank you very much, Mercy.
Thank you.
And of course, Abigail Airobahi, who is a teen coach as well. She spoke so passionately about what not to do as regards the way parents handle these violent children. Thank you so much, Abigail, for your contribution.
You're welcome.
Yes, it's been an amazing time on the show. Just like my guests have said, a word is enough for the wise. Violence is not inborn. I think that is one of the most important takes from this conversation. No child was born violent, even though we understand that there are temperaments, you know, different kinds of temperaments. The human being, we are told, is born tabula rasa. What that means is that every human being is born as a clean slate. Nobody comes with any knowledge of anything from heaven or from anywhere. Okay? People are a product of what they learn. People are a product of what they accumulate, the experiences that they, you know, gather. Okay? So that is exactly what they become. So if someone is violent, it's because they've been exposed to violence over time. Sometimes it's subconscious. Sometimes they're not even aware of it. Okay? But you see, the kind of things that they are exposed to shape them and make them who they are. Well, I want to say that It's been such an amazing conversation, like I said. Flipside on Independent Television reaches you every Wednesday from 1:30 to 2:30. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now.
certainly the best.
Tonight, President Tinubu demands equity in global mineral trade, AI governance at G20 summit. Senate lauds Nigeria's removal from grey list. Iowa residents in Edo State protest over rising spate of kidnappings. NDLEA raids illicit drug hotspots in Kano, arrests 230 suspects. A very good evening to you. Thank you for joining us on the Network News on ITV. I am Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network Center. And joining me from our Lagos Network Center, from Benin Network Center is Daisy. Daisy, good evening.
Good evening, Charity.
Thank you very much. And from the Abuja Network Center this evening, we are coming up with President Bola Tinubu calling for a global framework that benefits communities hosting critical minerals in Nigeria and Africa and ensuring value addition at the source. Our State House correspondent Ihara Atai reports Tinubu and his back Expo Center.
Based on the need to address security challenges in the country, President Bola Tinubu mandated his deputy, Vice President Kashim Shettima, to represent him at the third session of this year's Group of 20 Leaders Summit, popularly referred to as the G20. In a statement delivered on his behalf by Vice President Shettima, he highlighted that Nigeria and Africa's critical minerals are more than natural deposits as they hold the promise of industrial transformation for the continent. The president stressed that while the possession of resources alone does not guarantee prosperity, relevant authorities and stakeholders must ensure that extraction and trade of critical minerals are governed by fairness, transparency, and accountability. President Tinubu emphasized that such responsible extraction and trade are necessary to ensure that the wealth generated from hosting communities translate into shared progress.
The G20 must, in the adoption of the Leaders' Declaration, take very seriously to advance policies that drive sustainable growth, promote financial inclusion, and tackle emerging risk. This includes support for indigenous production.
On artificial intelligence, that AI remains a servant of humanity and not a force that reshapes society at the expense of those it ought to uplift. He urged the G20 leaders and to build a future African mere of passion in that flow that brings in a manner that meets the need of all nations. The president said it would be difficult for Africa to realize a positive paradigm shift in its development trajectory without a collective resolve of the G20. The theme of this year's G20 summit is a fair and just future for all, critical minerals, decent work, and artificial intelligence. Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
The Senate says it welcomed the delisting of Nigeria from the grey list by the Financial Action Task Force. National Assembly correspondents report lawmakers are saying the development has repositioned Nigeria as a financially secured country. In 2001, Nigeria was blacklisted as a nation whose financial system is a hotspot for illicit flows. The development placed a burden on the country until 2006 when it was delisted. However, the nation's subsequent grey listing by the Financial Action Task Force in 2023 became a source of concern as the country has to deal with international suspicion over anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing frameworks. Hence, the Nigerian Senate received the news of the delisting with delight.
The delisting reduces the risk of future sanctions or financial restriction on Nigerian institutions, ensuring the stability of the national economy and preservation of financial independence. It also positions Nigeria more favorably among its international peers, strengthening diplomatic and economic relations.
These senators, while commending President Bola Tinubu for the action, said this will guarantee a smoother and more cost-efficient cross-border transactions.
For several years now, Nigeria have been paraded as dangerous to the financial setting. But today, Nigeria is no longer on that list, that dangerous list. The financing of terrorism, economic crime, and all the money laundering, all of these things are things of the past.
This singular act has brought our anti-financial crime laws in tandem with international best practices. And then delisting of Nigeria will also go a long way in giving our anti-corruption agencies full participation in the fight against corruption.
From Abuja, Charity Tanko, ITV News. And that will be all from the Abuja Network Center. Now over to our Benin Network Center where Daisy is on standby. Daisy, over to you.
Thank you so much, Charita. And to our esteemed viewers, just note that you can watch ITV online at www.itvradio9ng.com/live, or you can follow us on our social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram, or even on YouTube or TikTok. Just type ITV Radio NG. And to a first story from our Benin Network Center, protesting residents of Iowa community in Ovia Northeast Local Government area of Edo State blocked the Benin-Akure Road in the early hours of today, calling on government and security agencies to rescue them from kidnappers who, according to them, invade the community daily, abducting innocent citizens, demanding ransom and killing others. Python Sogo reports that the situation left many travelers stranded as no motorist was allowed to move.
Residents of Iowa, apparently disturbed by the turn of events in their community, took over the road and barricaded it at strategic points, thereby preventing free flow of traffic. According to them, kidnappers now raid the community on a daily basis, carrying off their victims, demanding huge ransoms, and killing others on the spot.
Even the incident that happened yesterday, the Kiadolo Division Area Command was here, taking the cops that were killed the previous day, and another kidnapping was going on in the same hour.
We have faced so many problems here, and I will beg the governor and the police and the army to come to our aid and help us to take care of these insurgents that we can be free.
Narrating his ordeal, a young man whose wife was abducted a few hours earlier pleaded with the government to come to his aid.
I don't get to pay 50 million. I never 50 I want 50 million come. I don't get anybody who will help me. I beg go, help me. I beg. We need your attention. We need your attention. I beg go.
We are begging the governor. We are begging the police. We are begging the military. We are begging everybody. It should be a joint effort. These people, they are coming with impunity. They don't hurry. They take their time. 3 hours. 3 good hours. No disturbance. They were at peace, as if they are doing a legal operation.
The Kiadolo Division tried to persuade the protesters to leave the road, but to no avail. Soon, the Edo State Commissioner of Police, Monday Ogbonika, arrived at the scene.
coming to this place, I'm happy that I have seen many youths who are energetic. This energy you have, you are wasting it blocking the road. Let us use it to fight the kidnappers.
At the time of this report, the Edo State Police boss was still making efforts to pacify the protesters and convince them to reopen the road. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Kano Command, has arrested 230 suspects and recovered large quantities of illicit drugs and weapons during a coordinated 30-day operation across the state. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim reports.
The commander of the Strategic Command, Abubakar Ahmad, said the sustained operations targeted notorious drug hoops across Kano in collaboration with other security agencies. Speaking on the impact of the exercise, the NDLEA commander highlighted the positive results recorded so far.
This operation led to the arrest of 230 suspects involved in various drug-related offenses and the recovery of significant quantities of illicit substances and weapons. The raids were strategically targeted at notorious drug hotspots across the state, including Oforua, Tashar Rami, Rijiyar Lemo, Kurna, Miltara, Zage, Dorayi.
He noted that the crackdown has drastically reduced drug abuse and related crimes, including forgery and phone snatching, thereby restoring confidence among the residents in the affected communities. The NDLEA says the operations will continue as part of its renewed commitment to rid Kano states of illicit drug and ensure a safer and more secure environment for social and economic activity. Dole Ibrahim, ITV News Kano.
Family, friends, and well-wishers gathered to celebrate the life and legacy of late Deacon Benjamin Egbai, a devoted Christian and a man of integrity. Management and staff of Independent Television and Radio, led by the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, attended the social dance held in honor of the deceased, who is the father of Mrs. Oloije Oihohai, a staff of the station. The report filed by Shalom Ongara is presented by Joladi Ojo.
The funeral commenced with a service of songs marked by praise, worship and prayers for the deceased.
He was a pillar of strength, wisdom and encouragement.
Deacon Egbai is someone who was known to be very humane,
very humble, is a peaceful man, and he served God until he had that grief.
The body was later conveyed from Igbinedian Hospital mortuary to his residence in a solemn procession filled with emotions and memories. The funeral service brought together family members, church members, and friends to bid farewell to a man who served God diligently and humanity faithfully. The Thanksgiving service was held at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Sunshine Province, Edo 4. It was a celebration of gratitude, marking the peaceful transition of Deacon Egbai. The reception was graced by the Managing Director, Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, the Executive Director of Operations, Chief Elder Ogbede Nwonse, and Deputy General Manager, Program Division, Dr. Soniju Kokosum. At the reception, guests were entertained while family members expressed appreciation to everyone who stood by them throughout the period of grief.
My dad was an educationist. He was a disciplinarian. He loved God to the later. I miss him dearly.
I appreciate everyone for their support and those who were there during the burial.
A kind-hearted man, put everybody before himself. He was selfless.
We that he has left behind, that will be able to follow his good legacy.
My dad was a very hardworking person. He was humble to the core.
Oloije's father is happy where he is right now because of the array of dignitaries, friends, family members, well-wishers that have come to celebrate with them.
They've lost a great person.
From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Regular engagement in sport and exercise has been described as an effective way to maintain fitness and promote healthy living. The Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Professor Idia Nibokun Izeyamu, stated this during the opening ceremony of the 9th edition of the CMD Cup football tournament held at the UBTH Sports Complex. Osemudeme Osagi has details.
In keeping with its tradition of promoting healthy living through sports, the CMD of UBTH, Professor Idia Nibokun Izeyamu, unveiled the trophy for the 9th edition of the CMD Cup. Professor Izeyamu described the tournament as a vital platform for promoting teamwork, fitness and mental well-being among participants.
I want to encourage you that this is a good opportunity for you to stay healthy. Sporting activities gives you the capacity to exercise, to socialize, to just take a break from the very hectic things that you do on a day-to-day basis.
Chairman Organizing Committee of the CMD Cup, Dr. Philip Ogodi, said the tournament celebrates excellence and discipline and assured that the competition will be keenly contested.
The CMD Cup has become one of UBTH's most cherished sporting traditions. Beyond football, this event represents unity, represents awareness, teamwork, and the shared commitment that defines our institution.
Professor Izeyamu later performed the ceremonial kick-off before the opening match, which saw UBTH FC begin their campaign with a thrilling 3-0 victory over Physiotherapy FC.
And it's a picture now for...
Some of the players reacted to the outcome of the opening encounter.
It was a nice game. We played like 5 times, so it's only one they've won us. So I was expecting the winning so far.
I want to thank the CMD of UBTH for creating this platform so that we'll have this connectivity.
In the final match of the day, defending champions Nast Wheelers FC were held to a goalless draw by Golden Age FC. The 9th edition of the CMD Cup will feature 16 teams. From Benin, Osemudeme Osagi, RTV News.
Edo State Police Command has announced the arrest and prosecution of a 24-year-old social media content creator popularly known as Madam All Rise for circulating a fabricated claim of being kidnapped along Upper Sokwamba Road, Benin City. In a statement issued on Saturday, the command explained that the suspect, identified as Osabo Omoyeme, has published a video alleging that she was kidnapped, released by police operatives, and subsequently detained at Akbata police station, where she claimed she was forced to pay 10,000 naira as bail. The police clarified that upon receiving the report, an investigation was immediately initiated, and findings confirmed that the entire story was false, deliberate, and staged. The suspect reportedly confessed during interrogation that she created the video solely to attract followers on her TikTok page. Edo State Police Command stated that the suspect was arrested and charged to court on Thursday, 20th November 2025. Fulcal 7 House, also known as Yellow House, has lifted the trophy as the overall winner of the 37th Annual Inter-House Sport Competition of Air Force Primary School, Benin City. Pius Nsogo reports that the colorful sporting event attracted parents and dignitaries from all walks of life, including the Commander 107 Air Maritime Group, Air Commodore Eze Victor Onu, and the ND ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, amongst others.
The champions, Fulcal 7 Yellow House, were celebrated by all after being announced as the overall winners. Red House came second, while Green House placed third. The 4 houses, yellow, red, blue, and green, from both the nursery and primary sections, competed keenly in various sporting events, such as dressing up early for school, relay race, filling the basket, and the 100 meters race. Parents, teachers, and old students also participated in the 100 meters race, in both male and female categories. In a remark, the Commander 107 Maritime Group, Air Commodore Eze Victor Onu, represented by Group Captain Anthony Owonikoko, commended the school management for their efforts in nurturing the pupils in sports and academics.
We have witnessed not just competition, but the true spirit of sportsmanship, courage, teamwork, discipline, and respect.
Earlier, the head teacher of school, Dr. Caroline Izilen, said the sporting event is meant to instill a sense of competition, fair play, and sportsmanship in the pupils. She thanked parents and sponsors of the event.
We believe also in contributing to the society by catching them young at their formative age.
In an interview, the MD, ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, represented by Director Radio, Dr. Dan Omososi, and the Chairman, Edo State Football Association, Fred Newton Ironse, described the event as an avenue for discovering young talents.
The importance of extracurricular activities, especially sports, cannot be overemphasized because sports promote healthy living.
The chairman of the occasion was Honorable Efe Izevizua. Also in attendance was the Executive Director, Edo State Sports Commission, while the police band was on ground to entertain the audience. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
We're going to take a break on the network news. When we return, we'll bring you more stories. Stay with us. Thank you for staying tuned. The Edo State government has pledged its continued support for civil and public servants in the state towards the actualization of the Shine agenda of Governor Monday Okpebholo. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, gave the assurance at the Edo State Government Public Service Breakfast Meeting held at the Festival Hall, Government House, Benin City. Deborah Beffin reports.
Heads of MDs, directors, and permanent secretaries of various ministries and parastatals in Edo State are gathered at the Festival Hall, Government House, Benin, for the purpose of brainstorming with the executive arm of government on the progress and challenges of the state's workforce. While addressing them, the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, said he believes that synergy between the executive and the state civil service will nurture and strengthen governance in the state.
As we strive to build a prosperous and secure Edo State of our dream, it is imperative that we work together seamlessly. The interface between the political executive and the civil service is critical to achieve our goals.
Right Honorable Idahosa noted that government is not unmindful of the challenges faced by the state civil service and assured them of prompt government response.
We urge all heads of ministries, departments, and agencies to nurture and strengthen this partnership. Let us leverage each other's strength, expertise, experience, and skills to drive the progress and prosperity in Edo State.
In his opening remarks, the head of service, Antonio Kumbowa, praised the state government for prioritizing the welfare of the civil servants.
We are now set to establish the Directorate of Research and Policy in Edo State. This directorate, once fully operational, will serve as the veritable left center for research and data-driven governance, policy formulation, and strategic planning across the public service in Edo State.
The breakfast meeting later dovetailed into a dialogue session and a paper presentation titled The Role and Liabilities of Leadership in Enforcing Disciplinary Measures in the Service, Top to Bottom, delivered by Joel Ejionwe. From Government House, Benin, Deborah Obefon, ITV News.
Resource persons have advocated the need for local government chairman, vice chairman, and councillors to leverage on Senator Monday Okpebholo's practical governance template to attract the needed development to citizens. The advocacy is part of a 2-day retreat for onboarding of local government chairmen, vice chairmen, and councillors from the 18 local government areas holding at Vichy Gate Hotel, GRA, Benin City. Kingsley Uchegbu has details.
The onboarding of chairmen of the 18 local government areas, vice chairmen and councillors aims at building their capacity to foster effective governance at the grassroots level, declaring open the 2-day forum with the theme Ensuring Ethical Leadership in Local Governance in Edo State. Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Paul Ohombamu, said the training is to prepare participants in areas of budgeting, projects monitoring, and other areas.
This is a very important tier of government, local government. And there is the need for there to be standard, for there to be ethical leadership, for people to see you and see local government as viable.
A lecture titled Civil and Public Service Standards and Behaviors was delivered by retired Permanent Secretary in the State Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, George Igberase, while another resource person, Dr. Augustine Iredia, spoke on proper official channel of communication from local government to state government.
Not be told the do's and don'ts. After today, they now know what is expected of them.
I want to urge you, use the time at your disposal in your various local government areas to make a mark.
Edo State Argon chairman, who is also the chairman of Esakoris local government, Honorable Sonny Ekbesin. Some local government chairmen and councillors comment on expected gains.
It is now more clearer to us, not just being a chairman of local government. You have to understand why you are chairman, your relationship with people in the locality, and you must be up at doing.
Going to strengthen the relationship between the legislative arm and the executive arm in understanding what grassroots governance is all about.
With this training, we will go a long way to enhance service delivery to our people.
Experience acquired yet will help me to transform my local government to the next level.
Go a long way for us as councillors, so we can carry out our oversight functions.
To equip yourself with knowledge helps us to govern the people effectively.
Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
Members of the Reformed Ugboni Fraternity Incorporated, especially those in the Midwest region, have been urged to uphold the ideas of unity, brotherly love, and mutual support, values that remain central to the fraternity's guiding principle. The charge was given by the Oloriolo Francis Meshoye during a sit-out and familiarization meeting with members of the Midwest region in Benin City, the Edo State capital. Patience Osagua has the details.
It was a lively and colorful sit-out for members of the Reformed Ugboni Fraternity Incorporated Midwest Regions 1 through 4 as they gathered to wine, dine, and interact with members of the Supreme Council led by the Olori Oluwo Francis Meshoye, who was in Benin City on a familiarization visit. In his remarks, the Olori Oluwo commended Governor Monday Okpebholo for sustaining peace and stability in Edo State and appreciated the Oba of Benin for his unwavering support and for ensuring that the kingdom continues to enjoy harmony and progress. He further charged members of the fraternity to maintain a culture of brotherly love, unity, and genuine concern for one another at all times.
I want to thank you for, in the first step, growing our membership and being compliant to the rules and regulations of the Reformed Ugboni Fraternity Incorporated.
Speaking on behalf of members, the Asoju of Midwest Region 1, Professor Ovenseri Aibokun, welcomed the visiting Supreme Council who were on a 5-day familiarization visit to Edo State and pledged continued loyalty and commitment of members to the fraternity's ideals.
Brotherly love, and that is the whole essence of our fraternity, brotherly love. This organization was founded on the basis of fathership of God and brotherhood of man.
Among the dignitaries present were the Olori Akpino Otumba Oluwatoyin Adisa Akombi, Asoju Midwest Region 4, High Chief Francis Inegbeneke, Asoju East Region 3, High Chief George Nwanze, Asoju and Chairman of the Planning Committee and the Ayoba of Benin, Chief Osamede Adun, and the Edo State President of the Timbers Association of Nigeria, Comrade Friday Aigokian, among others. Earlier, members of the fraternity were at the Benin airport to receive the Supreme Council delegation on arrival. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
We'll go on a break on the network news. We'll be back shortly.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for rejoining us. The highly anticipated Night of Bliss 2025, organized by Christ Embassy, has taken place in Benin, drawing an overwhelming crowd of worshippers. The event was held at the Garrick Memorial School ground on Ikenwa Road, where thousands gathered for an evening of faith, worship, and divine connection. Pius Nsogo reports.
Worship filled the air as thousands of attendees lifted their voices, their hearts united in reverence for God. The crowd eagerly received the powerful teachings of Pastor Chris Oyakilome, who delivered his message via a virtual broadcast.
You have an important life journey. And when you are preparing for a journey, and you want to have a successful journey, you want to make sure you take all the important things you require with you.
As the atmosphere intensified with the energy of faith, worshippers praised God for his abundant blessings and sought divine intervention. Clergymen from Christ Embassy branches across Benin, alongside ministers from other local denominations, were also in attendance, expressing gratitude for the success of this year's gathering.
To thank the man of God, Pastor Chris, for the opportunity to have this program in Benin City.
We prayed, we worked towards it, we had expectations.
I'm so happy because Pastor has led us this morning to pray for Nigeria, to pray for our state, and also to pray for our local government.
He is a God-sent man of God, and this program in particular, I wish this kind of program repeats again and again. You will see that Nigeria, will change for better.
It's a program that is all-encompassing. It's a program that has touched everybody. For me, I have been overwhelmed. Pastor dealt on a particular scripture that seemed to be like something we are very familiar with, the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ.
The Night of Bliss is a signature annual event hosted by Christ Embassy under the leadership of Pastor Chris Oyakhilome. It is designed as a special gathering where believers come together for a night of healing, inspiration, and worship. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The Honorable Justice Esoi Francis Ikmome Foundation, established by the Chief Judge Emeritus of Edo State, Honorable Justice E.F. Ikmome, on Friday, 21st November, hosted the 4th edition of its annual ceremony for young prospective female lawyers. The event held at the Seminar Hall, Faculty of Law, University of Benin. It drew past and serving judges of Edo State, academicians, and students from various universities. Jola Deojo reports.
Since its establishment in 2021, the Honorable Justice Esoi Francis Ikmome Foundation has continued to support young aspiring female lawyers from 4 tertiary institutions: the University of Benin, Igbinedion University, Ambrose Ali University, and Benton Idahosa University. In his opening remarks, Chairman of the occasion and Chief Judge Emeritus of Edo State, Honorable Justice Cromwell Idahosa, commended the founder for her unwavering commitment to empowering young women in the legal profession.
She has shown a path of giving to those who are less privileged. It is a wonderful act. Those of you who are the beneficiaries, please make the best use of this kind of gift.
Guest speaker, Chief Magistrate, Special Grade Retired, Honorable Isi Iyoha, also delivered a goodwill message.
When you mentor people and they grow, you have made somebody happy, and that is the essence of life. Honorable Justice Ikmome has done a wonderful thing in the lives of young students of law.
Chairman of the foundation, Honorable Justice Esoi Ikmome, reiterated that the initiative aims to support and inspire the next generation of female leaders in law.
It is our hope that within this little contribution of 150,000 naira, each beneficiary will find respite in their pursuits to becoming lawyers. I urge you to stay true to your convictions and values.
Awards were later presented to the beneficiaries, who expressed deep appreciation to the foundation for its impact and continued support.
On behalf of all the recipients, we say a very sincere thank you, ma'am, and we are grateful and promise to make the very best use of this opportunity.
Something others should also try to emulate.
And she has increased the level. Every year the students are getting more. And this year is even more wonderful.
From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
In a joyous and culturally rich celebration, the families of Lawrence Osabo Oka and Ikwoba Osemge were officially united through the traditional marriage of their children, Iesoge Loretta Oka and Esosa Dani Ikwoba. Osemudeme Osage reports that the ceremony held at the residence of the bride's family and attracted family members, friends, and special guests, including the Deputy Governor of Edo State, Dennis Idahosa.
The customs and traditions of Benin were strictly followed as Iyesoge Loretta Oka was joined to her heartthrob, Esosa Daniel Ikbuba. The event was a colorful showcase of Edo culture, with family and friends gathered to witness the union of the young couple. After the completion of the traditional rites, guests, family members and well-wishers converged at a lavish reception to celebrate with the newlyweds. The father of the bride and Edo State APC Secretary Lawrence Oka and the father of the groom Ikbuba Osewenge advised the couple to love one another always and guard their home against external interference.
My precious daughter, I don't joke with her. She knows her honors. Well groomed. May God bless the marriage faithfully.
They should cooperate. As the marriage has come through, myself, I'm very happy. I'm very grateful.
The couple expressed heartfelt sentiments about their love and admiration for each other.
God is at the middle of everything. It must work. So we're always going to do His will and always be patient, love each other, be more understanding.
She is a very unique human being, and she's the kind of bride that every man wants to be with. She's amazing.
Guests were treated to performances by dance troupes and live bands. Some invited guests encouraged the couple to put God first in all their endeavors.
Marriage is an institution of God. Anything that concerns your marriage, when it is sweet, when it is bitter, go back to God.
I want to congratulate the new wedded couples and their parents for them to stay together. What attracted them to one another, they should keep to it and not allow a third person to come into their marriage.
They should keep up the faith with patience, tolerance and understanding. They will get there.
It is God's doing, and they will excel, and God will provide them the opportunity to know that God is love and love is God.
From Benin, Osemudame Osagi, ITV News.
The acting chairman of Uwunde Local Government Council, Honorable Austin Imafidon, has commended all the players for their commitment and sportsmanship throughout the Isiwina Gold Cup competition organized by the council. The chairman gave the commendation at the grand finale of the Isiwina Gold Cup, partly facilitated by the Uwunde Local Government Council, which came to an exciting close on Thursday with a display of exceptional talent, discipline and sportsmanship from all participating teams. Oluwafemi Farayola reports.
In a thrilling final match, Ward 7 emerged champions after defeating their opponents with an emphatic 3-0 victory, earning them the prestigious Gold Cup and a cash prize of 1 million naira. Ward 5 secured second place, taking home the Silver Cup and a cash prize of 500,000 naira, while the third place position was clinched by Ward 6, who received a cash reward of 200,000 naira. While presenting the trophies and cash prizes, the chairman of Uwunde Local Government Council, Honorable Austin Imafidon, commended all the teams for their commitment and sportsmanship throughout the tournament. He encouraged them to remain focused and dedicated.
I'm overwhelmed with what I saw. The both sides did well, but the best has it. They've done well, and we'll do whatever we can to support them. These people will represent us not just in Nigeria, they are going to represent us globally.
Some players attributed their success to teamwork and determination.
I just want to appreciate the local government chairman for this wonderful competition. We are very grateful for this wonderful opportunity that the chairman has given for us to express our innate ability. It's not easy, and we just have to thank God Almighty for making this competition a success.
We will not stop thanking the chairman. We calculated the time and know that this time there is need to bring our youth, off the street, to engage them meaningfully. They can be useful to themselves and also to the society that they belong. You can see the youth, they are smiling.
The tournament, organized by the Supervisor for Youth, Women and Social Development, Honorable Mrs. Anita Iyare, attracted a distinguished gathering including political party leaders, sports administrators, football enthusiasts, among others. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
We'll take a pause now for some commercials. To stay.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you for staying with us. The inaugural Benin Unity Cup kicked off on Thursday with a vibrant opening ceremony at the Crescent Football Club Sports Complex, Iriri, Benin City, where color, culture, and raw football talent converged to usher in a new era of grassroots sports development in Edo South. Youth athletes from the 7 local government areas of the district marched into a packed arena, setting the tone for a tournament designed to promote unity, celebrate youth, and spotlight emerging football talent across the Benin nation. The report is presented by Osemudiame Osagi.
Running from 20th November to 20th December 2025, the competition has already been described as one of the most ambitious youth-focused sporting initiatives in the state in recent years. Tournament sponsor Senator Neda Imaswen said the initiative is his way of giving back to the community while providing young people with a clear pathway to opportunities. Senator Imaswen, who chairs the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions, added that the goal is to discover young stars who can contribute to national development through sports. He also revealed that football scouts from Sweden and other countries have arrived in Benin City to observe the tournament.
The inspiration actually comes from identifying that our youths are actually becoming idle, and we also recognize too that they are so talented.
Former Commissioner for Transportation and Tournament Coordinator Honorable Orobosa Omojo echoed the call for collective responsibility and urged political leaders in Edo South to emulate Senator Imaswen's commitment to youth empowerment. Edo FA Chairman Mr. Fred Newton Erunse appealed to senators from Edo North and Edo Central to invest in similar initiatives to keep youths engaged and away from social vices.
Tandem with the Benin Unity Summit, who has partnered with Senator Neda Imaswen to bring about the 2025 Benin Unity Football Tournament. And the purpose of this tournament is to empower our grassroots youths.
Players from Ovia meeting people from Oka for the very first time. Football is a unifying factor.
The opening match between Ovia Northeast and Ikpoba Oka produced the tournament's first dose of excitement. Both teams displayed impressive flair, tactical discipline, and strong attacking intent. Despite several goal-mouth scrambles, near misses, and dramatic goal line clearances, the match ended goalless after full time. From Benin, Osemudiame Osagi, ITV News.
Edo State Police Command has declared one John Uwaifo missing. In a statement signed by the Police Public Relations Officer, Edo State Police Command CSP Moses Joel Yamu, Egberamo Osoje of 45 Iweyo off Ekenwa Road, Ugbeoko Quarters, Benin City, left home on 18th of November 2025 to an unknown destination. All efforts made to trace him proved abortive. The statement adds that Egberemio Osiojo is 28 years old, dark in complexion and about 6 feet tall, without tribal marks, speaks English language fluently. The statement adds that anyone with useful information about the whereabouts of Egberemio Osioji should kindly contact the nearest police station. Members of the Great GSM Village in Benin City, after months of internal conflict, are finally reconciled, agreeing to set aside their differences in the interest of peace and progress of the association. The reconciliation meeting held at the GSM Village quarters along Airport Road and brought together both current and former leaders of the association. Joladiojo reports.
For months, the market had been divided, with factions operating parallel leadership structures, creating tension and disrupting daily activities. However, Friday's gathering turned into a celebration as members, turning out in large numbers, unanimously resolved to end the rift and embrace unity for the collective good of the community. Addressing the enlarged meeting, Chairman of the association and CEO of S-Leader Arena, Comrade Michael Ojezele, expressed optimism that the great GSM Village would now witness significant growth.
We will do everything humanly possible to ensure that we embrace this peace, expect total transparency, accountability.
Also speaking, former chairman of the association, Honorable Stephen Osaige, CEO of Osaige Wireless Link Nigerian Limited, Abraham Aminu, and other members expressed appreciation to the Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo, his deputy Dennis Idahosa, the Special Advisor on Security Paul Akere, and other key stakeholders for mediating and restoring lasting peace in the market.
Now that we are together, we know more will come to the market. And I want to use this medium to create the budget of Edo State government that these are the powerhouse of the state, people that run and drive economy. I want them to look into these markets.
Everything will go well by the grace of God. So we are at peace, as you can see. Everybody is happy. We thank God Almighty for the success of the peace meeting.
Unity has been restored to the market through the special grace of God and the influence of the state governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo.
The Special Advisor on Security to the Governor, Paul Akere, reaffirmed that the commitments made at the onset of the crisis have now been fulfilled.
They have come together to bring out one chairman to rule the market. That was the interest of the government, the interest of my office.
From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
And a quick look at sports, where Chelsea stepped up their Premier League title challenge with a 2-0 win against struggling Burnley. Pedro Neto puts the Blues ahead just before the interval. Arthur Moore and Enzo Fernandez netted in the closing stages. And that's it on the Network News for tonight. A big thank you for watching. I'm Daisy Leo Asikidi. Good night.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Waiting they happen. Also waiting they happen.
We remain no helper. Now let here. Now be our team. No helper. So let go. Go commissioner. Okay. Go government office. Okay. Go commissioner. More they go. Hey, I get you. Fine. We are good. Correct. I start. More they go. However, in case you don't watch us for ITV, they watch us online. Are they for King Square for Benin City and are they for Obama Market? The traders, they say they're surprised when somebody contact them, say, make them come up for inside the market from January. However, many of them borrow money. Many of them don't go buy things so they want to save for this Christmas and New Year. So they're surprised that this is a shock for them. That's why they want to let governor and let everybody for TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Correct. So that's why all of them they say they say they're not going to agree. They say they're not going to agree. They say, however, the one way government said they build, they never build and finish. The rest is scatter another one. I work not there for this country. We want to go meet chairman now. We want to go meet governor. Something they have to know. So now the matter be this. You see all these people say what they watch here, they be traders. All these people you see for here, they be traders. Some are women, some are men, some are young women, some are girls, and different things. I tell Baba, blessed though. Correct. So they're the voice. I know. So now the truth of the matter.
We don't want that.
So the traders that they provoke, they say they are ready to shut down. Upper market.
Waiting they happen.
What happen again? Why not the answer? Money no dey come. Wait. They say we come out.
If it's true for that side, I know say go see do this. He go give us some kind time before we see. But now, they say January we will come and say where we want go.
Now you tell Yera.
No, people where they build the market.
Affect you. It affect you. All of us. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State. Many of these traders they borrow money. And many of these traders, they don't buy goods when we say they want to sell for this Christmas and New Year, and they need to return the money. Whoa. Say whoa.
They say that we come out by January on the 8th.
Where you want to go?
Ask me where we want go. Now our market be this, we not get another one. Now here we dey pay school fees. Now we for the eat. They say they want this. So all the attachment with this upper market, both the attachments.
How you tell Yera?
And attachment with this upper market, it many pass the store. It many pass. Now we take the survive. The same way we come.
That means to say, now our market be this, so we not get another one.
Now my market be this,
Governor never hear. Now our market be this, so
we not get another one. Now our market be this, we not get another one. Now our market be this,
Wetin happen, sister?
They say more come out for market and we not get where we dey go.
But you know when they fail they bid before they don't.
They never go finish. Complete market. They complete everything. They say they want complete everything. What's you know why this thing they pay me well? You see all this our old men. They so they manage. Okay, how they want to they feed themselves? If they say me we come outside. Where they say me we can't go. That said they never repair. They say me we come outside. I say you're very so. What's soon? Very sorry. I'm not there outside.
You know if you can do like this for outside. Okay, what do you now want me the governor know now?
Make them give us where we go stay.
Wait. Let's talk to the governor of Edo State.
For this place, since they want to renovate them, they should carry out to another place where we will stay before they will renovate it. Because we don't need another place. If they want to renovate us, and only up they leak for the market. Now that up, then they supposed to work on the zinc, maybe another
Mommy, what's up? Give me your voice.
If na 3 months you wan give us, wey go take repair am, we dey okay. No be say you go tell us and
let the government take the thing of the people. Where we dey go? Hold on, make you talk. You be trainer for Oba market here.
Yes.
Wetin happen?
They say make we come out by January, say they wan renovate here. And when you
that's Oba market.
For Oba market, and when you come out, when they do finish, no be you go get the store. One thing we dey talk now, make you do that side first. If you finish that side, people go enter. Then if you do this side,
yes.
No be here go pursue all of us put for road. Yeah, say make we go.
And if na 6 months you wan give us, wey go take do, all of us go know say na 6 months. No be say go tell us no come at the end. We no know where go take come. We no want that one.
Na market be this so we want that another one.
Na market be this so.
I know you.
Na market be this so. We no get another one. Na market be this so.
I know you.
Na market be this so. We no get another one. Na market be this so.
Okay, I don't hear. Governor go hear. You say now you marry your husband?
Yes, sir. Now you go to take off. You know go to take off. Now me marry my husband. Now you go to take off. Come on, from my husband head. Now me dey take off my husband too. And I'm this Oba market. Now they take off my children first movies. This Oba market don't get sister. I'm a business.
We don't get another one. Now our market be this so. Now our market be this so. We don't get another one. Now our market be this so.
Oba market traders.
Now our market be this so.
All these women, where they outside?
Why we dey outside? Yesterday, that person announced. He say governor talk say he give this Oba market to contractor. He say all of us where we just did this Oba market, may we come outside. May we come outside. Then we say wetin we beg governor where fire burn. Now we beg governor may he build for us. If he build where fire burn, people where they outside they enter. If they say you want to renovate where they leak for up, you can renovate
wait,
where
madam.
they leak.
Now they say wait. Now them say or you hear them for announcement or na person can't tell now because I'm surprised that say all the people where they do my business for Oba market, all of them are there outside now.
Now we just there outside announcement. The announcement because when they announce for that side where fire burn, my shade near here Ifa, so they know they quick they reach this side. So they say today early this morning we go tell Oredo Chema we'll go beg our governor. Wetin we want may hear that place where fire burn, where they build for us, he do well. People where they are after they don't build that one, you don't commission and they don't enter. Now another people go come outside. The contractor where he give now, where they come the drivers, make them hold up first. That's where we are begging our governor because it's our papa. We cannot argue anything when he talk. We are begging and we are begging Oredo Chema because now Oredo they control market. May they help us.
Money no they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true what they tell you so, Oga. Wow. It's not clear.
Ni ma latia, we January ni ma latia, bi ma ja latia, bi ma seji, e ma mi eroto, aba e potofo, akwa ni ma ni rugweti and ma so latia.
What you talk just now? You say waiting.
They say we go come out by January. Make we come outside. How we want to come outside? They never finish that side. They say we wait this side, we go come outside. How we want to do it? For inside this supermarket. Where we want stay.
Wait up. May I tell you, you know say all these beautiful girls now, because they don't want to go do Olosho for outside, then they do manicure and pedicure for inside here. But what will happen now? For this market?
Yes.
Why?
They say they want to do it, they never do the other side. Because I tell they manage now. They pursue me, they go they feed me because I don't get they give me money Now I tell they hustle, I beg. We don't get money I want to work.
Market for us, we not the see work now. You want to see what daily bread market for us, we not need any simple come for January. We want to for inside to save our feed our children. Sunu, they say make we come from market.
Why?
I don't know where we want go. They say they want to November market. But one of us come. This market just big like this. Not all of us come up from
market.
One market for that matter.
But the one when they say they big, they never
open them. They never finish them. They say make we come up from market. Now here we dey feed. Now here we dey take care of our children. Now here we dey pay house rent. Now here we dey pay school fees. What's Sunu?
You know, sure say na win.
Maybe na win.
Now
they don't give us something when we come out. They say ending of January, everybody go evacuate. Whether you go or not, they bulldozer carry you throw away.
What did they want to call beach?
I don't know.
They affect you. Money no dey come from heaven. To buy dirty money go come. Not true what they tell you.
They say may we pack our load. Adibi as they want repair am. They say okay, may we leave our load. Then may we come out, may they repair am. It go be different case. But now it good say they want repair the market fine. But not be say may we pack our load. Where we want pack our load go? Where we want go? They say may we come out for the market. Where we want go? Where we want go?
You sure say na government talk am? Na government talk am?
Yes. Where we want go? As I dey like this, so where me want go? What Sunu? You never make provision.
Our government say we never see una for work way again.
People wey come out for that side, they still dey outside. They never repair that side. Where we want go?
Sunu, waiting dey happen.
I greet you, sir.
Thank you.
Traders from Oba Market.
Yes.
They protest. Today say they hear information say make they evacuate the market because of construction. As you don't hear their complaint now, what will be your message to them now?
Yes, my message to them is say we the local government, our duty is to go and see the contractor, ask them what they want, and also provide solution to our market women. If they want to maintain the place and they need them to evacuate, we will create another space for them where they can do their business, because what the governor is doing there is laudable and we no want to discourage them, because what they do for us for there na good thing, and all of us wey dey already we appreciate am, na good thing for us. So we no wan get issue with governor. Our own be say we go provide another place for them to do their business, so that they go give the contractor space wey dem fit do their work. And the space where we want to give them, not small space. As they finish, they will do one section by section. Not be everybody that go drive at once. Do you understand it?
Okay, the traders still talk say if government don't construct and finish, this same space go return back to them.
Of course. Now if I take the shop, now you go return to that shop. We not go carry person shop, give another person. Because the governor is interested in their happiness and for them to be able to do business in a conducive environment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just talk to the Honorable Chairman of Oredo Local Government, Honorable Gabriel Dusari. Shut up!
Sunu, waiting they happen.
certainly the best.
Welcome to Market Survey, your weekly guide to the pulse of trade and daily living across Nigeria. In recent time, the rising cost of food item has continued to place pressure on many households. Today we focus on one essential ingredient found in the kitchens across the country, egusi, also known as melon seed. Whether it is used for soup, sauce, or local delicacy, egusi remains a favorite meal in many homes. On this edition of Market Survey, we'll find out the current prices of egusi, what is driving the change, and how traders are adjusting to the new realities.
How the price of egusi now? But first, in general, it don't come down, maybe it don't go up.
It don't come down, but no market.
Okay. So how much they sell now? How the cups of egusi? How much do they sell for cup?
This cup of 500 before. Now 350.
Okay.
700 before, come before 50. Yes.
So now different type. Yes. This one now which one?
Now Hausa melon be this. This now hand pea.
Okay. Okay. So now this one now how much before? How much now?
Before now 700 the cup. Now it don't be 450, 500.
Okay. What about this one? This measurement,
this one, we dey buy am before 15,000. Now it don't come be 7,000.
So which one? The okay. What about the Hausa one?
The Hausa one. Now they say na 4,000 before na 6,000.
Okay, they say tomatoes cup for this melon.
Many people no dey gree buy tomatoes, e no reach anything. Milk up now they take sell pass.
So mama, how na they buy the melon? Now they buy am for bag abi basket. How na they buy am?
No, na paint rubber. That is custard rubber. We dey buy am before 9,000. Now it can be 6,000.
Custard rubber.
The custard rubber.
So, but you know, say you talk and say a different type of egusi. So, so the one where they buy before. So, just tell us which one. Whether the ando, I been at the Hausa.
They buy the two now.
For the custard rubber.
The custard rubber for here. For Hausa, now I tell you 6,000 now. Okay. This one hand own. Before we dey buy am 11,000. Now it don't be 8,500. Yes.
So this egusi na get season wey they come down where maybe say suppose come down, get the kind season wey they come down.
Yes, so now this season now. Now this season they don't dey wash melon for farm. Now it go come down. After Christmas again go increase. Benin own 7,000. Now it don't be 4,000.
For which rubber? Which depends rubber?
Custard rubber. Okay. And so custard rubber, but I not price the bag. I not price the bag. Na custard rubber they take buy.
And I let Benin they see for down where they never peel.
Hausa na they peel and come by themselves for their own.
Yeah, this one engine they peel.
This one na engine they peel. This one na hand they.
Egusi be now for market.
Egusi see the way they never see change.
How much how they carry on a bag, na pants? How they carry on for market?
Nah, it depend on the thing. Who they carry, who they measure for the thing they buy. So it depend on how your money reach. So you can fit carry one bag, you can fit carry quarter of bag. So
how much for those bags you want carry?
If in case you want carry bag is 200. So. As you take up now you see taste to taste your own gain and the profit. So now so it do so.
So how much now they measure now for cup?
Cup is 500, 600. Exactly. This one. NGO now 500. Hand pay now 600.
The hand pay now the one they use and take pay.
Yes.
So that the two they different for
different
price.
Yes.
So now that this cup now they say they measure.
Yes, so this one. This one. This one if na engine, this one na 4,000. Hand do na how much? 5,000. For this one.
This one na rubber.
This one na rubber. So Ando 9,000. NG 7,000.
Last price.
Yes.
So person not fit price pass that one.
No. If we two price, we fit give am 6,500. Do it because he na our customer, so na just personal customer. We give am 6,500 lowest price.
So this cup na be the smallest cup una dey sell.
Yes, na everything. No, you see the second one. This one na 250 for NGO. Handle 300.
So you talk and say and don't dey NGO dey. That means the one where they use and say P. So what about the one where they never P at all? Now they say that one.
No, not they say that one. If in case you want to say that one, if that one too much, that one they're not the measure for cup. If that one too much, that 300 or 400.
What do you say they measure as? They measure for cup.
Exactly like this. And this one. I saw that they say the seller.
So now you just say the price now still the way it is.
You see the way it is.
Since when this price still be like this?
Now since last year now. Since last year now you see the never second that.
But they say egusi they get season wey this say they cheap.
The season so the last time so that inside last month now. So sell this melon for 9,000 now. So say 7,000 so. So this period now I know shall say new melon go soon come out so.
So new melon come out now go.
Maybe if a new melon come out now go see come down small.
How the business of egusi for market?
If you buy bag now, before was 180, 200, but now it's now 240, 245, depends, 250. Yes. Now.
So what about if you they measure for paint? How na they buy them for market?
Well, like now they sell paint 5,000. I don't know how much others say they said their own. It can be 5,500, it can be 4,500, it can be 5,000.
So apart from paint, other ones where they measure, how you take the measure?
Like we could be a one now.
VCD could be a whole
2,500, some sell it 3,000, some sell it 2,800. Depends on the person.
And I still understand say it depends on the type of egusi.
One are ant, one is aging. The handle you can get it 3,500, but this aging now is 2,500. So sell it 2,800. Depends of the person.
So now only that two type of egusi na dey.
Yes.
Okay. So apart from this one, how much did they measure for this rubber?
Like this one is 5,000. So sell it 5,500.
5,000. Which one, the hand or the?
The aging.
Okay.
The hand you can get it 7,500, 7,000. Depends of the person. Yes.
So what about cup? How do they measure for cup?
This cup is 400. This one is 400. The hand is 600. Why the aging is 400?
Why the hand there past the inch?
Because it's human being that used to break it. Human being will take time and break it. And the aging, maybe a back can be breaking in a minute.
But okay, as now you might be now they break down with hand. Which one if you say they better part? The one where they break with hand or the one that they break with inch?
The one they break with aging. It dey like the hand though, it dey thick than the aging own. If you cook the hand though, it will thick. We have seeds inside. The aging own will be so light. It's not, there's no difference in it. That's yeah.
Well, na the same melon, just be saying one.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
The melon sometimes e go come down, sometimes e go there. So we not gonna know the one we dey for inside. Even the outside when we still dey follow dey buy, some they go say e cheap, some go say e there. If you go New Benin, if you reach there, you see cheap one buy, but for here e no dey like come down.
So how much na person dey buy am before and after dey buy am now?
Before we dey buy am 7,000.
For which one?
For rubber.
Rubber of which one? Because I hear
rubber of rice.
Okay.
Rubber of rice 7,000 before, but now we come dey buy am 6,000 for here for Selu market here. But if you go New Benin, you buy am 5,500. But if you reach here, they will say e never drop. Now 6,000 we dey buy am for here. But if you go New Benin, you buy am 5,500.
So now, you say na they say na two type of melon dey. Why they say the ando and the NGO?
Now the NGO now be 6,500.
Okay.
While the hand though you see about 8,000 or 7,000.
Okay. So how much you got to the measure for cup?
We dey sell for 450. We dey sell 400.
Okay. Which one be 450?
The one of engine we fit sell 400. We fit sell 450.
Yeah.
While hand though 600, 500.
So what if you say be the difference between this engine and the hand though?
Now the hand though now dey sweet pass and now see white pass.
Okay.
So this NGO so they carry sand. If you want cook and you fit blow and you select am. Now be the different one dey inside.
Okay. So apart from this cup, which other cup did they measure egusi?
Na kobi owo. That is half of per rice rubber.
Yeah, how much?
That one na 3,000 for the half of rubber.
But which one, the hand or the engine?
For the engine. Why for the hand though na 4,000.
So now you say the price is now never too come down like that.
E never too come down because e go come down, e go still go up. E dey wave.
Well, you suppose get season where we say egusi go take dey come down, where we say e go cheap for market.
Na when you need come outside. When you need come outside, when the plant come outside, melon go still come outside, go still drop small.
So like this one will never reach that season?
No, e never reach.
That's why it's still there on the outside.
Yes.
So between how much they buy and before and after they buy, and like how much difference? If you talk like how much difference we do now they
like 1,000 different now before now 7,000 now 6,000.
Okay. So if you get the time that they buy and pass like for a lower price.
Before that time, I don't say not be now again. That time we dey buy am 2,000, 3,000 for rubber. 1,800.
Now they go up. Jonathan regime, we were selling it 50 naira. Hand melon was 80 naira. Engine melon was 50 naira. But now we are buying a cup of hand melon 700 naira. Engine melon 500 naira in the market. So you people should go and talk about it. It's not only melon, even pepper.
They carry for bag.
Look at the bag over there. Now, do you see it?
Yes.
That bag of melon now, I'm buying it 360,000 naira. In a bag. Jonathan regime was buying it 32,000 naira at bag. That was there. So when we are in Buhari regime, and I start buying it 120,000 naira in a bag, we now started complaining. But now we are in Jagaban regime. We are buying it 360,000. Do you see the bag? That is the bag over there. I'm buying it in the market now 360,000 naira.
Well, they say that the period of melon now they say supposed to come down.
That is the thing. Now we are saying come down. We buy it 400 and something thousand. We bought this particular bag 420, 430. But now we are in the period of melon. Now we are buying it 360. Look at the bag over there. Look at it. This is the melon bag. I'm buying it 360 in the market right now. Before I transport it. You see it? In Jonathan regime, I was buying it at 32,000 naira. Jagaban regime, I bought it. Highest price is 120. Now I'm buying it 360 in the market. Yes, look at it now. Look at the evidence. I'm showing you the bag now. 360,000 naira I bought it.
Egusi cut down small. I dey sell 450. I dey sell 400. I dey sell 450. I dey sell 400.
How much did they carry it for market? Now bag they carry, be they measure?
No, na measure. I dey measure. Because I no get money for bag. I dey measure.
So that measurement, how much did they carry?
That measurement, I dey carry am. The time wey be say I never know as it dey sell, I dey carry am 3,500. But now na 3,000.
Okay. So how you say they can't measure am? Because now two type, handle and engine.
Hand you na dey front. There is the one wey dey back na engine. That hand you 650. The engine I dey sell 450, 400.
For cup.
Yes.
Which other thing you they measure am? Which other side you they measure am?
Nah, just only this milk cup.
Now you say they measure for the.
Yes.
So what if you say be the difference between that engine and the hand?
Different day because that engine, that hand jare. They cook am. They say they sweet pass engine. na I make am.
So na that one be the difference. Na make am dear pass this other one because it.
Yes, na how did they take break na? No be edgy. Person wey dey break come for me na edgy. If e no break for me, I no go buy because that one wey be say they sell.
Yes.
They miss am.
Okay.
For market they miss am. But if that woman no break for me, I no dey buy.
They miss am with which one?
They go mix the two together. They go say na hand, but only hand you own. If that woman come, e break for me, I go buy. But if e finish, I no go buy again because they miss am.
So how you got to know say they miss am?
If I touch am, different day. Because if you touch hand you, e go shook your hand. But you, if they miss am, you put am for hand. You no go do anything, you just do like that.
You no go chook your hand.
You no go chook. Yes.
But now what they miss now, of course, sell and the way they say hand price.
Yes, now so that they go see their own for inside. As I buy, now I go sell, but I know they miss am.
But they say now the season of egusi now with this.
Yes, now.
So why the price is still be like this? Suppose come that pass this one.
As they sell for here now. No, say here now with New Benin, no be the same.
Like what will be the difference?
New Benin now they fit sell 2,800, but here 3,000. That be the difference.
But time is small. But it be like what we say. Some person they go buy for New Benin. If you go buy for New Benin, sell for here. How you go taste that one? You buy
all that one they get the power to take go that side now. Person wey not get power go see dey here go dey. If na 109 dey inside, to me I'm okay. But some people they find big money for inside. I say talk if na small money na dey inside for me, I'm okay. Na so e be.
As we've seen, egusi remains a staple in many Nigerian households, but its rising costs continue to shape the choices of both traders and consumers. From supply challenges to increased transport expenses, several factors are influencing today's prices. Yet, despite these difficulties, families continue to adapt and traders work hard to keep their business going. The hope is that prices become more stable in the weeks ahead, easing the pressure on every home.
To the end of today's edition of Market Survey, and we've got to understand that the prices of egusi generally have increased compared to the fact that we are currently in the season. It is still on the high side. I've also got to understand that we have two types of egusi. We have hand egusi and we have machine egusi. I also get to understand that the one for hand is way expensive compared to the one of machine. And that is it on today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriwa. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It's Law and You, the program that brings legal issues to the people and the people to the law. Today, we shine the spotlight on accountability in governance, a cornerstone of democracy that ensures those entrusted with power do not abuse it or abandon their duties. But what happens when public officials fail to perform? Are citizens helpless observers, or does the law empower them to demand change and seek redress? From petitions and, of course, public interest litigations to recall processes and legal sanctions, this edition explores the legal remedies available to citizens when elected or appointed officials fail in their duties. We will be speaking with legal minds and, of course, rights advocates on what the Constitution says and what the court can do and what you, as a citizen, must know. And don't forget, you stay with us on Law and You as it unfolds the power of the law in the hands of the people. My name is Philip Omaogyupo. We'll be looking at accountability in governance and, of course, legal remedies, that the citizens can explore. We will also have the opportunity to have the presence of a custodian of the law in the person of Emmanuel Obakpolo. Big thanks for always having time to be part of the show.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, let's quickly set the ball rolling. A lot that needs to be done as regards getting it right. We have a system that needs to, work effectively. But first of all, what is accountability in governance? And how does it apply to the citizens demanding this? What importance does it have for citizens to demand this from the government of the day?
Yeah, accountability, as pronounced, is to give records. So accountability in governance is the presentation of records on government's administration to the people and how those records have been properly handled by those in government. That is just accountability. So accountability is to ensure that the people understand and have knowledge on how governance is being carried out on their behalf by those in government.
Okay, but what is the importance? Why should they do that?
Yeah. If you look at governments, from the definition of democracy, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That is what democracy is. And now government is a machinery of governance. So those who are in government, they are managing the wealth of the nation on behalf of the people. And as such, they must give account of how those resources that are made available by the people on the people, so that the people will now understand and have knowledge properly on how governance is carried out. And this government, the governance must be on the benefit of the people. That is all. That is the singular reason why there must be accountability in governance. You don't go into administrative spree or financial spree on how to just spend public fund without being accountable to it.
Okay, do you see a disconnect in between, as in the aspect of the government functionaries, backing on the accountability project to make sure that they give account to the people and render their still worship, and again the aspect of the people, those who are being governed, demanding this? Do you see a disconnect?
Yes, I say a disconnect because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which upholds and observe and also demand practice of the separation of power which is spelled out of and enshrined in section 4, 5, and 6, is all about accountability. And also, if you look at section 85, subsection 1 of the extant constitution, we provide for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation. The essence for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation is to provide for accountability, because he is the one who will audit government accounts, he audit government expenditure, and now know how money or monies that belong public fund has been used, administered, or utilized for the benefit of the people. So there is now a disconnection. Why do I say so? Because even the legislative arm, who ought to carry out oversight function in ensuring that the executive, which is vested with the power to perform executive function, and also the runnings of government on behalf of the people, are doing that as spelled out by the law. Unfortunately, we have a legislature, particularly in this Fourth Republic, that is so lackadaisical and a rubber stamp. So wherein instead of them to carry out their function, they are busy carrying out the lullaby of on your mandate we shall stand. That is not the reason why they are elected. That is not why a legislative function. The legislative function is to ensure that accounts and accountability as rendered by the executive are done on behalf of the people, even to them, properly, so that the people can now be beneficiaries of government expenditures and the runnings of government.
Okay, when you say the legislative arm seems to be failing in that, let's draw a dichotomy, because I understand separations of power, by Montesquieu has brought a situation where the legislative arm, make laws, and of course why the executive implement these laws, and then the judiciary, interpret and settle disputes, between all of this. Are you saying generally that the legislative arm under the system we operate in Nigeria is faulty to a point where any elected official seems to be tilting towards executive?
Yes, and I did say that with specific reference to the current legislative arm of government we have.
Did you say that, or do you say that as regards the officials or the system of practice?
It's not the system, because the constitution does spell out how...
Stricto sensu, it's a constitutional provision.
And I also told you about section 85 subsection 1 of the extant constitution, which also provide for the office of the Auditor General.
So it is not a problem of the law?
It's not a problem of the law. The law is there, is the performance of the law now. And the legislative arm also have what we call oversight function, to question how public funds are being used. But here we are. We have a legislative arm of government with specific reference to the National Assembly, who approve all manner of laws. And the same National Assembly does not take time to ask questions on how those laws are used for, the performance, how the executive arm of government, what they be able to administer those laws, and how it has been of benefit to the people of Nigeria. There's no question with reference to that. And that is why you see that it appears that there is no accountability to the people of Nigeria. And that is one of the weak point, pitfalls of this administration that we have just now.
Okay. But what do you see as a causative factor? Because everything seems to be placed on a vote. The ayes have it, or the nay.
With specific reference to public funds, it is more than the question of the aye or the nay have it. It is more than that. And that is why I repeat, I did say that the legislative arm has a duty of oversight function, because the people cannot gather like a Portuguese assembly to begin to ask questions on what their monies are used for. It is their representative, both the Senate and the House of Representatives now at the federal level, and the state houses of assembly at the state level, and the legislative arm of government at the local government level. who carry out this functionality on behalf of the people. And here we are. Their performance is a near it's
abysmal.
It's a near zero, abysmal. That is the right word to use. And that is why you see today that even government after government, there is no form of accountability, and there is no how the people could ask questions. However, the Freedom of Information Act has provided another leeway for individuals or group of individuals to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Well, in case you're just coming across this program, it's Law and You, and we are all about accountability in governance and seeing what legal remedies are available for the citizens to, find a way to put a task on the public officials, demanding accountability, of course, stewardship on the public office. And I've been speaking with Emmanuel Ogbakpolo. Well, Emmanuel Ogbakpolo raised some very, very vital issue as regards, finding a lasting solution to this. It was on my mind. You made mention of the fact that the people are giving their powers to the Legislative Assembly, their representatives, for instance. And then you also did not fail to say that even when or if these representatives fail to carry out the functions stricto sensu as they demand or request, then they also have another avenue to, explore, which is the Freedom of Information Act. Now, how can they do that? Can you deploy how this mechanism works?
Yeah. Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Act does make provision for an applicant, is a citizen now, can make application to any government institution to ask questions or to get information from that institution with respect to the day-to-day runnings of government, even where it is strictly financial.
Exactly.
Now, but that act also provides for exemptions. The act provides for exemptions where a citizen may not have the right, or an applicant, stricto sensu, may not have the right to ask for informations. And what are those? What is this exemptions? Exemptions are provided for in section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19 of the Freedom of Information Act. Section 12 specifically provides for defense, that you cannot come and make inquiry or get information with respect to defense. And I think that is commonsensical. That is understood. But where it has to do with accountability on how government is being run, with special reference or specific reference to public fund, that information must be made available to that citizen. And where the act again goes further to say where that is refused, that applicant or that citizen has a remedy. Well, section 25, he cannot make an application to court for court to grant order to get that information.
We'll get there, gradually we'll get there. But let's explore what you just said. You have a way of troubling my mind. And of course, I don't know if you're also doing same ripples to the minds of the viewers. A situation where we look at it where an electoral act is specifically, establishes the provisions as regards any concept or how a thing should be done, in terms of accountability. And then there's still another way in which such a person or citizen cannot, explore, in details or directly or, totally from that same, function. It seems to my mind that it's an attempt to kill an initiative ahead of the purpose. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, the law has a golden eye, and the law sees the past, the present, and the future. That is the position of the law. And I think that is the singular reason why the law makes provision for exemptions. Because
but when you say the law, men work on the laws.
Yes.
Before it becomes a law, or before they become laws, they were once bills. And so men work on it. So what is the guarantee that the men that work on this do not deliberately work on this in order to, protect their patrimony, their personal aggrandizement that may, they may want to seek from the common good that law or that bill, is seeking for in a law? I don't know if you get me.
Yes, you may not. That may not be. That cannot be removed from that fact.
Because we've had this with the Electoral Act.
It could be to protect.
Where the Electoral Act, some part, anyways, I'm not to speak on it. Seems to protect those who are even the political actors.
Yes, when you make reference to Electoral Acts, you discover that in electoral matters, they are so unique and special to the extent that even the interpretation of the laws in marrying the functionality of the electoral officers and their performance in an election gives a wide protection. What do I mean by that? There are the courts in even interpreting the law with respect to electoral acts may not consider the actors of their functionalities, of their performance, but may consider what is known as public interest or public safety. That again, to some of us, we may question that what do we mean by public safety, where there is an infringement on the rights of the voter or the electorate. Where the right of the voter or the electorate is infringed upon, is violated, do you now say that whatever interpretation you give is for public safety? That is another question begging for answer. That even the courts have not been able to give answer to. But however, we've witnessed a lot of abracadabra, legal abracadabra, but with special reference or specific reference, to my mind, to the last 2023 general elections. We've seen it. Before now, we've seen that the court visit the law strictly on electoral matters. But just now, we've seen how there is protection with respect to that. But again, let's look at the subject matter. I did say that the Freedom of Information Acts provide for exemptions, and those exemptions are specified in sections 11 to section 19 with the removal of section 18 of the Freedom of Information Act, and that you can go to court as a remedy, section 25. Now, you can see that even that law, the Freedom of Information Act rather, also has given the court responsibility to make order with reference to information as applied by an applicant or a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, it's still within the wisdom of the court to so grant or to refuse. Again, we may have the challenge of interpretation in the nearest future.
Thank you very much. But you just raised an issue that needs to be explained in total, because there's this aspect of, getting allocations that the federal government has given to each state, for instance, in their monthly revenues, of course, monthly allocations from the federal government to the states. We've always seen it where it is not properly broken down. We can hardly, have, reports on the monthly, allocations that each state gets from the federal government. All we can get from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee most times are usually the total amount, that is being disbursed from the federal government to the states, but not the specific amount that each state gets month in, month out from the federal government, and that what you have to get it from the Accountant General of the state to have a well-explained copy or copies of how the state gets month in, month out allocations from the federal government. Should it be so?
Yes, it ought not to be so, because we have seen that with specific reference to the way the executive carry out the day-to-day runnings of administration in this country, it has shown that there is no transparency. In a climate where there is transparency, there ought to be a breakdown. Even the Constitution makes it clear for there to be a breakdown of how public funds are distributed or shared amongst the federal government and the 36 states of the federation. But here we are, some executive maneuverings are being carried out so that the people of Nigeria will not know that. And now, if the people of Nigeria do not have access to that information, what about their representative at the legislative angle of it?
Do they have access?
Do they have access? If they don't, do they ask questions with respect to that, or they are engaged in frivolities? So that is why the freedom, I think, that the Freedom of Information Act now makes provision.
That's the importance.
Individuals, citizens, group of citizens to make application.
Yeah, because
to get that information.
Yeah, because it's not every information that will be on the public space.
Yes.
So, but that Freedom of Information Act can also help.
Yes.
If you seek or require such information that may not readily be on the public space, so that you can easily access such,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, but how fluid or how accessible is the office of the Attorney General, for instance?
It's accessible. It's a public office. You can make your application.
Okay.
And the Freedom of Information Act also saw the possibility of the institution wherein that application is made to refuses to grant that application or request as made. And the Act now provides for, in section 25, that you can go to court to seek a redress so that the court can grant an order. And once the court grants an order, you bring that order to them so that they can furnish you with whatever information as specified in your application.
All right, this is quite a sensitive topic, and we will not be able to exhaust it in one episode. But in the next episode, we're going to be looking more into the sanctions, or how the citizens can be able to access remedies, these legal remedies, in tackling or finding way where the provisions of the law can make sanctions on non-performing public officials that are found wanting in terms of not being able to satisfy the public or the citizens in respect of giving account of their stewardship. And that will be done basically next week. But before we round off on this, let's look at the aspect of the legislative arm, for instance, that you raised. This is an important arm of government that helps to oversee, deploy, that helps to look into oversight functions of the executive. Now, how can we strengthen this body in order to be able to help in accountability of the executive?
The law is clear with reference to legislative oversight, and that the legislature, their function as provided for by the Constitution is not just to make laws. Like we have agreed, they also have oversight functions
yes.
to perform.
Yes.
And when they refuse,
but they are lagging in that aspect. Like what you said, they are lagging in that aspect.
Yes.
So how do we strengthen that arm? But first of all, what could be the causative factor, and how can we strengthen that arm for it to be found, living up to expectation?
With the kind of legislative representative we have, and the unique structure of Nigeria, democratically, legally, and otherwise, we may have just one function or one role to play, and that is where you discover now to the citizens, where the citizens of Nigeria discover that the members of the legislative arm of government are not carrying out their functions as legislative arm. In the next election, don't vote for them.
Okay, you are talking about, okay, before that, we could also, explore the aspect of the recall process. And of course, sanctions that may also be given on that. But well, that would be what we will be having same time next week on Law and You. Well, a big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Basically, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next episode, because we want to look at the recall process. How is it done? And of course, sanctions that will be given on non-performing public officials. How will that be carried out? So, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be.
My name is Philip Omol-Gripo. We'll see you same time next week. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say ni wan. Ota mere ota ni nyowa. Eni maru ego gbe ya fe. Ota maru ya he. Ka we nehu nu ka ma ni ma ya fe. To ta man wa ya fe ni dan ma be ge ibota na. Ibota oka no. Ibota ka ya eme na ya nwa. We ne de ya mana e bola we owe bewe ya na. Ota ele ari ba ene ononya wa ishimo kuku ka me ke ya atoha e bana do ahin emi o hage nonya wa o hage ne de ya fe ibude na re no ma e ibota kini wa ibota ona ni zebo yo ona ga literature o gebo e ibota ko hao kibuna edena ni wa ugie bota ni mame okay de kan emi no wa sunu kana vegena e wa marime ogwomadia owo bima marime mo no iku matota yo wa no agbaruma no same no won unye no pe ale wa marime mo no ise ti iwe ma do bo me ibi mariwe e na ya pe obo ya si egbugbo na gbe Mayemi wa ya gbogbo ai ezopu ni marie Hausa Fulani beni ani ya fe e mo ya do e be mi na ya kini ma do be e na ya fe e ma gun aka nda e do ke ra e wo ko to pa no no mi wa yi eru nya wa re ye wo awa mi e yi wa de ri ba no we ya mo e o agobo wegbo ado ami agresu ku meu ago ojo ago Musa ago odona enie ayihe enige iye igwe eboni awa mune eya odo aruso no ilowo gi mana mami no sunu ogege keke na eyeye na ya mami wani vie iya na ya yowa wa emi no ki eso we me mama eso we be me ma enya na fiaro enya ya ma agwa kan be putana no ogwo egwa ore ma ge pastor Calvary na more ibi edo no wo me wa bi tota wa bi dan ho wa be ne ge kai ofo ebo sa oba gwa yaro oba atope ise ore ma teme Victor Bizugbe
Edonawo wadonawo zomo wena tewe mano manya mia arinu na rieme wa chago wasi kapachi ugen wada me ma gwana awena time no ya ni yori ewuhu oba atope
ise edo we no me o sa yo won bo 7 no wie o me ejo to wa ya fe ni da hima so bo da wo egi ma teme da ma wa ewe ni ma weta so bo no bu wa we abi enwa ewo na ya dolo wa dolo de yi bota kini wan ni marita se wa bi abi ya wo de ko de ya fe na ya da ho ore ibota ma te me da emi na ya dole wo yi mata ni ma agwa ka de na wa no wa nya kia ye na ye na wo giro ni o ta mu wa we wo na te gelegele ma nya emi ni ma we nya gelegele e ma ta no emi ni gele sunu a eya we no na ke wa eko ohun a no ohun a no dogbo obi oba no o ma biye ona agwale mo ana wo no ovi emi yeze ovi emi olokun o ya ri odo ayi fi yo ne ya ne ni wale le ahia ndo oba ya we bi ana wa si ani bu ayewa ni ara wu olokun ni ara te eko nwa n'odogbo adu ahia ke nwa na emu mami maina ìwé dóore kẹwọn àkùnrin àyàkọ́ ìwé dóore gèlègèlè àkùnrin àyàkọ́ ẹni kò wà bọ́ wẹ́ẹ́ dégbé èyí ọ̀rẹ́ náà náà ẹ̀rẹ́ wo ni bu bẹ́ẹ̀ bí kíkì ni yàfẹ́ ẹ̀ kẹ́ mà ẹ̀yẹ́ nà máa nyá ẹ̀ ẹ̀nyàwé tẹ̀ ẹ̀bìrì rìvà wúwọ́ tán ẹ̀ yàfẹ́ bàyà dóé náà ẹni wáyé ọba ló gẹ̀dọ̀ wàlá họ sọ́yìn lè máa gbọ́ àkàfi wò rí ẹ n'oyi dó wa ìtò hàn wílé kò ní màmẹ́ n'oyi nà dó wa ó zàn lórí mana ẹ̀yìn màjẹ́ náà ni wọ́n ẹ̀ n'ọgbọ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n rẹ̀ ma tọ̀tẹ̀mẹ́gẹ́ pásítọ̀ kábàárì wọn náà bọ̀rẹ̀.
tọmọnà wọn ẹ
ọbọ kìnnà.
dọmọ atúwẹ̀nẹ ìbí ẹ̀dùnnáwó mẹ wàá yẹn nẹ erimagọ ka ẹ mú ladiana n'ọka mẹ ìdọlẹbù òsàlóbu ayé ẹdó ọ̀nà yọba yọ n'ọka erima ya fẹ n'ọka ayé ẹdó kìíyan ọba náà jẹ nígè yòówẹ yóò ká o lèlè dáadé ẹ̀wòye anagagba òrẹ́ ọba lówó sànówó dùá ọ̀rẹ́ yọ ọdún wèé náà rẹ̀ arẹ́ dáadẹ́ wò ń dáwọn ní ebò tiẹ̀ grassroot ìbá wò lẹ́nu bọ́ ẹsẹ̀ ìbá náà gbà òrẹ́ àṣefẹ̀ ní ẹ̀yẹ pẹ́ àṣefẹ̀ náà wẹ̀gá rí ma zẹ́ẹ̀mẹ̀ n'oge wáyà dọ́lẹ̀ bò wẹ́yí ẹ zẹ́ẹ̀mẹ̀ ọdún wèé wáyà dọ́lẹ̀ bò wẹ́yí ẹ zẹ́ẹ̀rẹ̀ òkàò àòẹ́ nọ̀rẹ́wò ní nẹ̀tìrì gbé nọ́bàrí ẹ̀tì náà nọ́gbìyàn rẹ̀ àṣìfẹ́ náà wáyà dọ̀lọ̀ yẹ ẹ̀wọ̀n rìẹ̀rìẹ̀rìẹ̀ mọ́kpára yẹ ẹ̀wẹ̀rì yẹ lè lẹ̀wọ̀ wẹ̀ à nùdà ùgà yẹn wúre wa ike ẹ̀yọ́gẹ̀ gbèrè ó yẹ wúre wa nẹ́ẹ̀mà nẹ̀ n'abíọ́ ìwọ̀ bọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni dògbàdògbà ayà rẹ̀ wò ní bẹ́ẹ̀ nà ẹ̀wọ̀ ní ayà má dé ẹ̀ ọni ènìwé ara o rẹ̀dẹ̀ agbe mami ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ ń da ẹ̀gbọ́n náà ma ẹ̀yà ọ̀pá yà ẹ̀fà yà ẹ̀yà àwẹ̀ ìdí Benue rẹ̀ wa àwẹ̀ ìdí Calabar rẹ̀ wa àwẹ̀ ìdí Ọ̀gbọ̀jà rẹ̀ wa àdóse rẹ̀ ìdí Fúlàní rẹ̀ ní Haúsá náà ní ìlàrò rẹ̀ náà èso náà wọ́n wà fìyẹ́ mi la ọ́ ẹ̀ríkà ìfìyẹ́ mi la náà àfìọ́là ẹ̀rọ náà wọ́n náà jọ́ wọ́n yẹn gbà òkè ọ̀sùn yà rí yẹn gáyé ọ̀gárí yẹn ọ̀gárí ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ ọ̀gárí àkàlẹ́ rẹ̀ yẹn eviere ya iga so ayime na ọdẹ yin ayi ẹyẹriọ ọjọ wee ẹyẹriọ èmi náà sùnù náà wẹ́dà ìṣẹ̀wé so ìrí ẹ̀dọ̀ rí yóò bọ̀ ọ̀hún wẹ́dí mírí ẹ̀dọ̀ náà ọ̀sẹ̀ tí mẹ blọ́ọ̀kì àṣẹ àmì ìrànà wẹ́dí mírí ẹ̀dọ̀ náà gbìyànjú náà rí ewé zọ́ọ̀bù àṣẹ àmì ìrànà bẹ́ẹ̀ni rí má yẹ Germany bẹ́ẹ̀ni yá Italy yẹ Europe yá gbọ́lẹ̀ ìró náà kọ̀ọ̀kan eri bi ahusana ni bi ọgbọjade kẹmu ya ladia do aro tẹdo mu da era awa se na ina ibi ẹbọ sẹ a na eho dẹge yẹna do awo ìwúna náà ni ibi ẹbọ na do awo na maka awo ẹji ibi ẹbọ ka gbé zọbù yẹ ka mẹ blọki yẹ ka gbẹ gbó yẹ ka bẹ gbọ yẹ ka wọ na awa fi lẹkọọ anehọ ẹhọ nọri rẹbọ ọ̀nà do sẹ ma nọ nyẹbọ. Whether near us they say ye bear where nobody is so book after my floor me up where you're muda we are up your book panori abo or ye poi so we are one more now lao wo say what your way enoge okao now lao e ma be on a level wa dia gba o ko to
ambu mayebu we de
oba to pe
ise eri wa he no ta tina we tase o teme
Victor edonebu wa ọwọ́ ìdọ̀lẹ́wò sí ọba àléhùn náà rí àwò orún yẹn ìyẹn orí ọ̀wọ̀n tí a tó yẹ ìwò ya bún sopán ní marídòdó sẹ́fì náà ọ̀nà tó yẹrẹ náà rí ogún òmìnir ọ̀nà rí èfì ẹ̀pọ̀ ọ̀nà fi ìfúnlẹ̀pọ̀ ní ọ̀nà rí èfì tọ̀ àyẹ̀dọ̀ tẹ kẹ̀kẹ́ náà ráyé ọ̀rẹ́kẹ́ ni màtòbí máa rẹ̀ mú pàmùwé rẹ̀ yàrá ẹ̀ wẹ́ẹ́ ekwe no ba miewe iyotan ona do alo na fie ugbo na ona do ha inya isoma de ga tie orun yen anari yo wa na edia anari yo to na mugbo amaka ma wi yan ri yan so pania na ri wa we gbo e na o ya yan ri gbe o ra ku no yan o ra ku eyin to ni re o we ni right be ni bota mare bega ihe na redo mi ewe awe ni ate pe fi aye o ya na pe suru abonia ihe ayi mi no nya to ihe ayi no iwo to be na wa gun na ihe an iwo to owe ute de ni ehie na ukari we iwo to o ye ani oyin ati lada di o te keke na oye awa ni epo to ni ana ojo we emigie okarele keke mani try serve that one devil won yabo to ru ni na do ba we upo iwe no lebo te where you step on toes uri owo eyo e mata no do gekunu ere uga yuku reze mi obi ogwe una ga woru da na enego una oda do tere ma we uma che ikwaro akwe ojekunu weye hu da we uhinanu de oyi ogwe iyi osunu egboda fe wo ze pe de ga na me ko ru yen na ga rebo we okeke nu enu e no rebo we be America digba se a enu e no ro be le Britain se ta enu e no ro America se Nigeria ama iwe edo ama iwe igwe pa udo we uma enu e no re ewunuye uma e mani be ko ri ma ru yen no re dawa do be wa yin piripiri emi ori wa ke da do ewu no hin agba o kieke sabo na gi mado ya vie we emi ma yobi ma si no ola wa gi ma gba okoto ga en we ma me rebu ga en ogu ma do lo yi ga en ori aye na gwa ahwe yin ba ni re oba to pe ise we se otenwe bizugbe wa hewe ni e ba Canada imi aweri bai ni ya mo yotori oni wa o ka owo be ojo we ke okagele ke ejon irewo e wa are are ke ni agbe o wa ni atuta awa agbeni ni aya fe maya yiwe okagele ne no ba e mano yewo no ma e be goro o ya se gba ojo we no iro na ya e be se pa ka wa ni be o dewo iya awagbere ni ayo to wa ni aye iya wuna aro wa ni aya wuna lele ya ni aware o wa ri opala wa o te suke va ya fi ogbon re ki fa pologbe o ya fi ogbon re o do fi oba gbe ayi ni ma ko awo ko ofie wo re ya polo ni imaya we yen gene de yi bi ma ro pa iro wa iwe no be su na ki mani pe ake ni ko no ibi egbera mene me a isen ero ai ni ma bi eni avian la university avian la ya do ara kowe ya gbogbo bere ne de ni wan use mayamuna use o wa se yifie ugbe o te re bizugbe ayi ma na sun use okuna abi abe yoga igele e ya wa kugbe ugbe kapa ya mo to wa fie wo do pa awo de eberi awo go na eberi edi ya iwa ma ye mi oni ya we na ni mama mi ro nguna ma wo to yu se na ya fe ni wa e no we gbe ba ero ba ya mi we iyana a eberi ahia iya ma wa bo be dona iya ni akunyare uwe moto akunyayi ma mi gusu o da we wu ya o da wo be do ta ye ni o ma gbo wa awudo ni e mo no la ni gere jaga we enige soro abe ojo we soro eri mo wa eso iko mo ko Hausa Fulani oge ami yen na ge mi ati ayan le Kalaba eni yan le Benue ye yo wa bo ya ye ni wa what is pe isen ekigbesi year 50 years be wo na ya ye ma ya ro ye we go me ge o ye go ne ya ke la lo o ye ya ke la lo di iye ke ya bi e we na ya bi ele emi ya bi ele wo rin awodo o pe pa mi te bi o mi jise gbo so won ku gbe wo wa won ku ye ogba wo wa ya bi ele oni o mo efe iya ye wo rin awodo iye se ti ko ke ye ive lawe iye o vere na so pa mo na ve bure
ma bi egbere sen ma bi egbere e mo ni ma e yugo wo ya ta he ma so ne giso o ha egbe mara owo redu yo po wa ro wa ibi a so ijo kegbe o ipe a ni le wa ene ogiruru ogewururu wa te ni eni wa wa du ni he ni maye na we na we omoro ba to pe na we ni geke ya fe na su koko na tewe ni runye ya ye re wo na aga ta ne ilele o ye we ni magwa ke edonaze magwa ka uza no gbera be awe edonaze anya ya zo anya ya ma mo e school owebe o ma ri Hausa ori Igbo ayoba ma igaze ni edori mama yeso ma evi olowa no wa ro na salobo mo lo wa ni ma ni ma owegbegbe borin ana ate not no ogege no yi ma la me na ratana what do we do ni zeboyo imawe edo lo pe wo afia me te wala wo erima omo oga si oge wala ho ona awe gbegbe what is peace edo yiro pastor
domono wa ẹ̀yin wọ́n pàrọ̀ àrọ̀ láti jẹ́ mẹ́ta sọ̀rọ̀ ẹni ọwọ́ ẹ̀ òsàwẹ̀ nẹ́ra mẹ́ o òrọ̀dẹ́ òyìn òǹdẹ́ o òrọ̀dẹ́ òyìn òǹdẹ́
máa yẹ máa mọ̀ náà fẹ́ yẹ́ rí mi o.
ẹ̀dọ́ ni màá yẹ́ yẹ́ mi àríwú náà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà gbórí ẹ̀dọ́ náà sí ìmọ̀ ìbámu àti sùn alẹ́ olẹ́rẹ́ wọ́n máa máa lákẹ̀yẹ́ ní ẹ̀dá máa zẹ́ wọ́n náà ẹ̀mí náà kẹ́kẹ́ máa ní máa gbọ́ káyé lè wọ́n wẹ́yà ọ̀káyé lè ẹ̀ zẹ́ẹ̀bù wúta nọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ ọdún wẹ́yà ọ̀káyé lè òẹ́ ọ̀kápò dìmínà náà wọ́n arábùwẹ̀ ìbá àti ọ̀tọ́ ni ẹnu ọ̀rọ̀ ètò ẹ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀mọ̀nà rẹ̀ bó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ bó ní ayá dẹ́ ẹ̀mìnà ọ̀yá mà àrùdà ẹ̀jú wẹ̀ yìí wẹ̀ zí o bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀mọ̀nà rẹ̀ tó tún wẹ̀ ayá mà ẹ̀mí ní kẹ́yà sùnú dàyà ẹ̀wẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀yẹ́sẹ̀ sùnú bẹ̀ wí má rẹ̀ kẹ̀lẹ́mẹ̀ bọ̀ wáyé dé má orí gbónú yọ ìyá náà ìyá ìwà ọ̀wà náà wà bọ̀ fún ẹ ewúdí ọ̀rọ̀ aṣọ ìwádìí ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ lẹ̀pa ẹ̀ má tọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà bí ẹ̀ pọ̀tẹ́tọ̀ aṣọ ìwádìí ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ zọ̀wẹ̀ ọ̀mùlẹ̀pa ẹ̀hùnàmúyọ.
ìyàbọ̀ ipa ìkàkà ọ̀rẹ́ ìyàbọ̀ ìyàbọ̀ táìpù ìyàbọ̀ ẹ̀fọ́.
ìyàtọ̀ pẹ̀sà wọ́n ní táìpù ìyàbọ̀ rẹ̀ wà pàánù ẹ̀ ìyàbọ̀ pa ẹnu ẹ̀mọ́ ní ìdòwò yàrá ló ti mà ìyàtọ̀ àbẹ̀ ìyàwó àyàfẹ́ yàrá ló dúró ẹ̀mìtì àwọn ẹ̀mìtì sí bàbá dpo náà bèrè wọn aṣọ padà ló gbúgbà wọ ẹ̀mìtì ènìyàn rẹ̀ rí ìhùn náà fìjìláńtì àbíọ́ lè dá àdúgbò wẹ̀yẹ̀ rà mú ẹ̀ mọ̀tòsáìkò dé mọ́tà umi na ọmọ ẹmùdíà ẹkpọ ní múdé náà zàzà rẹ ẹ má sọ̀rọ̀ ní ọmọ gbogbo ìyá ọjọ́ wa ìyá ilé lẹ ìyá ẹni ìyá ni ọfíà lè lẹ adé wa o ìyá ọmọ yìí sọlẹ lẹ adé wa ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ lè sọlẹ lẹ adé wa bẹ́ẹ̀ náà kí ebi ni màdí wẹ lẹ wí má lẹ ya evigilante rẹ dà dó dẹ wọn la wẹ́ẹ́ wá dé egbèsè ní evigilante dè mú mọ́tòsáìkò wọ́n wá ní ìyá rẹ wẹ̀ wẹ́lá rẹ wọ́n á rẹ wà kéde omi ẹ̀wọ̀n náà wẹ̀ bìyà wà kéde bọ mọ́ ẹ̀kpọ́nù múnà mọ́ ẹ̀tọ́ta mọ́ ẹ̀rẹ̀ adé zàzà àgẹ̀ yìí so kwami no kiwa yie na baba ebi Hausa na bi ogoja no iye no ko di ko ba so odore we iye yere la re gunya me ni ma gunya zeje iye ra de nya abie o ga bere to bi ya tonu to ya vinya ni amadoa
ya pon
no we wa be sunu ra ni iye benu e la ewo iye ya to bi ya afie dineri ya ni ya mako aro iria lára ọ̀ka yẹlẹ wẹ́n wà mí kó ọ̀rẹ́ sábìyẹ ọ̀rẹ́ gbogbo ẹgbà ọ̀rẹ́ wẹ́rẹ́ ìzáwọ̀ ọmọ yìí sún abẹ́yẹ ìdí ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀yà ọ̀gbẹ́yọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ mú dìgbò nù ẹ̀mí ẹ̀rì ẹ̀yẹ kó ọ̀rẹ́ kẹwẹ́ ìmọ̀ abẹ́rì ọ̀rẹ́ mẹ́sì ẹ̀ nínú tábà ẹ̀dẹ̀ kpọ́nà àrọ̀ bàbá hòtẹ́ẹ̀l dona in immigration ẹ̀dọ̀ àrí ebe ní ẹ̀dẹ̀ àdìbí àwọn sanu lánà wọ́n wá mú yàmù dàdẹ́ wẹ́lá rẹ̀ ebe wẹ́wò yẹn gẹ̀dẹ̀ wà bẹ̀ kí ẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n wá wẹ́ pẹ̀ súnmẹ́ká yẹ gẹ̀rẹ̀ di ẹ̀dá dẹ́wọ̀ ẹ̀gẹ́ ìmọ̀ authority ni yàrá ẹ̀wò náà ọ̀sẹ̀ ni dọ́mà dẹ́wọ̀ kí yá mọ̀ ẹ̀ ọ̀gẹ̀gẹ̀ wàlàdà àmọ̀ wà ọba gé wàlàdà omi ara abẹ́ ìgbàdọ̀nà ọ̀yà sí ẹ̀kẹ́sẹ̀ wà á mọ̀ ẹ̀ ọmọ yìí tèmi ọwọ́ wẹ̀ dọ́gbọ́n yà mẹ́ blọ́kì wẹ̀ ní orí ẹni ká mọ́ ọ̀dọ̀ ọmọ ìbáṣẹ̀ nẹ̀ wọ́n náà yà ẹ̀họ́ ẹ̀ ọmọ rẹ̀ rèé ọmọ abẹ́kẹ́ bùdẹ́ wẹ̀ wọ́n tàn án wẹ̀ wárí ọwọ́ tiẹ̀ rẹ̀ sọ́bù eba segweri emegumege waya la ebo na oga de no a signature no giro o don we ro nwewe o ma na e no oga ni lupo gbera de la to wo e ki apa wa ne wo ko oje imi obodu bo ni ana oga de bi ma fe ma madasu wo ki aye de yo gbe wa ho no gbe oba to
we anyway wa no tana na abebe ka you know time ba na abebe mani pari America ma abebe wa be ma odo mani le lodo ma abebe na jori ma abebe ni ma pa la ka wa so na ga rin won na mu bolo o te bi sugbe yere kere egebe champagne
mami owe ahoba eogi manedo eki ero hihi
ahoba
eogi maeki ero hihi mami ewe dega na mi ewe awi itohan sabo na itohan agbima variana egebe gbima variawe mami itohan mara ame na fie masikegbe na mi ewi ana do yo we ya ero adania edede ebi no gba odun we o kagele enogi warewie inwina na obi yuwagbe Ruda wa ene botie grassroots wa si kototo se ne wo ya bere na se ti ya lewa wewo ebi kemi na sunu ana me we ma na vela wo na ni are na ya do nwina ni are hiri ayepo good and better no one man so pa emi ni man do alaje kototo na okay kakabora we ye no kakabo pa won di awa vi okoko ye ki amami no de ala vi aje wa hu na yen yeken atenu da wa fi ole o but amami no ri de yen ma na fi ole no te do wuye bono ma yen na kin no ri gbo ma na vi no gba hu da we e no sunu wo we yeye na inu kan kere ban oyo ye be ogwara o ma he mu emi ni a ede no gwara di rasin emi no kwa kan so to do
iya o we lu e kadaba iya de iya agbegbe ni ade iya ya te nipa wo iya ya te ma ariwo wa na gbegbe kan no na gbegbe magun kana na gbegbe na yi ayo aka bo yin ayo gbe na ana mwela je enia o agoma o re police station o re kenoki we go ma no ki ye musa ni ni ge duno ye ge wono ye no wa yin abi no re a se ti ani wa ya iwe we ni matala ni wa ma bi mi salubo abe ni nika abe ni e bi adare e ma dan abiore abiogi mana ma mi ayi beto salubo sabana ge e ma mi yi ni ma ti e mo na egbi ma o wa ti o mo wa ti o vien wa ti eregbu wa e unda ori opa ka o sedo imunana na ya ri e bai ori opa se ti munna ni wa unda ibi ma ya ro egenede e lo pa ro iyan ni wero iyan oni ayobo kan ibi aya pluto aya wona hiwa no awa ayo wa no do re ihun ni ya te setin wona o wa setin wona ka wa ikoto ade akugbo iro egbe ni kata si nana ne edo kugbo wona amu na ari oru na use amu gegbe oni ma ya wona oni yero a unda ma mi o mawe ni ware edo awe ni wa ya yu ni wa ma ri bude na ni do wa dan ho se do no pe o ni wa ya dan ho awo don we awi ya fe ke awi ya ni si wona wa hure na ha ro ni wa na me we e ma ni le da de kele da do re ye idonu we ye o wa ni aye o wa ni ma ye ni ana wa si koko yen wa re ba ai ro na te ya e vigilante wa ye asa se makabo te wa we na we aye bi e wo ba vigilante ni bi aro ni wa e ma ma na mu gibo ta we de na to ni wa ọba tó pé
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
certainly the best.
Nigeria faces a severe housing crisis marked by significant deficit and high costs, particularly for low and middle income earners. The housing deficit is estimated to be at least 20 million units, with an additional 5.5 million people needing housing each year, requiring at least 550,000 new houses annually. This deficit is compounded by high housing prices and rents, which have increased faster than general inflation, making it difficult for many Nigerians to afford adequate housing. Nigerians' housing deficit is substantial, with estimates ranging from 20 to 28 million units, according to a real estate expert estimate. How housing prices and rent, especially for low and middle income individuals, are major barriers to accessing adequate housing. A lack of viable mortgage system and high interest rates hinders home ownership, particularly for those in lower income brackets. The housing crisis has led to the growth of informal settlement with substandard living conditions. Rising costs of building materials such as cement further exacerbate the problem. Nigeria's housing sector faces a multifaceted crisis. Addressing this requires a multi-pronged approach that includes government intervention, private sector participation, and innovative financing solution to make housing accessible and affordable for all citizens, according to the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development.
Let me just speak of Benin City, where I reside. You see, the menace of agents has become a menace. Agent is something that is known because they help you to, you may not be able to go around the town to look for houses that are vacant and all that. So these agents are supposed to, bring people who will come. They know all the houses that are supposed to be free. They're supposed to be like a liaison, a middleman between the tenant and the landlord. And in those days, they used to possibly collect 10% of whatever you are going to pay as your annual rent. But I want to tell you that these people are not even collecting more than God. God in the Bible collects 10% as tithes. I can tell you for free that this agent now, they collect as much as 30%. The landlord would have told them they will ask you for agent fee. They will ask you for agent fee 30% of what you are paying. Then they will ask you for caution fee. They will ask you for agreement fee. And to be very honest with you, in many cases, this caution, these agreement fees, they don't even go to the landlord. Is there a law governing agents in this country? I really don't know. This is something that the government may need to look into, because these agents, they are devil's agents. They are frustrating tenants.
20% of rent from the prospective tenants is unreasonable. So by the time you add those figures, those unreasonable figures to the already built up costs, it makes it scary. So a lesser standardized percentage may be acceptable. It's not just to make policies, it's another thing to also enforce the policies. The property market can be regulated, not in a way to hurt the agents in a way, but to curb the excesses. Because if you also look at it, like I said, there are positive and negative sides. We're also encouraging them. You are keeping people off the streets, you're giving them jobs, okay? But we want to regulate how, or we want them to regulate to what extent they make property accessible to others. So a fair pricing system can be encouraged. The agency business can be standardized. Consultation between the government and the stakeholders on a fair price can also work.
This housing problem is being compounded by both professional and non-professional estate agents, popularly known as house agents in some clime, making houses to be very expensive for the masses. A person who sells and rents out buildings and land for clients, an estate agent or a realtor. The journey to finding a suitable rental property or accommodation in Nigeria is often fraught with challenges in cities like Lagos and Benin City. Navigating the murky waters of rental practices dominated by estate agents or house agents is unprecedented. Prospective tenants find themselves ensnared in a wave of unexpected fees, especially for house inspection, leading to frustration and financial strain. Some agents will ask as high as 30,000, 25,000, 20,000, 10,000 or 5,000 depending on the area.
It's alarming with the rate these persons are going. Some of them are very greedy. They take advantage of tenants in certain properties. a situation whereby an agent is demanding more than 10% from you, that is criminal. I know some states they allow more than 10%, but to my best of my knowledge, Edo State, the standard is 10%. That's what an agent should collect. Then, as a tenant, if you are paying for a rent for any property, ensure to ask. Let them give you a breakdown. They shouldn't just tell you 1.5 million, 2 million for a property and you just pay. No, even if you have the money. You are not the only person that will be renting house. Other persons, because once you make this thing a norm, make it a norm, it will become a standard. Before you know, every other person will be seen as a normality. So I will advise potential tenants, when you want to get a place, ensure you ask them, let them give you a breakdown. They should tell you the amount for the rent. They should tell you the amount for if there's a legal fee. They should tell you the amount for the agency. Like I said, standard 10% is fair enough. Then if there's a caution fee, they should tell you. Any other fees, service charge as well, maybe managing the place in terms of lights, bills and utilities, that's my service charge. Any other fee or bills outside any of these that I've just enumerated, it is illegal and it is criminal.
What they do, they will make it difficult for tenants to take your house. Number one, they will go and put different fees. They will do agreement for the landlord that owns the house. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And they will shield the tenant from you. Not until he enters your house, you will even know your tenant. So the person that's coming to take your house, and that can put the owner of the house in jeopardy, and they can give him problem, because as the owner of the house, I need to know who's coming to my house, but they will shield the person. And the different fee they collect from intended tenants or tenants is too much. At times they say caution fee. They will tell you this fee, that fee, that fee. So I understand in a house that somebody went to rent, they made him to pay 200,000 naira caution fee, agent fee, this fee, that fee. Jehovah, for my house, on my head. And it is high time government begin to regulate their activities. Some time ago, Lagos government have to climb on these agents, and it's high time that those state government come out and look at this thing holistically. Because I saw a house that somebody went to rent, 2-bedroom flats, 1.2, 1.4 million in this building. And that is outrageous. An agent collected up to 100 or 200. Or that's so much. As used to say 800,000 for one parlor and a room. Jesus. So, number one, they are responsible to an extent for astronomical increase in house rent. Number two, they also cause problem between landlord and tenants. In that, before a tenant gets to your house, you don't know it, or you will just come there and say, this is my new tenant. Whereas if you had interviewed the person, maybe you wouldn't have given him your house in the first place. And number three, they are also making things difficult for the tenant themselves. A tenant that went to hustle for 150,000 to rent room and parlor, you come and give him other bills, then he will not be able to get this thing. So
missed and the need of owning a property of your own, because the way some of our agency are taking it now is just somehow the agent will just skyrocket some locations and tell you this is how much they are giving this location. For instance, now we needed an apartment in, let's say, Uselu, Gbowo, Sapele Road houses. The owner might just say, okay, let me give it lesser price, but the agent will place that property in their care. We just say, no, this is what they are renting in this location. This is how much we used to give property, 2-bedroom flat, 3-bedroom flat, as the case may be, a room and a parlor, unit self-contained, as the case may be. They can say, okay, this is what we are giving in this location. This is what we are giving. But that is not in the mind of the original owner of the building. So that's the reason why we are urging all the agents, we call them freelancers at a time. In all, they are called agents. Those agents, please just take it easy with our citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because most of us, it's not that easy to just school out the money. You hear some persons will just say, okay, this house per annual is 600k, as the case may be. It will just say, okay, now agency is 450,000. It's not encouraging. It's scaring people away out of the city of Benin. So we are using this medium to encourage our agents to make sure, please and please, take it easy with our people in the city of Benin. They are supposed to be regulated by the state or the federal government of Nigeria. There should be a punishment but not now, because there's no law guiding them. It is when the Edo State government now decide, or the House of Assembly now decide to say, okay, let us look for a way to fix it. Then they can now say, okay, now we are going to pass a law. If there is no law, there will be no offender. So that's the reason why, not until we have a law that is guiding this set of people, this set of persons, this body, then there can never be an offender.
Searching for a home in Nigeria has become a frustrating ordeal as many prospective tenants face an uncertainty reality. Estate or house agents demanding hefty fees for limited property viewing, while leading clients to properties are often failed to match that requirement. This exploitative practice, as investigation revealed, doesn't just drain finances but leaves tenants feeling trapped and misled. As a housing crisis deepens, the integrity of Nigeria's real estate market seems to be teetering on shaky ground.
We have some issues with them. Some of them, they jack up the rent for certain houses beyond even what is prevailing in that area, because each area has its own rental value. But they jack up the prices, and there are two things about this. It makes it impossible for people who would have afforded the house normally not to get a house. And then secondly, the landlord is deprived of rent for the period he's waiting for somebody to take up the house, not at his price but at the agent's price. And some of these agents, they are not appointed as agents by certain landlords. They just go to a house that is empty, they just take the picture and they put it on their platform, and then they advertise it as a house. And then some, they collect rents, and then they start looking for a house for the intending customer. So while they are running around, that intending customer is in pain. So these are some of the unwholesome practices of some of the agents. And some even collect money, and at the end of the day, they don't give the customer a house, and they cannot even refund the money. And sometimes you take them to the police station and they start refunding the money bits and pieces instead of the lump sum that was given to them. I think the activity should be regulated, honestly. And some of them do the work of agent, they do the work of barristers or solicitors who are supposed to write agreements. Some of them write agreements, and some of them steal the stamp of the lawyer, and they are fixing there and just put that in signature. We have had many of these issues, and I hope that the government and even the professional body of estate valuers and agents will look into this issue.
There's a lot of deficiency in the areas of housing in Edo State. Why do I say that? Is that the cost of housing is being affected because of the demand. You can see in some areas, the very moment construction is being done in any building, before that building is completed, some persons have already made payment for that building. That is to show that the demand of rentage is very high. People need this property, they are desperate in need of it. And because of that, there is now inflation in the cost of housing. The landlord, there is no regulatory system to regulate the cost of building per areas or per environment or per the size of the building. So landlord just wake up to put a fixed price on their property the way it suits them. Just because maybe the next street there's a certain price the landlord are charging, so they now build their home, they will just give it price higher than the other one, because the number of persons that is asking for the property during the construction is high. To be honest, the agent in Edo State, their activities are very, very terrible. So I believe the government and the judiciary, they have to step in. Because, for example, there is a time that the NBA, they come together and they said that there is a fixed price for the lawyer. The lawyers has a fixed price, maybe 5%. If it's above so amount, it's 2.5%. So there's still room for you to negotiate with your lawyers. All these are professionals. They have their own regulatory bodies. And also the government has to step in, because roadside agents will just give fixed price. Sometimes they are even trying to aim higher than the owners of the property. You will see a property for 1 million naira. Agent will tell you that agent fee is 300,000 naira. You don't know how much they buy block. You don't know how much they sell sand. You don't know how much they sell cement. You are even trying to share the same profit with the owner of the property. So the government have a lot of work to do. First of all, let all agents be profiled and let there be a regulatory amount on their charges that will not affect the tenants. Because when it's becoming too high, you will see that it will also affect the economy of the environment, that people will be shifting away from renting us. We don't want situation of what we are experiencing in some states like Lagos, where people are not staying under the bridge.
The cost of renting a 2-bedroom flat is 400,000, but you see some persons who happen to be agents telling you to pay 700,000. That is to say, they are collecting extra 300,000, and you ask them what are they doing, just because they know the owner of the house. It is that time the government and the collective effort of landlord will bring together to make sure that this problem is salvaged. You'll be so surprised that in the first 1 year you are going to pay 700,000 for 3-bedroom flat. They will tell you subsequently you are going to pay 400,000 or maybe 500,000. What are you giving the 200 or 300,000 to one man sitting on his own? What is the work of this man? Just to bring a link between the owner of the house and the tenant. To me, it's outrageous. We are having this problem, and the painful thing is there is nothing like soon they will understand that they are evil. Sorry to say, I will say it. Some of them, not all, are evil. You are collecting outrageous money from people, 300,000. Or some will tell you 20% rate. If I am to rent a house for 1 million, 20% will be 200,000. Waiting the happen.
In a nation where access to comfortable and secure housing is a fundamental need, a disturbing trend has emerged. Estate agent or house agent exploiting the desperation of prospective tenants to maximize profit. Many house hunters desperate to secure a suitable home pour time and money into multiple inspections only to be shown properties that fall far short of expectations, whether due to poor location, subpar amenities, or prices widely exceeding their budgets. This troubling pattern has drained and has tainted what should be a straightforward house hunting experience, turning it into a frustrating cycle of financial strain and unmet promises. Some agent will promise you won't pay until they secure an apartment for you. It's a lie. Once they collect your money and send you listing you can't even consider, then they disappear once you reject a few options. The financial bleeding doesn't stop these housing agents into collecting commission on every rent paid, further compounding the financial burden of prospective tenants. Why agents are often viewed as primary culprits, finding a review that landlords are equally complicit in this exploitative web. Many landlords, fully aware of agents' dubious tactics, deliberately channel prospective tenants through these middlemen, knowing it will pile extra charges on renters. Though this arrangement may seem like a convenient way to streamline tenant selection, it raises serious ethical concern around transparency and fairness. By relying on agents who extract inspection fees without proper accountability, landlords indirectly fuel a system where tenants are financially drained and disillusioned even before securing a home. Across social media platforms, a storm of outrage has erupted from victims of this exploitative racket. Numerous posts recount experiences of exorbitant inspection fees levied under false pretense that left prospective tenants drained and demoralized. Many describe this drawn to properties through glossy, deceptive listing only to meet with vastly different realities during physical inspection. Shabby apartments, noisy environments, and poor maintenance often replace the pristine visual showcased online, sparking frustration and heartbreak for those desperate to secure a home. Beyond financial strains, the emotional toll is undeniable. Tenants feel trapped in a system skewed heavily in favor of landlords and agents, an ecosystem where renters' vulnerability is exploited while accountability remains elusive. Adding another disturbing layer to this crisis is the revelation that some landlords or their relatives now disguise themselves as estate agents or house agents agents to exploit tenants directly. This deception strategy bypasses professional intermediaries, allowing landlords to pocket inspection fees while maintaining a false image of legitimacy. Another deceptive tactic haunting the rental space involves fake house agents who lure desperate tenants with suspiciously low inspection fees. Operating without legitimate listing, these scammers flood social media with eye-catching property art, targeting vulnerable renters searching for affordable homes. Once a tenant shows interest, the demand varying fees for property inspections, often without having any real properties available. Some victims report being taken to random buildings with no rental vacancies or properties in their conditions unfit for living. These con artists thrive in a dangerously unregulated market where anyone can pose as a real estate professional without credentials. The allure of quick, easy profit often overshadows the lasting damage inflicted on already struggling families in need of homes. By posing as agents, they lure unsuspecting tenants into believing they are dealing with professionals, not the property owners themselves. Some even create fake online profiles or use aliases to maintain this illusion. Another deceptive tactic haunting rental space involve fake house agents who allure desperate tenants and suspiciously low inspection fee. Operating without legitimate listing, these scammers flood social media with eye-catching property ads targeting vulnerable tenants searching for affordable homes.
The role of an agent is to help source or manage, protect the said building. So if you are paying, whatever you pay, you say you pay to an agent, the agent at the end point replies back to the landlord or the house owner. So if we can also say, we do also have some, what I would have suggested that we were saying, agent that tells you they want to search for something for you without. But the bottom line, that agents hike in house rent, I don't believe, because where me or you stay, some people have houses, and because of the stress of talking to these tenants who in total don't help maintain a property, you handle it to a man, an agent who can help you speak and understand the language your tenant speaks, and to relieve you of their stress and burden, you give the agent to maintain. That does not give the agent the prerogative or the right to increase or decrease that house. You are not to tell the agent, this is what you collect, or agent suggests to you. They are not the owner. If tomorrow you want me to help you sell something and say you have a house, you have a land, you have a car to sell, and you give it to an agent to sell, you will tell the agent or the household that you are selling at this fixed price. There's no way agency can be bigger than the said money you are paying. It's impossible. So maybe they will not tell you are paying legal fee, you are paying agency fee, you are paying the ad fees. But if you understand the terrain, understand the system, if you pay it first, the first time, you're not going to pay that again. If you understand it, an agent does not have right to collect a legal fee.
Looking at the present state of house agents precisely in Edo State today, absolutely is not an help to a common man as he stands. In a situation where an agent will impose a fee in a house they know nothing about, and at the end of the day, the money that will be going to the landlord or either the landlady of the house will have nothing to do with that of the legal fee. So many fields to talk about. So at the end of the day, I will say from my own take, the government, if they have anything to do to make this agency to be a better regulating body, because it stands today, anybody just wake up and for any reasons nothing doing, they appear to be agents on the street, and at the same time they don't care about the genuinity of the persons they give these houses to, which at the end of the day, many of these clients bring problem to landlords and landlady. All they are after is just what they gain and what they'll profit at the moment.
Imagine collecting 5,000 naira inspection fees for more than 5 persons for the same apartment. Some house agent will go as far as preventing prospective tenants to have any form of contact with the landlord, making sure that rents are paid to the landlord through them. In Benin City today, looking for a house is like you going through the eye of a needle. You get to see advertorials on Facebook, WhatsApp pages, reading thus: pay 800,000 naira now. Subsequent years, you pay 500,000. In some clients, you get to hear pay 1 million naira now. Subsequently, you pay 400,000. While in some part, you're going to see pay 700 naira now. Subsequently, you pay 300,000 naira in subsequent years. Where are all these monies going to? Some agents have fashioned a weapon whereby they can even collect money more than the landowners, manipulating the system so that the landlord or landladies will not even know what is going on. Some agents also go ahead to be the middleman between the landowners, the house owners, the tenant. The tenants will be arm twisted so they can pay directly through the agent, which in turn will take out their own share according to what they call it and give the landlord or landlady a pay not compared to what they've collected. Some of these tenants don't even know their landlords or landladies. Sometimes they have to pay through the account of the agent. Just paint this picture: a tenant paying 1 million naira, or better still 800,000 naira, in some cases 600,000 naira, for the landlord to only receive 300,000 or 400 or even 500 as the case may be. The activities of this agent should be regulated. In this situation, they can choose to increase the rent paid fee on their own without giving the landlord the complete amount. Equipped with the knowledge that the tenants do not know the owners of these houses, some house agents deceitfully issue quick notice to tenants in order to bring in new tenants that will pay higher agent fees and house rent. This has in no small measure inflicts so much pains on tenants. These agents most time goes for the highest bidder, not minding what the so-called higher bidder does for a living, as long as the greed of the landlord and agent are satisfied. Hence you get to hear words like "Oga, landlord, give your house to Yahoo boys. Now Yahoo boys they pay pass." Really, these fraudsters have so much money to spend and spare. This act further compound the pains of low-income earners. The act of putting money first before personality has plunged society into chaos. You hear of kidnapping, ritual killings, and robbery in the society, all because the landlord refused to vet prospective tenants properly, all because of money and the negative influence of house agents. The government of the day should, as a matter of urgency, look into these unwholesome practices of these house agents. This set of persons should be regulated and prosecuted if they desist from this unwholesome act. The government should set up task force on accommodation and housing matters, as done in some states in Nigeria, to checkmate the unwholesome practice of these house agents and greedy landlords, so that both high and low income earners seeking accommodation can breathe. Wilson Omasho reporting.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Hegato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Egato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, otherwise known as aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo! Alright, please. Woo! Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, raising your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Egato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that means this. And both stands just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of them. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's okay, big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did one. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, you were awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down.
Good morning and welcome to the AM News on Independent Television. Our apologies for bringing it behind schedule. Now, protesting residents of Iowa community in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State blocked the Benin-Akure road in the early hours of yesterday, calling on government and security agencies to rescue them from kidnappers who, according to them, invade the community daily, abducting innocent citizens, demanding ransom, and killing others. Pius Nsogo reports that the situation left many travelers stranded as no motorist was allowed to move.
Residents of Iowa, apparently disturbed by the turn of events in their community, took over the road and barricaded it at strategic points, thereby preventing free flow of traffic. According to them, kidnappers now raid the community on a daily basis, carrying off their victims, demanding huge ransoms, and killing others on the spot.
Even the incident that happened yesterday, the Kiadolo Division Area Command was here, taking the cops that were killed the previous day, and another kidnapping was going on in the same hour.
We have faced so many problems here, and I will beg the governor and the police and the army to come to our aid and help us to take care of these insurgents that we can be free.
Narrating his ordeal, a young man whose wife was abducted a few hours earlier pleaded with the government to come to his aid.
I don't get to pay 50 million. I never 50 or I want 50 million come out. I don't get anybody who will help me. I beg go, help me. I beg. We need your attention. We need your attention. I beg go.
We are begging the governor. We are begging the police. We are begging the military. We are begging everybody. It should be a joint effort. These people, they are coming with impunity. They don't hurry. They take their time. 3 hours. 3 good hours. No disturbance. They were at peace, as if they are doing a legal operation.
The Kiadolo Division tried to persuade the protesters to leave the road, but to no avail. Soon, the Edo State Commissioner of Police, Monday Ogbonika, arrived at the scene.
Coming to this place, I'm happy that I have seen many youths who are energetic. This energy you have, you are wasting it blocking the road. Let us use it to fight the kidnappers.
At the time of this report, the Edo State Police boss was still making efforts to pacify the protesters and convince them to reopen the road. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Now, in another report, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Kano Command, has arrested 230 suspects and recovered large quantities of illicit drugs and weapons during a coordinated 30-day operation across the state. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim reports.
The commander of the Strategic Command, Abubakar Ahmad, said the sustained operations targeted notorious drug hoops across Kano in collaboration with other security agencies. Speaking on the impact of the exercise, the NDLEA commander highlighted the positive results recorded so far.
This operation led to the arrest of 230 suspects involved in various drug-related offenses and the recovery of significant quantities of illicit substances and weapons. The raids were strategically targeted at notorious drug hotspots across the state, including Oforua, Tashar Rami, Rijiyar Lemo, Kurna, Miltara, Zage, Dorayi.
He noted that the crackdown has drastically reduced drug abuse and related crimes, including forgery and phone snatching, thereby restoring confidence among the residents in the affected communities. The NDLEA says the operations will continue as part of its renewed commitment to rid Kano states of illicit drug and ensure a safer and more secure environment for social and economic activity. Dole Ibrahim, ITV News Kano.
Moving on, family, friends, and well-wishers gathered to celebrate the life and legacy of late Deacon Benjamin Egbai, a devoted Christian man of integrity. Management and staff of Independent Television and Radio, led by the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, attended the social dance held in honor of the deceased, who is the father of Mrs. Oloiji Oikokai, a staff of the station. The report filed by Shalom Ongwara is presented by Jolade Uju.
The funeral commenced with a service of songs marked by praise, worship and prayers for the deceased.
He was a pillar of strength, wisdom and encouragement.
Deacon Egbai is someone who was known to be very humane,
very humble, is a peaceful man, and he served God until he had that grief.
The body was later conveyed from Igbinedian Hospital mortuary to his residence in a solemn procession filled with emotions and memories. The funeral service brought together family members, church members, and friends to bid farewell to a man who served God diligently and humanity faithfully. The Thanksgiving service was held at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Sunshine Province, Edo 4. It was a celebration of gratitude, marking the peaceful transition of Deacon Egbai. The reception was graced by the Managing Director, Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, the Executive Director of Operations, Chief Elder Ogbede Umwonse, and Deputy General Manager, Program Division, Dr. Sonidu Kokosun. At the reception, guests were entertained while family members expressed appreciation to everyone who stood by them throughout the period of grief.
My dad was an educationist. He was a disciplinarian. He loved God to the later. I miss him dearly.
I appreciate everyone for their support and those who were there during the burial. A kind-hearted man, put everybody before himself. He was selfless.
We that he has left behind, that will be able to follow his good legacy.
My dad was a very hardworking person. He was humble to the core.
Oloiji's father is happy where he is right now because of the array of dignitaries, friends, family members, well-wishers that have come to celebrate with them.
They've lost a great person.
From Benin, Jola Diljo, ITV News.
Now, in another report, regular engagement in sports and exercise has been described as an effective way to maintain fitness and promote healthy living. The Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Professor Idia Nibokun Izeyamu, stated this during the opening ceremony of the 9th edition of the CMD Cup football tournament held at the UBTH Sports Complex. Osemu Diame Osaige completes the report.
In keeping with its tradition of promoting healthy living through sports, the CMD of UBTH, Professor Idia Nibokun Izeyamu, unveiled the trophy for the 9th edition of the CMD Cup. Professor Izeyamu described the tournament as a vital platform for promoting teamwork, fitness and mental well-being among participants.
I want to encourage you that this is a good opportunity for you to stay healthy. Sporting activities gives you the capacity to exercise, to socialize, to just take a break from the very hectic things that you do on a day-to-day basis.
Chairman Organizing Committee of the CMD Cup, Dr. Philip Ogodi, said the tournament celebrates excellence and discipline and assured that the competition will be keenly contested.
The CMD Cup has become one of UBTH's most cherished sporting traditions. Beyond football, this event represents unity, represents awareness, teamwork, and the shared commitment that defines our institution.
Professor Izeyamu later performed the ceremonial kickoff before the opening match, which saw UBTH FC begin their campaign with a thrilling 3-0 victory over Physiotherapy FC.
And this is now for...
Some of the players reacted to the outcome of the opening encounter.
It was a nice game. We played like 5 times, so it's only one they've won us. So I was expecting the winning so far.
I want to thank the CMD of UBTH for creating this platform so that we'll have this connectivity.
In the final match of the day, defending champions Nast Wheelers FC were held to a goalless draw by Golden Age FC. The 9th edition of the CMD Cup will feature 16 teams. From Benin, Osemudame Osage, RTV News.
Now, Focal 7 House, also known as Yellow House, has lifted the trophy as the overall winner of the 37th Annual Inter-House Sports Competition of the Air Force Primary School, Benin City. Pius Nsogo reports that the colorful sporting event attracted parents and dignitaries from all walks of life, including the Commander 107 Air Maritime Group, Air Commodore Eze Victor Onu, the MD, Independent Television and Radio Engineer Elvis Obaseki, among others.
The champions, Focal 7 Yellow House, were celebrated by all after being announced as the overall winners. Red House came second, while Green House placed third. The 4 houses, yellow, red, blue, and green, from both the nursery and primary sections, competed keenly in various sporting events, such as dressing up early for school, relay race, filling the basket, and the 100 meters race. Parents, teachers, and old students also participated in the 100 meters race, in both male and female categories. In a remark, the Commander 107 Maritime Group, Air Commodore Eze Victor Onu, represented by Group Captain Anthony Owonikoko, commended the school management for their efforts in nurturing the pupils in sports and academics.
We have witnessed not just competition, but the true spirit of sportsmanship, courage, teamwork, discipline, and respect.
Earlier, the head teacher of school, Dr. Caroline Izilen, said the sporting event is meant to instill a sense of competition, fair play, and sportsmanship in the pupils. She thanked parents and sponsors of the events.
We believe also in contributing to the society by catching them young at their formative age.
In an interview, the MD, ITV and Radio Engineer Elvis Obaseki, represented by Director Radio Dr. Dan Omosusi and the Chairman, Edo State Football Association Fred Newton Ironse, described the event as an avenue for discovering young talents.
The importance of extracurricular activities, especially sports, cannot be overemphasized because sports promote healthy living.
The chairman of the occasion was Honorable Efe Izevizua. Also in attendance was the Executive Director, Edo State Sports Commission, while the police band was on ground to entertain the audience. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Moving on, the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, gave the assurance at the Edo State Government Public Service Breakfast meeting held at the Festival Hall, Government House, Benin City, that the Edo State government has pledged its continued support for civil and public servants in the state toward the actualization of the Shine agenda of Governor Monday Okpebholo. Deborah Ogbeifun has details.
Heads of MDs, directors, and permanent secretaries of various ministries and parastatals in Edo State are gathered at the Festival Hall, Government House, Benin, for the purpose of brainstorming with the executive arm of government on the progress and challenges of the state's workforce. While addressing them, the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, said he believes that synergy between the executive and the state civil service will nurture and strengthen governance in the state.
As we strive to build a prosperous and secure Edo State of our dream, it is imperative that we work together seamlessly. The interface between the political executive and the civil service is critical to achieve our goals.
Right Honorable Idahosa noted that government is not unmindful of the challenges faced by the state civil service and assured them of prompt government response.
We urge all heads of ministries, departments, and agencies to nurture and strengthen this partnership. Let us leverage each other's strength, expertise, experience, and skills to drive the progress and prosperity in Edo State.
In his opening remarks, the head of service, Antonio Kumbowa, praised the state government for prioritizing the welfare of the civil servants.
We are now set to establish the Directorate of Research and Policy in Edo State. This directorate, once fully operational, will serve as the veritable left center for research and data-driven governance, policy formulation, and strategic planning across the public service of Edo State.
The breakfast meeting later dovetailed into a dialogue session and a paper presentation titled The Role and Liabilities of Leadership in Enforcing Disciplinary Measures in the Service Top to Bottom, delivered by Joel Ejionwe. From Government House, Benin, Deborah Obefon, ITV News.
Now, resource persons have advocated the need for local government chairmen, vice chairmen and councillors to leverage on Senator Monday Okpebholo's practical governance template to attract the needed development to citizens. The advocacy is part of a 2-day retreat for onboarding of local government chairmen, vice chairmen and councillors from the 18 local government areas holding at Vichy Gate Hotel, GRA, Benin City. Kingsley Uchegbu has details.
The onboarding of chairmen of the 18 local government areas, vice chairmen and councillors aims at building their capacity to foster effective governance at the grassroots level, declaring open the 2-day forum with the theme Ensuring Ethical Leadership in Local Governance in Edo State. Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Paul Ohombamu, said the training is to prepare participants in areas of budgeting, projects monitoring, and other areas.
This is a very important tier of government, local government. And there is a need for that to be standard, for there to be ethical leadership, for people to see you and see local government as viable.
A lecture titled Civil and Public Service Standards and Behaviors was delivered by retired Permanent Secretary in the State Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, George Igberase, while another resource person, Dr. Augustine Iredia, spoke on proper official channel of communication from local government to state government.
Not be told the do's and don'ts. After today, they now know what is expected of them.
I want to urge you, use the time at your disposal in your various local government areas to make a mark.
Edo State Argon chairman, who is also the chairman Esakoris local government, Honorable Sonny Ekbesin, some local government chairmen and councillors comment on expected gains.
It is now more clearer to us, not just being a chairman of local government. You have to understand why you are chairman, your relationship with people in the locality, and you must be up at doing.
We're going to strengthen the relationship between the legislative arm and the executive arm in understanding what grassroots governance is all about.
With this training, we'll go a long way to enhance service delivery to our people.
Experience acquired yet will help me to transform my local government to the next level.
Go a long way for us as councillors, so we can carry out our oversight functions.
To equip yourself with knowledge helps us to govern the people effectively.
Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
In another report, members of the Reformed Ogboni Fraternity Incorporated, especially those in the Midwest region, have been urged to uphold the ideals of unity, brotherly love, mutual support, and values that remain central to the fraternity's guiding principles. The charge was given by the Olori Oluwo Francis Meshoye during a sit-out and familiarization meeting with members of the Midwest region in Benin City, the Edo State capital. Patience Osaogiwa has details.
It was a lively and colorful sit-out for members of the Reformed Ogboni Fraternity Incorporated Midwest Regions 1 through 4 as they gathered to wine, dine and interact with members of the Supreme Council led by the Olori Oluwo Francis Mashoye, who was in Benin City on a familiarization visit. In his remarks, the Olori Oluwo commended Governor Monday Okpebholo for sustaining peace and stability in Edo State and appreciated the Oba of Benin for his unwavering support and for ensuring that the kingdom continues to enjoy harmony and progress. He further charged members of the fraternity to maintain a culture of brotherly love, unity, and genuine concern for one another at all times.
I want to thank you for the first time growing our membership and being compliant to the rules and regulations of the reformed Ogboni Fraternity Incorporated.
Speaking on behalf of members, the Asoju of Midwest Region 1, Professor Ovenseri Aibokun, welcomed the visiting Supreme Council who were on a 5-day familiarization visit to Edo State and pledged continued loyalty and commitment of members to the fraternity's ideals.
Brotherly love, and that is the whole essence of our fraternity, brotherly love. This organization was founded on the basis of fathership of God and brotherhood of man.
Among the dignitaries present were the Olori Akpeno Otumba Oluwatoyin Adisa Akombi, Asoju Midwest Region 4, High Chief Francis Inegbeneke, Asoju East Region 3, High Chief George Nwanze, Asoju and Chairman of the Planning Committee, and the Ayoba of Benin, Chief Osamede Adun, and the Edo State President of the Timbers Association of Nigeria, Comrade Friday Aigokian, among others. Earlier, members of the fraternity were at the Benin airport to receive the Supreme Council delegation on arrival. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
If you're just joining in, you're tuned into the AM News on Independent Television. We'll take a short break. Do stay with us. And that's the size of our package on the AM News on Independent Television. I am Chukwu from Nanya Digwe. Thank you for staying tuned in. Good morning.